have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we can control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
We're back at it again with another day of challengers, over halfway through our road to playoffs. And I brought my family on, everyone. Hope nobody minds. My sister from another mister, it's Ash, and my uncle Vance Silly. Vance, you got unk status now. What's up?
Dude, I'm the cool unk.
Now?
If anything, I'm the cool unk and I'm down with it. So I'm super down, super down. Label me.
Yeah, Ash, we're fighting our mental demons right now. But you're great. I hope you're great. I hope you're feeling great.
What are we talking about here? Ooh, I know. Yeah, I know what we're talking about. Okay, yeah.
We can't be hitting you inside jokes. We had to do it on broadcast, guys.
I did.
We are unleashed. Well, I'm sure some of our teams are going to be unleashed, or maybe also released into relegation very soon. Let's look into the bracket, because two teams today will be advancing to playoffs, and two teams will be departing to relegation. And here's where everyone sits. Ash, you know, if you had to put your artificial money down, who are you most confident will advance to playoffs?
Okay, maybe a little bit of a cheap shot here. A little bit of an easy one for me. I've got my eyes on YFP actually for the upcoming round tomorrow up against TSM. I think that this team, they didn't look necessarily fully in form at the beginning of this season, but I think that they have finally found that synergy. It's a team that I've had a lot of faith in when you look at their players, especially ones that are looking to return back to potentially that tier 1 level like Penny and Stellar and Jake. And I just think that they're looking really good right now. And I don't know. I feel like they have that opportunity to actually take it up against TSM tomorrow.
And it's getting serious because now we're eliminating teams and they're going to have to fight their way through relegation. So let's focus on today's match because yesterday, MORI knocked out our first team into relegation, being Shopify Rebellion Gold, RIP. And they hope to send another one today because today their opponent is Winthrop and Vans. It's going to be a good day. I hope we get to see more collegiate teams come into Challengers too.
Yeah, if anything, it's going to be a good day, definitely for MORI, where yesterday, after their victory with Shopify Rebellion Black, and we had the interview, they were mentioning how they were so confident finally breaking the ice, getting a first dub against such a strong team such as SRG, and that's maybe the momentum, that they needed now to carry this forward and potentially even knock out a second team in a row. And maybe it's just going to be the best lower bracket run that we could actually talk about for one of these teams in MORI.
Yeah, it's just weird to see Winthrop even in this position after how they left off in stage 3 playoffs. Like, this is a really solid roster on paper, but also this is maybe the format was slightly different last stage, but let's look at this roster, Ash, because Ali is going to be playing today. We just got breaking news, and that's their coach, but probably one of the best coaches that could be subbing in.
Yeah, I think that's the thing is normally you would think, okay, coach, well, okay, to be fair, we did see it with Odorous over in VCT and EA as well, like just slotting in as a sub for the team. And it's going to be a similar story here, I think, for Winthrop, because although Jerk, I think, has, great initiator utility to help out his squad, Ali also brings an additional firepower to Winthrop University, previously played for Northwood, alongside, some of the guys on SAD Esports and whatnot, for example. But he is a very flexible player. I think has really great micro-making decisions, previously like meaning the controller. But I am interested to see how he does like look to reprise now and initiator role, because that will probably be the biggest shift, is kind of looking into a role that he hasn't really focused on that much in his competitive past.
If anything, for me, it's unfortunately like I'm not as surprised to see Winthrop University in this position. I may sound like a hater, but at the same time, they have 2 Vietnamese players, and I love Vietnamese players. You guys know me. But apparently at the same time, if you're looking at last season, though, they were like almost at 0-5 and not getting any victories at all when Screwface was actually in the roster and 9 shilling for the team. So to see that they have maybe a little bit of a resurgence with Flair joining into the roster, and maybe Ali could do something different right now, subbing in for today, they still have yet to find that consistency or really the results that proves that they could actually bring on paper. Because again, Infiltrator is such a great duelist, and you have such a great mind around Nasi and how he's able to call, but just overall, it just doesn't seem to click into victories yet for this team.
Well, great transition, Vance, because we wanted to talk all about Infiltrator, that bright spot on this team, the duelist, especially about how well he performed last week against NBG. So Ash, looking at these numbers, I mean, he is involved in so much of the action.
Yeah, he really is. And you do have to give credit over towards, of course, like the initiators on the side of Winthrop University on that regard, right? But it is insane the fact that you even see him in situations where he is able to even clutch up, like surviving a little bit later into that round, being that tip of the spear here as well. And the first blood percentage is on the lower end when you compare it to some of the other kind of top duelists right now. But I think that it's less about his ability to actually find that first pick on the on those first engagements, but the fact that his team is so quick to also, follow up at times. But we do really need to see also a hot start coming out from him, I think, for today's series.
This is where I find it tough as well for a role like Infiltrator. Yes, he's still able to wield between the Jet and the Raze, but not seeing too much of Yoru so far in terms of his agent pool. And I think that's probably the reason why his percentage for entries or first bloods is a little bit low, because they need him to go in. And if he's not able to get a first blood or get a pick, then he's already out of the equation, because he has no escape, right? He's not even playing maps where he's switching over to a chamber and playing aggressive roles with the operator and trying to TP back. He's just literally just charging in and hoping for the best and hoping that the util from his teammates actually hit. So you're asking a lot from the team around Infiltrator first. But again, I feel like despite this being a last-minute addition with Ali joining into the roster, I still think that this could be a pretty decent change, and that can maybe help Infiltrator get more success into his first blood attempts.
Yeah, I'm maybe okay with just the Raze Jet one trick, two trick. If the fundies are there, that seems to be the key word that we want all of our challengers teams to have, is to be able to master one thing before going to so many other agents. But it's important for that duelist to get info consistently. And I'm glad we brought up the initiators earlier, because Vance, it's going to be up to Nasi on these scan agents to do just that for Infiltrator.
Yeah, and overall, I just think that Nasi's, again, as I mentioned before, great IGL, great mind for the game. Very calm and cool and collected when it comes down to these high pressure matches. Again, I'm just thinking about last season where, you know, they're still trying to get their first win, but it's not affecting him if they're losing rounds or whatnot. You're looking at his camera on a timeout. He's just eating a snack and just making sure that they can come back from the timeout and then get a couple of rounds. And he has a very smart brain. This player has been around the scene for quite a long time in the collegiate scene as well. They've been working very hard as well to try to represent Canada into international events in the past as well. So I don't take anything away from this player. I think overall, again, for Winthrop University, they have everything that they need. Is just trying to convert that into a dub, or making sure that every single thing clicks for today. Because sometimes you can have the best reads and the best positioning like I know they could do, but you just got to win your fights. And sometimes it's one of those moments where they just are not able to shoot at all.
Yeah, I think that you have those moments where you're not seeing the spacing there for the side of Winthrop University. Sometimes going for some of those solo engagements, not necessarily going for a lot of that trade positioning. But at the end of the day, this is something where it now locked in at the bottom here, you're going to have to really lock in on those fundamentals. It's an elimination match at the end of the day. Whoever loses today is out and down into that relegation promotion tournament.
And just a reminder of kind of an important accolade that Winthrop have brought it. They're the first collegiate team to be in Challengers. So they're kind of paving the way for other teams in collegiate Valorant who maybe are above or below them to also take a shot at a league like this, because it builds so much of those fundamentals, but also it's great experience. And well, up against our collegiate overlords, though, are our premier princes in Hakikimori, which we saw yesterday against SRG. And Ash, they showed a lot of potential. How does the future of this roster look to you?
I'm actually feeling like there's a bit of a bright light. I feel like, you know, Roy was cooking a little bit last week when he actually voted for Hakikimori. Sure, they weren't able to take the win in that prediction that he had. I think that was up against Ambrosia at the time. But we saw them up against a team in Shopify Rebellion Gold yesterday where they were able to take a convincing series up against them. SRG that had, I think, a lot of expectations on their shoulders. And I thought it was a really sweet interview that we had yesterday with Bowie as well, where he, you know, very like humbly talks about Hakikimori's journey going from Premier into Challengers now and qualifying, the fact that these are all rookie players where they're not able to pull experience and that kind of mentorship that you would normally find on a roster, where there'd at least be like one player or even a coach who can pull a little bit more from that background to help with a bit more guidance. So they're all just kind of new to this competitive experience and learning and growing together. And it really feels like we've seen them come into their own over the last few weeks. You know, it's been a slower start for them, but they honestly looked really lights out yesterday. And we're talking about the fact that Vans, that it seemed like they're kind of a little like mini rankers.
Yeah, they're definitely making me believe. They're definitely making me believe after the humble interview that you mentioned before from Bowie yesterday, but also at the same time the fragging power that Demi actually brings into this roster was impressive. Because yes, we had a head-to-head between like duelists yesterday talking about Bowie versus Joa, but at the same time, it was really Bowie that was activating on those first bloods, but whoever was in the mid-round and closing it out was Demi every single time. And when I talk about these moments where they're going to be mini rankers and you play against Winthrop, and I just mentioned where Winthrop has days where they're just very cold heading into the server, this is a superb opportunity once again. It feels like right now this is 2 games in a row. The first one yesterday where we didn't have Donut for SRG, and this time we don't have a player going into Winthrop University, and you have to play against another sub. So right now the cards are actually turned into the right direction here for Hakikimori to get all these upsets. What are they doing? Are they DDoSing play? No, I'm not going to start that. I'm just kidding, guys. I'm
He's
just
starting
kidding.
the pod. I don't want to be on ready yet. But what was so great about that interview is that they just seem like a team that are playing without expectations, like they have nothing to lose. And I think that pressure not being on them makes it so they could maybe play a little crazy, and that style could be maybe
100%.
hard to go up against. And our MVP Bowie, let's bring up those stats. So lovely to talk to, so respectful, so humble, but also confident. And they're just excited to kind of approach it match by match, Ash.
Yeah, they really are. And okay, to be fair, you know, the first blood stat I know for a duelist doesn't look the best, but again, you have to remind yourselves that this is kind of average throughout this entire stage, not reflective of how well he was playing yesterday and even the match last week as well. And again, it's that fragging power that Vance is talking about, that aggression that we've seen coming out from this team, and Bowie really having those hot starts, opening up a lot of these rounds for Hikikomori to find that ability to even kind of pressure even deeper up against some of these teams. And he looks quite good on the Yoru there as well, so slotting in quite nicely to today's meta.
And Vans, we were just talking about kind of the agent pool that both of our main duelists have, and we said Raze and Jet for an infiltrator, but Bowie is showing us a lot more looks, and I wonder if that's going to have an impact on kind of the wealth of strategy being brought forward by Hikikomori.
Again, I'm just going to be a huge shill around Yoru because I felt like, or I feel that it's when Neon kind of got nerfed here going into the latest patch, going into today's patch, you're definitely supposed to see a lot more Yoru because it just fits quite well into the addition of Teo on top of that. And I still believe that players or teams that aren't really utilizing Yoru to the best of its capabilities or using him overall and just going into the Raze instead because you don't have that skill set for a Yoru, then yes, you could have some decent results, but I don't think you could be as dominant versus a Yoru who has such good mechanic. And Bowie has all of that. So this is going to be very good to watch here now for Hikikomori.
Yeah, and we got to keep our expectations realistic of looking at a team from Premier, but what we would like to see more from Garpa, the initiator. Now comparing that to Nasi, but let's focus in on Garpa, because Ash, that's a lot of pressure coming from Premier to kind of just keep this team organized.
Yeah, it really is for the side of Hikikomori, right? Just having to kind of come in and also just like learning how to IGL for a squad that is so new to the competitive scene, and being that assistance that is needed there for Bowie as well on those entries, typically seeing him on that breach where he's looking to help with that setup, with those fault lines, with those flashes going in, and pairing that with a lot of Kaiser's utility there as well is a lot of responsibility to shoulder here for Garpa. And I think what's really cool about this squad too is the fact that we talked about how Bowie doesn't necessarily always get like the most first kills, but is always making that space. And this team is just so good at least getting those trades when it does go awry for their duelist.
Yeah, and overall, when you're looking at certain IGLs, I'm thinking of just John Cutie, for example, over at Sentinels that went over from a Sentinel IGL to a Initiator IGL, but mostly around the breach and to Teo himself, because he could be centered really around the action to support as best as possible to get the better timing here so that his duelists can get the best value. And I think that's probably why you're seeing good results and good value out of Bowie in this roster, because Garpa could call out whenever the flash is going to pop right away. Like, not only is he going to make the call, but he's going to say, if you're ready, I'm going for right now. And he doesn't have to rely on an extra channel of another initiator having to call it for his team. So I'm liking that the IGL is a little bit more involved within the action and in the calls, and it allows for a team like Hikikomori rather, or just teams in general that utilizes a Teo or breach as an IGL to be a lot more explosive in those moments and more synergized in these explosive moments.
Yeah, and those explosive moments gotta happen on a map. So let's see where everybody decided to go in our pick ban phase. Remember, this is an elimination match. Whoever loses this has to face the gauntlet of the relegation tournament, and it will be Winthrop beginning with a Fracture pick, Hikikomori with Pearl, and Lotus as our final decider. Based on sort of what we saw yesterday, Ash, I mean, Fracture looked good for Hikikomori. How do you feel about this map pool?
I think that this is a pretty good map pool here for Winthrop to start out on. I think that it's not really any surprise that we're seeing them kind of lean into Fracture. There's some recent tape from Hikikomori on how they like to play on Fracture as well. So a confident map there for Winthrop, and the ability to kind of look back and prep against some of those set plays that we saw from Hikikomori yesterday in their game up against SRG, where they had really cool macro ideas, really cool set plays, and I'm looking forward to seeing if Winthrop prep to try and counter a couple of those.
We'll see if we can put our artificial money where our mouth is with our predictions. And to be fair, we put these up without knowing that Ali was going to be playing today, but y'all kind of convinced me that I'm cooking and very alone on the side of Winthrop, who I just kind of went with the experience coin. Vans, what was your pick there for Hikikomori?
Well, I think they just made me believe after watching their playstyle and how good they are in just shooting and trading overall. So if you're looking at pure firepower, it's the reason why I took Hikikomori in that first place. But for Winthrop University, I now with this change from Ali to Jerk, not to take anything away from Jerk, but this could still be a very good 50-50. When we talk about like an Aspas in partnership, Ali for me was the Aspas of collegiate. I remember when I was casting him going into the Red Bull Campus Clutch, and they had a timeout, and every time there was a timeout, Ali was just sitting legs crossed on his chair, closing his eyes and just meditating. So that whenever it was time to like get into the game, even pre-game actually in the green room, he was just sitting like that. So when it was time to go into the game, just opens his eyes, locks in, and just drops bombs against his opponents on land. So that's why I just feel that this player himself is such a good, well, he was playing controller back then. I'll have to see what he's going to play now going into this roster here, but he is such a skillful player for Winthrop University going into this game. So that actually adds a lot of firepower to go against the firepower of Hikikomori.
Yeah, I have to agree with that because he's just a heavy hitter. I think anyone who followed the collegiate scene is probably surprised to see him actually taking a back seat in the coach's booth instead of actually looking to compete right now within tier 2. So I do agree that it makes it a bit of a closer affair because I think he just does bring that additional firepower. Is obviously very familiar with. It's not like you're bringing in a sub where you have to like teach them all of your defaults and your approach to the game. Like he's been there, he's been working on that with the team, which makes a really big difference as opposed to when you're looking to bring a super sub in who's like not integrated into the system at all and completely brand new with it. But yeah, I think that Hikikomori looked insane yesterday. I think even after the interview as well, that kind of even drove my appreciation for them even more because I thought it was really sweet to get a chance to actually get to know Bowie there and get a little bit of a preview behind Hikikomori.
Yeah, and let's get a preview of those agents because we'll, Hikikomori get away with another win against a team playing with a sub, or like there's like some weird curse going on around Hikikomori. But is there going to be a difference in duelists or not? Infiltrator sticking to the Rays, but we got a Yoru from Bowie and Vans. We were kind of expecting that difference.
Yeah, 100%. And my eyes are once again on Demi because he was lights out on that map yesterday against SRG. When we're praising how Bowie was so good, it was mainly on his numbers on split, and he was getting stopped a lot by SRG here on this map, but Demi was the one who was finding superb timings. But I also want to pay attention on the other side here for Ali not playing as smokes because Flair has taken that role when he first joined here into the roster for Winthrop University. But going into the Teo, very simple to utilize as well, still has an iPad to work with as well, so this could work.
Well, this is Winthrop's choice of map on Fracture. We'll see if they can school Hikikomori on it. And to bring you through all the action, it's Marks and Tenric.
Hikikomori lives. That was debatably the biggest takeaway from the final game of last night. And now here we sit 24 hours later, and this team once again has to silence the doubters and survive another day. On the other side, Winthrop University, they've had almost a full week to prepare and are now walking into this game with 4 of their players. Sabotage, destiny, whatever way you want to put it, a road will lead to a team being eliminated today. Marks, I don't know who it's going to be. Really, no one does at this stage, but these teams, they thrive off of instability and a fast-moving meta, which is absolutely what we're walking into today here on Fracture.
I mean, when you're walking in with Tejo, I feel like the fast-moving meta is really what is defining modern Valorant as we see it right now. And I really want to highlight here, like what the desk was talking about with Hakiki really starting to click a lot more after getting some of those matches out of the way, whereas Winthrop University still kind of struggling to figure out their system. And now, as well, having that sub come in, no matter how good Ali is, I mean, you know, it's still all on the table. One of these teams has to get this win, and the other one, unfortunately, is going to be down in relegation. But right off the bat, Winthrop University starting us out on the attack, but it's actually Hakiki Mori doing a lot of scouting outside of B in order to find a lot of information. As Winthrop, they're just going to take that A site nice and free, and looks like we're going to have that 5v5 retake.
Winthrop are expectedly quite optimistic about being able to maintain their offensive angles because so much of it is about Infiltrator and enabling him. And also moves with this wraparound. How about some of that on the CT side? Everyone from Winthrop is getting in on the action for this starting attack, and the post plant is almost a whisper. Hakiki Mori failed his stride to get him even on his site, debatably, and Winthrop will take the first round.
Yeah, I mean, like, you look at the minimap for a second there, and you're looking at where all those X's are, and it's actually the perfect place to get nice and set up. And Winthrop University understand that that's the case. Hey, let's just take the fight to them. Don't even bother to set themselves up, and instead just run right at Hakiki Mori and shut down everything even before it can get started. So an excellent pistol round coming in from Winthrop. And yeah, take a look at this replay. They're just, like, Winthrop is just simply storming in, and Hakiki Mori just weren't any wiser to it. So a lot of, actually, we're seeing a rifle being bought up from Flare. As once again, it's going to be this A site. Winthrop University of going back onto this site.
No reason to stop recycling this until Mori has a stable answer. And after such an easy wraparound occurred last time, and with such a gun disadvantage this second, already Winthrop knows how slowly Hakiki Mori is going to shift to, at least for the next few rounds. With that, they will once again confidently take this A site, reset those smokes, rinse and repeat.
And right now, Ghost is just kind of looking around here. Was really the only vanguard of the A site while the rest of them were on B, but like you said, it was a very slow defensive style from Hakiki Mori. Usually when you see that stack, you want to be a little bit more progressive, but this time around, Hakiki Mori just playing very, very, very safe. I'd be surprised if they storm the site and are honestly just looking to die to the spike here and hopefully catch some of the members of Winthrop University escaping. You can see already that we do have Demi moving all the way around, so it is going to be a little bit of an impact here. Ali takes them out though, and Moves is clearly on the hunt right now.
I actually would have preferred Demi waiting a little bit behind that sheer before moving in, because then Winthrop might have been a little more encouraged to head back to that hall a little earlier than Hakiki Mori may have been willing to kind of collapse on. A simple timing issue that may have gotten you an extra gun, but still, chipping 2 off is really solid there for Hakiki Mori as Winthrop University waltz into round 3. Still pretty unfettered. I expect another at least glimpse at A site to start this out, but who knows?
This is like the rule of Valorant. Okay, we did this twice. Let's go to the other site now. But of course, you're on the defensive side. You're like, oh man, they just hit our site twice. Maybe we should reinforce this one a little bit more. And especially too, given that this is going to be the rifle round coming into this one, Hakiki Mori not exactly in the best economical situation. We're seeing just a couple of light shields being bought up. But already, it's a completely different look. Winthrop University now moving over onto this B site. A lot of that Vise utility here, though, and that could do a good job of at least closing down the door or isolating a couple of these fights here, and it's an excellent first kill from Demi.
Ollie just a little bit behind, but this arcade util dump is what so much of the push is going to be set on this time. Ghost, though, getting to stay put pretty much the entire fight, and the coverage from Hakiki Mori is as consistent as it was last night in this bonus round. Looking to hold on to 4 guns here as Nazi will attempt one more entry through a defensive smoke, but no one is paying attention to him just yet. Still expecting perhaps a piece of the arcade crunch, but as the smoke fades away, that should be re-upped. And so Nazi will try to walk into potentially an off angle. Got 55 seconds to play with. We'll see what he can do.
Probably just going to save the rifle at this point, potentially force out a couple more weapons out of their opponent's hands. But yeah, this round is pretty much done and dusted. Kaiser will potentially be the first one to see them. Never mind, not going to be the case. Oh, yeah, okay, there. Nasi is able to find that kill onto Kaiser, alerts the rest of the team to the presence, and at this point, then Nasi is going to have to back out and try and move positioning a little bit. But This
30
round was
seconds
an
left.
excellent demonstration of what we expected to see from Hakiki This is the reason why they have their defense set up the way that it is. It's very just, you walk into us, we're going to be trading off of one another and completely shut things down because they don't group up necessarily. They just play off the utility and hold all of these different off angles, which the attackers just walk right into.
Yeah, that support system has become mega quick-winded over the past couple weeks. In no short thanks to just the shift that Hakiki has taken on a larger level over the past couple weeks, including their roster shift. But like you said, it all comes down really to just being able to slide in after one of your players is slotted out and covering for each kill. They've been doing that spectacularly since last night. We'll see if they continue that here as Winthrop go for another B crunch, a little more presence in the arcade. They've actually flipped the stacks this time. I appreciate them keeping Ollie and Moobs together. I think that is the right call with this stealth drone able to pass through the shear. Then you're gonna have to use a lot of util to take care of that immediately. At Molly will play for slow, so they will take that arcade presence a little more heartily because of it.
You can see already, there was a chance for Hakiki to push out of A, but fortunately the Vise utility will stamp that one out. Now the infiltration is going to be happening here. Winthrop University actually taking a lot of space. They plant alley really far in deep while the rest of the team actually does retreat. They flushed out a lot of this utility and are now making a double back onto this A site. But with how Fracture is set up, Hakiki should be able to move in here as long as they're able to clear out moves.
But he's played like a ninja yet again and continues to condition the rotation far too early. Hakiki they sense the blood in the water and the aftershock will flush him out, but Bowie on high is still able to find Flare on the way back. And so this drop presence has to be accentuated. Winthrop, they can't just hold on to sight. There is not nearly enough power on it. Nazi able to hold on to the hero rifle though, and is good for two. Should open up the rest of the site for Winthrop itself. Some beautiful coverage to be able to save face and keep so much of your team alive.
Man, what an interesting round there. I mean, when you look at that B site, you see Alley just so far in deep. There's just only a couple of sky smokes still remaining. The rest of Hakiki ready to pounce on them like a mouse. And yet the complete rotation comes around perfectly. And sure, Bowie opens up with an excellent kill. And Nazi, meanwhile, as well as planting the spike, was pinged up with so much utility, got shocked, had the Tejo salvos flying across as well, and still able to just stand their ground, make sure to keep that rifle in hand and go one by one. This is the one gap that Hakiki have to be a little bit careful about, because how they want to play, they tend to split up a little bit more and leave those openings, allowing for those opportunities for that 1v1. And it just takes one of those plays to become painfully aware as Moves took a lot of damage right off the rip.
Yeah, and MORI, they sense that they can try to collapse on this. Ali tries to get in front of it, but Ghost, good sense to go looking. And now Moves is truly sandwiched, which has left B-site remarkably open. But for a post plant that Winthrop have all the perfect util for, they'll have to plan in the pocket for it, though. We'll see if Moves can catch one, but I mean, you're so boxed out. Yeah, Bowie doesn't even need to look.
Spike planted.
Well placed.
And Infiltrator now has the opportunity to move up so far in advance. And the cavalry is here. Sun's come out. Infiltrator still finds two.
That's a rough TP from Bowie. Just got right in front of the shots. Unfortunate lineup given to him. Nice flick from Infiltrator just to prove he still has the skill anyway. And all of a sudden, Hakiki retake doesn't look nearly as strong. Guardian still held onto by Demi, though. Ghost still with that rifle in hand.
Not ready yet.
Make a lot of damage done as long as you get on quick. This spike taken away. Rolling Thunder ready from Nazi is gonna let it fly. Just hold on to this round, and with Ghost stunned away, it's only Demi that's good for one with that one shot on the Guardian, but the Aftershock ready to go on the spike. There is no time left. Nazi gets one more for the road, and Winthrop is up to 4.
Yeah, just an honestly excellent play at the end there. You know, you're down to that 2v2. You know these guys can frag. You got to keep them in control. And so, yeah, let that Rolling Thunder rip. You want to guarantee that you continue to stack these rounds, punish the economy even more, because now we see Hakiki are in a situation where they're not going to be able to buy 2 more consecutive rounds. It was very unfortunate that Bowie was able to find that kill onto Moobs, because Moobs does such a good job of applying that pressure onto the back line, where you can tell that Hakiki have to be always guessing their backs when they want to play that retake. And so that's why we saw the investment from Hakiki really just trying to take that completely out of the equation. But it's thanks to some heroics from Winthrop that they win yet again. And this time around, utility ready to go, the stealth drone moving in, and the infiltrator is flying through, but already down.
Good immediate stopper, so now Winthrop will have to already change course, but this is something you gotta respect about their attacking side, is that they're just trying so much so early that they have all the time in the world to experiment with new things. Of course, experimenting is not what I'd call a 3v5 with a minute to go, but go off, I guess. Only one channel to attack from. Hakiki Mori know exactly where Winthrop is, at least for the moment. But they don't want to use any util extra to check again, so they'll still let some people over to B site and make sure that all the bases are covered. That'll give Winthrop at least an opening onto the hallway, potentially an orb with the plant. But there's no way they win this fight, surely, right?
Never say never. Now, it should be pretty clear to Hakiki Mori that they will be planting over here. They're going to be going through, and actually Bowie already ripping the dimensional drift, trying to scout everybody out here as the reinforcements are going to be coming through. The defender's ready to go.
Trying to see where everyone scatters off to. Boo's just going to get on site, and it's isolated flare through the smoke. Ollie will get back soon enough to trade it early on, but the rest of Hakiki already here to go. Nazi for 2, Nazi for 3 to hold on to this and make it a 1v1. But Demi well positioned to save the day for Hakiki Mori. Only one standing, surely 4 too few in my eyes, but they get the job done. They get it to 2.
Hakiki Mori, at first, are just like, oh, we got to keep this moves guy in check. We got to make sure that moves isn't doing anything too crazy. But consistently, Nasi just on the site, usually the person who plants the spike down and then is stuck in that weird, like, well, I can't really escape right now because if I walk out, everyone's going to be there. And yet still somehow secures 2 or 3 kills on that post plant, making it such a winnable situation for Winthrop University, especially with a little bit of this rough start. And just like that, I mean, you know, it was a very close round. And then, of course, on the other side, it was Demi, the person who has been sharp at just finding those headshots with the Guardian, who wins the battle up onto Nasi. And now things are starting to very clearly get a lot more competitive. Hakiki Mori, they're spreading out their defense just a little bit more, trying to catch some of those weird rotations that we've seen Winthrop University do round after round. This time, though, it's going to be the Garden ready to go, and, well, it's going to be the rocket out.
Guaranteed entry. An infiltrator will even find Demi. Good homework that Winthrop's been doing, understanding that Hakiki Mori will still hold close even when there's threatening ults. Now in Armageddon, on top of this arcade push, WU want to guarantee this one channel of access to get onto the B site. And in fact, they'll choose to extend into Canteen and mid off of that. Nazi going crazy in the kill feed. In addition, now a late steal Garden from Hakiki Mori in reaction, but Infiltrator doesn't care. He's got the Sheriff. He can still grab one before falling, and Winthrop is still infected this entire map. Now a defensive Armageddon to try to flush them out, but there's nobody from Hakiki Mori to actually connect to it, except the Teo himself. Kaiser able to at least chip away one, but Ollie and Flare still left standing. Hell, there's an orbital strike you can throw it in the mix here. This is such a mess of a round from both teams.
In the chaos, I mean, it's such a good call from Winthrop University. They're like, everything's popping off over there. What if we just went over to the other site and got that spike down nice and easy? And that's exactly what they do. And so now Kaiser in such a difficult position. Salvo's back online at least to clear out one of these angles, but Winthrop are nice and stacked up.
Do you place these salvos pre or post tap? Wow, a huge dry check from Kaiser.
Oh my
this
goodness.
is major. There's the salvos. Oh, this is so early. Easy catch for one for Kaiser. Now you put the salvos on the outside where you know they're coming from. Kaiser's playing Teo. He can track that stuff. Great salvo to get in front of it. Can Kaiser surf these shots? There's no time, surely.
No way.
He almost dodges the headshots, Ollie. Ooh, buddy, you might have to give it your coaching license if you missed that last one. 5-2 here for Winthrop out of the skin of their teeth.
If anything, Tedrick, I feel like you get your coaching license if you missed that one. That's the reason why you're like, this is why I sit behind the desk now.
Get me back out of this 5, bro.
Yeah. And I'm good now. But down to the wire, once again, such a smart play coming in from Winthrop University here to go for that rotation amidst all of this chaos, amidst all these 1v1s. They're going on to the site, and then Kaiser, just with all the confidence in the world, like you said, went for so many of those dry swings just to clear things out, staying completely hidden the entire time, allowing for the 1v1, and then really almost winning out that round. But alas, Winthrop University, 5-2. It's going to be a save for Hakiki Mori here. Gonna have 3 shares, but look at this. Uh-oh, Ali spotted a lot of them, has one more bullet. Will double dip, and now will purely back out of this one.
Great distraction. That'll get the rest of Winthrop even easier access to A site. Oh yeah, just go for it. Again, on top of the flash. Still gets a majority of the damage done, but at least Bowie can choke this out. Still, Winthrop have complete control over the A site, and this one lone coach was surely just the signal flare. As we'll get the spike down very cleanly and plainly. Vice util up the wazoo. We should be good.
We should be. But this is Valorant. Never say never, you know?
Don't. How do you... Okay.
I just look for my opportunities
You
and then I
gotta
take
stop, man.
You're right. That was so last season. But this is like a very characteristic playstyle of Winthrop University that we've seen them on this attack thus far. They go out, and then you see a little bit of noise over here, and then we see this massive rotation to the other site, usually heralded by moves completely exploring the map, taking control of so much. While on Hikikomori, they like to just kind of move in together as a squad onto one of these individual sites, which is leaving a lot of openings that Winthrop University have just been taking complete advantage of. And this is the reason why we're seeing them have such easy times going for those plants. The only time we've really seen the Hikikomori defense work extremely effectively is when Winthrop University walked into the site that a majority of the players were set up and ready to go and shut them down. When we get into a little bit more of that uncertain territory with Winthrop University controlling a majority of the map, we see Hikikomori going for these weird plays or trying to take space in weird ways, and they just kind of get punished from Winthrop.
I think Hikikomori were watching this fracture from, or excuse me, Winthrop were watching this fracture from Hikikomori and noticing how big this map was despite Hikikomori's fantastic reaction time. Clearly trying to get an understanding of how much room they can get away with taking, and apparently the answer is quite a bit. That's a nice shot from Bowie, who has been continuing to, while not be the top frag of the team, still be one of the most impressive duelists out of the lower side of this Swiss. Yeah, show me that again. Yeah, that was great. That's crisp.
One more time for the people in the back. But no, like, once again, it's exactly like you said. Winthrop University, they feel like they've got so much space on this map and are relatively going uncontested on a lot of it. Meanwhile, Hikikomori, like, every single time they have to play one of these retakes, it feels like they have to be so cautious about turning every single corner. And as a result, they lose a lot of their utility in just clearing space that they just more or less gave up for free. It's as soon as they get that signal from Winthrop University, we see the full rotation go over. And Rolling Thunder start us out here as Infiltrator goes in deep.
MORI should know that Infiltrator's heading up mid. Yeah, Demi's going to shut that down quick. They've seen this story before. And Winthrop, they will scurry back immediately. But again, MORI should get an easy read on this. This is one of the most obvious macros we've seen Winthrop execute so far this game. And MORI have it telegraphed. 60 seconds to go, though. It's got to be decisive. It's got to be clean. And with somebody from MORI in Ghost still watching this B line, Winthrop know that they have to be clean with this. Moobs will get the first angle on the drop, though, and Bowie will fall.
Now we get to see them set up afterwards. Rolling Thunder coming in. The salvo just a little bit late. Almost felt like a bit of mistiming with that utility. As Nasi is finally taken down here. So it is just a 3v3 now.
Salvos to play keep away as the spike will get that puppy guard. And Hikikomori forcing an early cycle of this util. That's pretty solid, but they'll head through the sand door. They've got a lot of clearing to do and not too much time to do it with a WU squad that's already respread out on the site. Demi, though, bulldozing through this hallway, almost continues to, but Ollie luckily holds it down and just holds the spray for good measure so that Moobs can find a proper angle. It'll only leave one standing, but it was an unstable round to begin with from Winthrop, so they are glad that they could carry it away.
And we're seeing just pure experience come through from Ali there. I think that was an excellent example. All right, you know that Moobs is looking one way. I'm just going to turn around. I am so aware that people are going to be coming in from the other side. We could just take the 1v1, or I could make sure that they can't just enter in onto the site and completely shoot at their backs. It was just such good understanding. This is a clip right here in order to make sure that they don't move in for free, and it completely shuts Hikikomori down. And so we're moving closer and closer to that half. Winthrop University are not showing any signs of slowing down. It's up to Hikikomori to have just a better control of this map because they're giving up so much of the space. Moobs is getting so much for free, and it's completely ruining them round after round.
Of course, we can expect that same high caliber speed coming from Hakikimori's attack when we swap sides, so they just need to maintain that resolve. That being said, this is the side they chose to start on, so wondering how momentum carries for them going from here.
Ooh.
Easy smoke opening. MORI know what they have to do for this, and Ghost will find a lucky pot shot to be able to at least stunt this as blows are traded, but damage not fully into a life. Here's another wraparound from Moobs, just in time for your conditioning to have been lost. Now Winthrop can fully execute the invasion, and Demi does pick up a surprising amount along the way, so a 2v2 now of all things for this Winthrop post plant. Demi super low, so a single blip takes him out, but the orbital strike will not cover all of sight, and there's no clean way to fully press onto this as one. So Ali gets the easy 1v1 subsequently to Moobs. 8-2 now for Winthrop.
I was gonna say, we do have that orbital strike online for Hakikimori, but is this really gonna be the round to do it, especially when you're so low HP? Demi decides to go for it anyways, tries to take a little bit of space, but Winthrop University, once again, just in that post plant. Ali's still alive, Ali's still holding these angles. He's able to do so much, but it just feels like every single wheel on this Winthrop University team is spinning to maximum effectiveness right now. Even when Moobs is not taking space, Moobs gets an effective flank. The rest of the squad are moving in. Their post plants are looking phenomenal. They've got so much utility to stall things out thanks to that Tejo. Hakikimori are having a very difficult time trying to get anything done here. And sure, Infiltrator goes down, but that hasn't stopped the Winthrop yet.
And this should still open things up. Luckily, Kaiser's mollies are here nice and early, so it is probably Bowie that just stands alone, but Winthrop execute a full util assault onto the site itself, and Ghost cannot survive the flush. Now is Steel Garden for good measure, and Kaiser will choose to still fight this to a degree. Now he's just gonna peek it to make sure that nobody from Winthrop gets too greedy, but even still, we're slowly but surely creeping into mid as the spike continues to tick down. Hakikimori already only concepts of a retake plan, and those are already running slim. Nazi is checking flank like 3 times a day. No one's even there. He's using all his util, and it literally doesn't matter. Hakikimori really don't have anything to offer, unfortunately, to this retake. It'll be a 9-2. We'll see if Bowie can carry a gun away. No, he'd rather save his own. I understand it, buddy.
Got the nice Ion skin, though, so might as well walk away with that one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing the chase come through right now. Bowie should still be able to stay alive, should be aware of where everybody is coming in, but this is looking, oh no, Valorant timing. Oh no, Valorant timing strikes again. But it's just, this looks so different compared to what we saw Hakikimori doing yesterday. It just feels like they're just getting caught off guard every single time. Winthrop University, they're going for, you know, first of all, on their execute, they're just going for the full util dump if they need to just force their way into one of these sites, and it forces Hakikimori to completely back up, and then Winthrop University do an excellent job at setting themselves up on these post plants. They're getting away with getting the spike down so easily that it's forcing Hakikimori to play this retake into an excellent post plant from Winthrop University. And I think that that really comes down to how this comp is built, especially going for that race to be a lot more aggro up into your face and relying on pretty much every single other agent to clear the entire site open. But still, Winthrop University, this has been a very dominant attacking half for them thus far.
Infiltrator throwing himself at the fight is not a new idea for Winthrop University.
No.
While he's been one of the best openers in the game, he's also one of the most, he's also one of the people that dies first the most in Challengers so far. And that is not unintentional. Infiltrator plays mock intel a lot of the time because Winthrop University's comps are so intel light a lot of the time. Most of this just comes from your flash on the other side of a wall and a stealth drone. And so Infiltrator just tossing himself into a site and understanding how much util you need to unload in order to guarantee it, that's enough for a meta as fast moving as this, especially when the rest of your team is able to carry it back. That being said, I would still say Hakikimori has been beating Winthrop University on the moment-to-moment, quote-unquote, fundies. The problem is, a defense on this map just doesn't facilitate that. Infiltrator gets inside on the showstopper yet again on top of a Steel Garden, cares not, Ghost falls first, and MORI continues to get boxed out. As the ultimate expires, so do to MORI's chances of being able to take this preventatively. So now Bowie has to ultimate to try to go for the retake, but Winthrop continues shuffling through kill after kill, and fights are simply not being won. I talk about fundies one time and no one hits their shots. Lucky me. Half is over. We'll see if Hakikimori can bring it back on the attack with this Yoru.
Oh, it's really not looking good. This is a very steep hill to climb. You're going 2 to 10 on the half. And now you got to do, well, 10 more in order to get yourself onto match point if you are Hikikomori. Winthrop University, though, they look just so confident. It feels discombobulated coming in from Hikikomori. Once again, we're going to be able to watch them swap around. Now they're going to be on the attack, and we do know that Hikikomori do like the attacking side, but it feels like there's just a disconnect of utility coming through. You know, the Steel Garden going, as soon as we see the showstopper fly off, then nobody wants to advance in onto the site, even though that should be your go sign. It feels not well put together, and this teamwork is really what's going to carry them if they want to face a team like Winthrop University that has a lot of these reps going in on, you know, running scrims, working on communication, working on strategies, and it's really just, it feels like a difference in preparation from these two squads on this map.
Couldn't agree more. It's really, I mean, the experience diff really does show to a degree here in Winthrop. They just look very well practiced on this map. And even with Ollie, their coordination is still very clear. Just goes to show how much these guys listen to their staff. Hikikomori do some great space making onto the B site as expected, but Winthrop still choosing to fight this moves. A brave execution to at least take one along with him, but damage might be too done here. Ollie, nice peek out to the right click, and Kaiser will not choose to re-up. Not enough intel to back up off of it, but Demi can probably pretty confidently just walk past this smoke, especially after those salvos are deployed. Not too much risk after that. Nazi in the 1v2 to take MORI to an early grave in their first pick, and that's a great start after shock for the post plant. Now the fault line to pressure where he knows Demi is, so that Kaiser is also pressured while on low health. Molly will force the left side swing, knows where he's looking. Nazi now down low. It's up to Kaiser to save the round for Hikikomori. But Nazi is not done yet, knows that these salvos are ready to go again. He has to win this fight, and so Kaiser, knowing that too, also on the move, trying to get to a place he knows Nazi can't backdoor. But that's handed Nazi spike and site itself. He'll hear the tap, so the salvos will be forced to come in, but from where? No, Kaiser doesn't reveal himself. Instead, just forces the dry stall. A great mental game to guarantee the round for Hikikomori with one standing.
Oh, it was honestly just a game of cat and mouse between those two players at the very end there. Like you were talking about, we expect to see the salvos. As soon as you hear that spike get tapped, it's like, all right, we're going to see those guided missiles coming through. Nothing happens. Nazi is on the site, like, hold up a minute, where are those salvos at? Okay, I guess I can just stick it, which opens up the perfect opportunity then for, you know, just to walk in and get that defuse onto the site. So all things considered, a very strong start for Hikikomori. They have to keep this up, though, if they want to continue moving things forwards, and their buy is going to reflect that. We're seeing a rifle in the hands of Demi, who has been shooting heads pretty effectively here. But let's see how they want to go. We know that Hikikomori, they like to play a little bit more slower before letting all chaos run loose onto these sites. Let's see if that's exactly how they want to play the second round.
Last night's Fracture was by far Demi's best map of the season so far, and his raw understanding of it carried so much of that weight, just knowing exactly when to intercept and when to respect.
Not ready yet.
So far, Winthrop hasn't had to do a whole lot of respecting, though. On the defense here for the retakes, that very well may change. We saw time and again the smokes continue to be the sole arbiter of boxing out the opponent, and it became a game of hearing out what was used along the way so you know what you're walking into. But Hikikomori in particular are also very fond of holding on to their kits, making sure they have as much as possible post-plan.
Here we go. We're seeing that util dump onto that B site, so everyone from Winthrop are going to be moving in. Keep in mind, Ali is going up top, but it will get caught with some of that utility there. So Hikikomori should be aware of what is going on. The utility coming in here, but Garpa's still able to stay alive.
Certainly be watching. Ollie walks in. Demi already undercut. Makes it there early. Couple advantages that Hikikomori can work with, but Winthrop University have actually smoked out a decent chunk of these visions, and they know exactly where to look. Fights are taken well, but not with the right guns. Infiltrator, though, able to do-see-do with this Sheriff, and now has a three-piece for himself in 1v2 to try and find a little bit more in this follow-up round that could be so important to seal it going forward. Boombot will guarantee Bowie's position temporarily, but Demi is still unfound and unfettered. Easy cleanup there for the remainder of Hikikomori to take this to a 4-10 game.
Yeah, it is an easy cleanup at the end there, but they still lose 3 members in the middle of all of that. And that's not exactly great for your economy. It felt like Hikikomori, like we've talked about, when we see them thrive, it's because they're individually holding all of these different angles and they're effective at taking out their person that they're looking at the most. But that still also, once again, allows these 1v1s to actually occur. We're not seeing a lot of double swings together, and that's why we're seeing Hikikomori lose every now and then when it comes to these 1v1s, because sure, they're excellent aimers, but Winthrop University, these players are nothing to sneeze at either. So not an ideal round for them. They've decided to buy up as well. The stealth drone should reveal Boobs' location. Utility coming in, but Boobs somehow is able to slither away and get right back in. So that's going to be huge, because that allows all this Vi's utility to stay online if we do see Hikikomori moving onto that B site.
A raw chase down that doesn't even exit the smoke, and so Hikikomori, they have to go window shopping for site A instead. That guarantee that they have cleaned up nothing of Winthrop's side here on B site, including what they know will be all of that Vice util. Now A looks a whole lot more appetizing. Winthrop will begin their rotation, but Bowie's lurk has found Moobs' wraparound. The conditioning is now backfired for them, at least on this defensive half. A bonus already in their visage, but it requires a little more patience. As 45 seconds to go, it seems like we'll waver back over to B site, where it's still a little more heavily populated. Infiltrator ready with this backdoor against the Sheer as well. Arguably, Ghost will have to act pretty fast, but the sandwich could be inevitable if Hikikomori don't get in on this fast. Arcade presence will be read, given away, telegraphed, whatever you want to call it. They know what's happening. Flare early peek out before the smokes go down, and yet again, Hikikomori is stunted. 4v4, Infiltrator will make the call to get through, and Ghost now looking behind him. Now that stare presence has to get denied. Paint shells to open it up, flushed right into Nazi's open arms, but he'll open himself up out of canteen smoke. Hikikomori get a couple easy frags because of it, and the scrappy fight leads to a 2v2 as 10 seconds to go here. Kaiser huge whiff. Demi has to save the day, and with 5 seconds to go, Winthrop can just play keep away. A smoke, no longer a playground for Demi, simply a death sentence. No time available. Winthrop will take their 11th round in one of the strangest ways possible.
Yeah, one of the strangest ways indeed. I mean, I think that we're starting to see a little bit of that inexperience from Hikikomori shine through more. It was so weird. I mean, they took the spike all the way over to Satellite, and yet we still saw two of their members hanging out onto the B site, being Bowie and Ghost. And so they make the call to move all the way back around, despite the fact that that A site should have been able to be taken. But it's just the hesitation that we're seeing from this squad that allows Winthrop University enough time where some of those advantages about surprising your opponent get completely lost, and then suddenly Winthrop University will be able to set themselves up to play that retake a lot more effectively. And so Hikikomori, I mean, they're trying to play smart, they're trying to play slow, they're trying to play off of the information that's presented to them, but it kind of bit them in the butt that time around, and really allowed Winthrop University a fairly easy round, one that they shouldn't have gotten as easily.
Who's next?
Yeah. You cannot waste that kind of time again. And so Bowie will waste none. Getting onto this A site with the dimensional drift and just getting right into Infiltrator's face, forcing him away, mogging him off of the site. Hikikomori will use that one ultimate and completely take over exactly how they should execute. Winthrop left with table scraps to try to re-execute. Infiltrator with this outlaw will try to find an early angle, as Hikikomori has been a bit mistimed with their smokes. But Demi's low and early. So easy pickup there. Nothing doing for Winthrop's counter push this time around, and it will be a 5-11 game.
And I was a lot more impressed with how Hikikomori played that one. I mean, you know, maybe this is something to be said about the fact that their weapons weren't as good coming into this round, so they were forced to play together. But when they just kind of went in with those stingers in hand, they were able to just take out Winthrop University, look at them wrong way. But more importantly, there were multiple people moving in together, which pretty much guarantees them able to properly find those kills without potentially losing those 1v1 scenarios. So excellent job from Hikikomori as they get yet another round. Once again, we're seeing them be a lot better on this attack, but they still have their work cut out for them. Demi is really starting to heat up here, but we got to see the other members start to go as well. Once again, very chaotic on these site executes, but that's what we expect to see when you're bringing in that Tejo into this composition. It's really just dump all the utility into the kitchen sink and hope something sticks here. Kaiser coming in with the Armageddon on this round as well.
A good opener that could let Demi get that orbital strike as well, and so MORI can go for that ult shuffle that they've had to in order to restabilize a couple times so far this game, which funnily enough speaks against the frugality that we lauded them for on their previous attacks. Certainly a lot more self-preservatory on the defense. That perhaps may be why they faltered a little bit more on it. But now, with that gun advantage, with that Armageddon to open us up, it will be Winthrop University that are forced to press the issue and do some extra double checking. The stealth drone will at least catch Bowie's face, but that speaks to nowhere other than where one member of Hikikomori is, soon to be more.
And it's such an excellent trap that is being set up here, but it could be completely undermined. Finally, the reinforcements are here. People are going to be spotted out, and with the aftershock going, they're still holding for a second, but now all the utility flies through. Infiltrator already down, and Hikikomori are looking for more.
Caught on the peak. Kaiser, unfortunate back and forth here with the util open up, but Hikikomori are going to take it and run with it. Armageddon on top. It's actually defensive to try to stave it off, but might be too little too late here as, yeah, Moves is now the only one standing, and Hikikomori, they still have a little bit to hold on to. Hell, Garpa hasn't even used a flash yet.
Spike planted.
A good attempt to sort of meet it early. It was Winthrop that again, were using more of the util. It's just Infiltrator got caught on that first peak, and no one could confidently re-peek that after that, even though Kaiser was literally standing in the open.
Yeah, honestly, it did feel like a little bit of a gun diff coming through. I mean, on top of that, too, you could tell Winthrop University weren't really expecting all those members of Hikikomori to be there. And that's probably why we saw the Armageddon get invested on that round. Because, you know, oh, if there's a couple of there, okay, that's fine. But then as soon as more members are spotted out, you see the call be made. Ali lets it go. And unfortunately, it's a little bit too late because everyone is just running, or everyone from Winthrop University has already been taken out by Hikikomori's attack. So this is going to be the round that I think we're going to see Winthrop University invest heavily here. We have two ultimates coming in, Vise as well as Raze. And those are excellent tools just to, well, first of all, take somebody out completely and then make it a lot easier for the retake, a lot easier to take those 1v1s that we know Hikikomori are going to give Winthrop University. And on top of that, too, if they lose this round, Winthrop University, their economy goes back into a save mode, and suddenly this comeback is starting to look a lot more real.
Showstopper out from Infiltrator to try to press early on this defense. The first time that Winthrop has gone for that A-Hall rush down, funnily enough. But a perfect time to, as they've been able to trade 1 for 2. And now force MORI to completely recheck all of this. That will waste at least 1 flash, unless MORI play like rankers, which, to be fair, they have been quite a bit. First peek, yep, Ghost is just gonna walk into it. Sure, dude, I respect it. That'll waste a Sun Nade, and now comes the util trade that we all know and love. Meanwhile, the rest of Winthrop University, they're watching to make sure no one else gets a little scary. Bowie's first flash tossed in from the other side will alert that sight line, but doesn't make you win the fight. Ghost and Bowie each get theirs, and now Nazi has to try to refight it. But Garpa has it covered. Everyone on MORI works that man-to-man defense they were holding off for. And they are straight on the road to a 7-11 as long as Moves doesn't clutch up. He won't.
Man, I mean, Winthrop University, they really just tried to force the issue there. It started out as a confidence play that we saw them doing earlier, but now it's just coming off as not that good. I mean, I guess that's every single confidence play when you think about it. Oh, look at this. This could have been a bad idea, but I made it a win, and suddenly this looks really cool. But we're seeing Hikikomori just be a little bit more disciplined with how they go here. It was an excellent start. The Showstopper finds its purchase. Ali is able to take Kaiser out as well. And things are looking good for the start of this round. But then Winthrop University, they really try and force that fight on A and end up losing it, which Hikikomori, they were nice and slow, waiting for Winthrop to feel a little bit uncomfortable before they decide to engage. And so we're seeing Winthrop University back onto a save. 2 ultimates still online. Moves now down under Arcade to try and take a little bit more space here. Fault line is going to be coming out here. Vise wall is up, and well, it should be pretty clear to Winthrop at this point where Hikikomori want to move in.
Sheer has been activated on north side T as well, so Hikikomori could rotate back if they want to, but they also know how far back that Sheer is. Okay, yeah, now that they've heard that, they will try to scurry back and outrun Winthrop, however hard the stack is on the north side. Turns out it is actually quite heavy, but they don't know that. They have to do all this re-clearing up Hall and so on and so forth. So Winthrop will be able to meet them at the issue halfway. Hopefully. We'll see, though. Are smoked out, so They do have to take their sweet time, and of course, the gun diff is the gun diff. Orbital strike on site itself, one more guarantee that MORI feels they need. Salvo to box out. That'll make Flare unable to fight at all. Infiltrator, of course, is going to get his. Paint shells in a default spot to pressure out Demi, who still survives, though. And now we're able to infect site. From here, should be able to carry into the round. Ollie will take one down on the way out. Still at full health. Still 8 nade available. Still pretty damn good at the game. That's one more gone, leaving just 2 alive to give MORI now a 3-round gap. But they're playing catch-up.
Yeah, got a bullet into Bowie as well. Like, oh man, getting a little scared. The coach is looking pretty good on the team right now. But yeah, Winthrop University, they're really struggling on the defense. Both of these teams look so much stronger on attack. And now, like, you know, something that we really highlighted, moves for earlier, being so good at taking map control, tries to go for something, immediately gets caught out and taken out. And I mean, at this point, Winthrop University, it almost feels like they need to take the engagement to Hakiki MORI. They need to be moving in and taking this advantage. Otherwise, Hakiki MORI, they're just going to systematically eliminate the members one by one. That's a lot of information here as the swing comes through.
All ready to beat Courtyard fight. Now as aggressive as it was on the hallway, and Winthrop yet again will win out early. And now they'll just try to fully encapsulate. Oh man, they've just fully crunched. Armageddon will guarantee that they are in this one little nook. And WU will just fire away at it until they kill everybody, which will be now. But it takes everybody except one from Winthrop. So still ultimately a risky, very expensive play coming from them, though it does get them to the finish line. Now they just got to cross it. 4 ults in their way, 4 rounds in their way, some light armor, some tough buys. Winthrop, the match is not over just yet.
No. I like what we saw come through from Winthrop. Yeah, of course we're going to be seeing the timeout. But, you know, it makes sense from Winthrop University. I liked what we saw from them. They decided to be a little bit more aggro, move out there, at least take a lot more of the space. So if you don't find anybody from Hakiki MORI there, then you have a better idea as to where this attack is going to be going, and you can be ready to receive it with your utility and being able to set people up for that one. So very just progressive attack there. And honestly, it's so funny because at the end, it really just came down to a death match almost. Everyone used all their utility. We're all just clearing corners, dipping around left or right and trying to find those kills. But Winthrop University now 1 round away from getting this map under their belts. And in the little corner here, we actually have Shopify up against Nightblood Gaming. And it looks like Nightblood have the lead thus far, 11-7. Pretty similar to this map, honestly. Kind of funny how that works.
Yeah, Shopify also with a new 5th in the mix too, picking up Monsi arguably like today. So still trying to stabilize off of that fun story against a Nightblood Gaming that continues to look better and better and better across this split. 2 great teams. Definitely check that out if you have the RAM and the monitor and or this game is about to finish. We'll see if Hakiki MORI... well, yeah, the timeout has been called, so a mental reset, a playbook opening. What does Hakiki MORI have to offer into this follow-up round? Already Ollie a bit close to this, and Bowie's just going to get right on top of it. That's a way to get a frontal assault going. A smoke to box out the rest of the hall entry, though, so still a lot of clearing to be done on the side of MORI. That being said, a lot of preventative play already from Winthrop University. They are dumping a lot of this. That shows the respect they have for not only the timeout, for the team in general. Garba getting behind it, leading to a potential 2-way street that Hakiki MORI can facilitate on top of the Rolling Thunder 2. That'll carry away 2 more. Very well placed in tandem by Hakiki MORI, and now they can just trade their cares away. Infiltrator left to a crisp of health. Aftershock will force him down. There's your first fight. There's your last fight of the round. 9-12.
You know what, Hakiki MORI, if you don't have a tagline, maybe weathering the storm feels appropriate, because we're seeing Winthrop University always just dump all this utility and stuff like that. And Hakiki MORI, they literally just hit that crouch button and hold their angles. They just wait it out, obviously moving out of the way from a lot of that damage there. But this was what confused Winthrop University on this round. They thought with all that utility, surely they would have forced that retreat or forced the advancement forwards, but instead, Hakiki MORI were in the midst of it, all stunned up, all flashed up, and still just hung out to catch Winthrop off guard. And we actually saw this happen a couple of times on Hakiki MORI's defensive half. The difference was Winthrop University moved in on that utility in order to take them out. So it looked completely different. turns around when they're playing defense, though. So a very fast, a very easy plant, or not quite, because ultimates are going to be online. Garp down.
Yeah, able to shuffle through quite a bit even on this save round, so MORI have to do the re-clearing. Luckily, Kaiser with the gun diff is still able to do a whole lot of it. 2v3 even still, though, and now, yeah, hey, another moves wrap around. Look at that. So it is Demi alone on the site. Orbital strike on the vents to at least give himself a little bit of space to stall out this steel garden that's just been placed on top of him. But, I mean, this is a good old-fashioned 1v3. Don't even got to touch him. That'll be the round and the game for Winthrop University. Fracture will be theirs by just a 4-round differential. MORI making a nice cry on their own attacking side, but that is clearly the stronger one. Winthrop University stronger overall, and now up 1-0.
Yeah, it's just so annoying. I think that ending there really highlights how a lot of Valorant has been being played at this point. A lot of utility just kind of being dumped through, and you're hoping to just reposition people. And of course, you know, MORI looked phenomenal on their attack. The Yoru was really working out for them. We're seeing Bowie get a lot more value than what we saw Infiltrator kind of do on that raise there. But unfortunately, it's not enough to get there. It is an interesting pick that they decided to start things out on the defense, but both of these teams were fantastic on their offense. It's just that Winthrop University, they started on the right side. They made that 10-2 half happen, and it was just easy from that point on.
We asked if MORI has an identity. We said, hey, maybe they're just better. Maybe they're the mini rankers. But what happens when you're not just better? Winthrop gets to stick to their own identity. We'll see if they continue that in map 2 after this short break.
Well, it's insanely different. The competition like rose triple. I feel like that we've only been together for like a month, and that's like as soon as Premier's like playoffs started, we won it, and we were just in Challengers, so we only had a month to prepare. And, like the level of difficulty is a lot different. Like it's so much harder to get kills, and like the whole entire objective of the game changes. But our first week against M80, it was a lot harder, I would say, because it was nerves and everything. But our second week against Blue Water, I would say that it was a lot closer. And that short amount of span, I think we got a lot better. So this week against Ambrosia, we're hoping to turn that around. Key factors. So the key factors to the team's success is just not making any mistakes, but also just working together as a team and keeping our communications really good, because I feel like that's one of our most lackluster like features as a team. But besides that, we just need to make less mistakes, and I think we start winning these games. Well, you can expect from me. My name is Abu2 for some reason, but it was changed to Demi recently. You can expect from me that I'm gonna keep playing. Last week I had a really good game against Blue Water. I'm planning to keep riding momentum. I've had a change in my role a little bit. And then for the team, just don't count us out yet. We're getting a lot better every week, and against Ambrosia, we're hoping to win out because we got that much better in that short amount of time.
Wow, 13-9 in favor of Winthrop. A scoreline I wasn't expecting after a 10-2 start. Guys, I don't know. You got to defend your predictions at this point, Vance. I'm going to put you on the spot. What happened?
Yeah, it's fine. Winthrop University's match
It's
taking was
fine.
good, right? It's all good. It's all par for the course, and then we'll see what happens in the next two maps because this is going to go to a third map in the series. But joking aside, I just find that both teams in terms of the composition just normally we're going to have a good attack side no matter what because both of them are playing with a little bit of a vice, right? So it's hard for you to try to get that early information on your defensive side to know where the hit's going to be coming from. So you kind of have to start guessing into, do you want to go for crunches? Do you want to play a little bit more passively? And for the side of Hikikomori at the very beginning, they were definitely going to be a lot more reactive at that in that sense. And once they realized where the hit was coming from, there were so many over rotates, which allowed moves to get so many backstab flanks going in from arcade into the defender's spawn to get all these kills and the results here to not allow Hikikomori to get as many good defensive rounds as they could. And that's also been, unfortunately, their demise going into the last round. That's what won Winthrop University the game on Thrifty. A super late alert that came back from arcade after everybody was trying to go for their retake on the side of Hikikomori on a 2v2 when they had better guns. And then you saw the alert come through from moves, easy headshot, boom, they finished towards the end with a 13-9 victory.
Yeah, he had a lot of impact there, right? But I don't want to take away from the fact that, yeah, it ended off the half 10-2 in favor of Winthrop University, but you also have to give Hikikomori the credit of being able to almost make us believe in a little bit of a potential comeback into that second half, taking it to this 13-9 loss, which is a far cry, you know, being able to get those 7 rounds in that second half. And a big part of that were the reads that they were able to adjust, at least on the attacking side, looking much stronger for them, where they anticipated a lot of those fast flood retakes that Winthrop were trying to go for, and were able to kind of just counter util them really nicely in that post plant and not allow them to actually flood out in that site and to stop them in their tracks at those choke points. I would like to see more of that on the side of Hikikomori, but yeah, you got to give credit to how clean Winthrop played there in that first half on the attacking side.
Definitely, both teams had different approaches on their attack side. With Winthrop University, the WinCon was seeing how moves are so good on the lurks, but for the side of Hikikomori, staying as a group. So when they're playing for fights to take over a control, or they're playing on the pulse plan for the holds, there are always 3 or 4 players all together, and nobody's going on these lurks. So they trust, again, that mini ranker style that they could fight and trade ASAP and counteract with those big ults that they had. If you look at the side of Hikikomori, that Yoru from Bowie had so much value, and the 2 ults that he's had on the attack side for them to crunch in and take over the A site. So I gotta say, good 2 different approaches, but because of that solo alert coming through from Winthrop University, moves had so much value on both sides that really won Winthrop University to that game. I mean, look at this graph.
Look at this. Okay, anyway, sorry. Back to what I was about to say, though. I definitely agree with you. I think if Hikikomori can take away anything from their playstyle from this map, that success that you're talking about, them playing grouped up, I would like to see that maybe a little bit more proactive, actually on the defense, looking for some of those more like crunch plays, because that's where they really shine in those firefights, as opposed to the more like defender-sided rotations, and maybe looking to isolate some of those players early on. But it's a really close matchup nonetheless, considering how that first half went, and we really have to give credit over towards, I think, Ali on the side of Winthrop had a great start in this map. There was no surprise that we were going to see some of that firepower coming out. I think the Tejo worked out for him well there as well, just considering he can throw out that stun, play for himself a little bit more after that utility does go down. But Nasi was also just lights out.
Yeah, I do agree. The last thing as well, just to add the little what I want more from Hikikomori, because they have, with this composition, great opportunities to play a lot of 4-1s. With especially a Vice locking it down and being a lot more aggressive with a Yoru and a double initiator. Because if you're being aggressive on those sides and you don't notice anything really happening, then you have the choice of continuing to push or utilize that early TP back to support the A side anchor from the Vice or overall. So there was a lack of proactivity, I think, in the beginning of the rounds coming out here for Hikikomori in my case, from what I've been watching. And I'm hoping to see that if it comes down to a Pearl matchup where they could actually continue to add that aggression because they have their Euro continuing.
Yeah, and the main number that stuck out to me in the stats was the 15 first bloods out of Hakikimori, and how maybe a lot of those were on Infiltrator, and that kind of brings up our discussion once again of the Raze versus the Yoru. The Raze doesn't have all these cool tricks and all these ways to deceive their opponent on how they explode into the site, so Hakikimori really found their way to punish at least that initiation coming out of Winthrop, not resulting in a win, but one that, well, Winthrop have to keep in mind going into our next map, which is Hakikimori's choice of Pearl. Now, Ash, kind of looking at Nasi's role at really, I guess, helping Winthrop throughout this, do you have confidence they could also take Pearl?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think that when we're talking about Nasi, and if we can take a look at those stats here for him as well on that breacher on Fracture, he looked really good as far as, you know, being able to survive into the late round. Only had one first death this map, being the IGL here for Winthrop. You want to be able to see him kind of staying up, especially on that breach with his role, to be able to support the team and clutch up in a couple of those situations as well. And that is where we did see him shine. Like you were talking about how Hakikimori, they started off really strong with those 15 like first bloods for that team, but then only being able to actually net 9 rounds from it. Yes, part of it was from moves going for those backstabs, the ability to even kind of convert those rounds, but it was also Nasi in a lot of those situations being able to go for some of those refrags that were coming in as well.
Yeah, Nasi played a huge role, and we already compared sort of him versus the other initiator from Hakikimori and how that experience really helped Winthrop. I mean, they kind of sold me on the 10-2 half on offense, and you guys talked at length of how good Winthrop were at executing, but now on someone else's playground, Vans, we got to see if Hakikimori can still believe in themselves to push them to the edge.
Definitely, and again, it just goes back to Winthrop University, winning the map pick. Although we saw some good things coming out from Hakikimori yesterday on this very map of Fracture against SRB yesterday, it was a lot on, you know, Demi just finding good timings. He did find some good timings here and there in that fight, in that series, but not the consistent thing that we saw from Hakikimori overall, where they're able to really get the upset victory against SRG. So the game plan that you had around Winthrop University, what you kind of draw across and what you wanted to finish with, worked out in their favor, because again, when you have a lurk that consistently goes unpunished, they understood that there was a lot of weaknesses and gaps into this over aggression, and we want to take the fight face to face against you on the defensive side, especially in the retake moments in those small sites, but never considered the long range engagement from the late lurks. And that's where the university was able to shine. If this continues on onto the next map, then this could potentially be a 2-0 here for Winthrop University. But again, I do believe, just because of the sheer compositions, if it goes on to the same ones here for Pearl, it should be going to a third map.
And Ash, I mean, I think we're expecting pretty much the same composition going into Pro, at least the mirror, just minus the duelist. We're waiting for Agent Select to kick off. How much do you think just sticking to either a Jet or Raze is going to hurt or benefit Infiltrator if Bowie is going to stick to the Yoru?
I think it's tough. I think on Pearl, I really do favor the Yoru that comes out from Bowie because of the repositions that Vans was even talking about on Fracture. That's where that duelist shines. The fact that you can go for those early engagements, and then also you can go like pretty aggressive, put that pressure on one lane, and then TP back all the way to the other site, depending on how you're looking to set up those TPs on default if you're starting out on the defensive side. But Hakikimori will actually be starting out on the attacking side with Winthrop starting on defense here for Pearl. So I get a little bit nervous there, because for Hakikimori, attack side was where they kind of fell off on Pearl. They had a really close defense up against Ambrosio, where it was at 6-6, and they kind of started to kind of get picked apart a little bit. I would be curious to see too if even the roles stay the same. Last time it was Demi actually on that Tejo, and Kaiser was on that Astra, where we normally see Kaiser playing the Tejo on other maps, and we would be curious to see if that will stay consistent too.
Yeah, it's going to be very fun to watch, because I think in all three instances that you've had Winthrop University play this map of Pearl, they've pretty much always started off on the defensive side, which is actually really good, because you've had 3 different types of looks coming out here from Winthrop University at that point. One being like a breach neon that adds a lot of aggression for fights down towards that long B at the very beginning. But the second time where they actually found victory was against Nightblood Gaming when they played a Jet. So when you're talking about the differences between the duelists here of a potential Jet versus Yoru, then it's actually quite nice to see that on the side of Winthrop University, even if they start off for me with a weaker agent being Jet on the defense, because you don't need to engage into as much as you need to on the attack side, right? You could just post up with an op. And if you're playing with a Chamber and a Jet at the same time to lock out extremities, it works out quite well. And if you're going into the last composition when they only played a Jet, but they had a lot of good initiator util, there wasn't enough flash util. So I'm expecting here that if they're starting off the defensive side with that same type of composition with no flashes, dude, they gotta pull up a lot of rounds here on the defensive side. If not, their attack side is going to be lacking ways to really fight towards the back lines of the engagements behind the A site and also the back halls of the B site when the exec.
So Hakiki Mori, Ash, are returning to a composition they've shown us before, and I was expecting that mirror, but Winthrop kind of changing things up with the KO in the chamber.
Yeah, swapping things up. I love that Vans brought up those flashes, because I think that's going to be really important here in Ali's role, to be actually being able to throw those out, because it makes it really hard to try and kind of fight back in a lot of those situations when Bowie can respond with flashes of its own. You have a little bit more responsive utility. It'll help moves also get set up on some of those deeper sight lines as well, whether it's towards that A or that B site, depending on where we're going to see that operator defaulted. So I am liking this change out of Winthrop. I think that the KO suppress is also really strong if they're going to be able to weed out Ghost and his positioning there to take out some of that Vice utility early.
Exactly. The alley pick onto the KO is perfect right now for Winthrop University's lack of flashes on his Jet. You could see the simple flash and dash on their exec when they're going to take the attack start, or even simple retakes too on the defense. And then I was going to say that Bowie would have the advantage because he could be self-sufficient on entering on these sites as this Euro, because he could flash for himself around all of that util. So now this comes back to a closer engagement just on paper between both of these comps. It's going to be a very fun one to observe.
It's going to be fun, but sad for maybe one of these teams. It is match point, series point for Winthrop. Elimination on the line. We'll see if it ends here or we go to map 3. And to bring you through all the action, it's Marks and Tenric.
Strategies we could see coming from a mile away, but certainly not compositions. Winthrop University attempting to simplify what will be a dump from Hakiki Mori once more. Their attack continues to look strong, but Marks, this could be their final map of the tournament.
You know, it's so funny to me because while we were going through that whole death segment and listening about like, oh man, Yoru coming in here, I like Yoru on Pearl, all of that type of stuff. If you told me that Yoru was going to be the duelist pick for a majority of these maps, I would have told you that you were crazy. But Yoru works so well in this meta. It's so interesting to see Winthrop University stick to potentially a little bit more of a composition from the past, from back in the day, Valorant, if you will. Especially too seeing that chamber come in. I'm very curious to see how it goes, but at least we're seeing that duo of the chamber and the Jet play together, already pushing outside of B. Hakiki Mori on the brink of, well, termination in this tournament, and Infiltrator already has Garpa down on this pistol round.
When it won't be Ali on the opening, flashes on the attack to let Infiltrator run wild, it'll be moves on the wraparounds to defensively, dryly let Infiltrator start lurking himself, and they've already taken over a hell of a lot of B-side. Hakiki Mori have to bum rush A in order to have any semblance of a chance at taking this pistol round, and they run straight into Nazi, who's able to grab one along the way too. It's a shuffle, a cascade from Hakiki Mori onto A site itself, but they do have enough space, such as the nature of a site as big as Pearl, and now comes the post plant where the rest of Winthrop comes encroaching.
And given the fact that Ghost is still alive, we'll have that Arc Rose ready to go. Debbie just waiting to have the salvos online as Moobs catches Kazer's back. That's a good start. It's now a 3v2 retake.
Demi standing on dugout, misses those opening shots, lets Moves and Infiltrator waltz on in. A re-entry good enough for Winthrop so far. Close winged salvos to be able to try to stop this, but Demi now the only one standing as Infiltrator got the wide swing. Nice flick from Demi to go for 3, now 4, and Demi saves the opening round with that pistol clutch, a 4K from this masterful player.
I mean, Van Silly said it best on the desk. Demi just absolutely popped off yesterday, and this was their playground. And already, we're seeing Demi put up a monster performance. I imagine that like some of these other teams are going to be keeping an eye out for Demi because just the consistency in being able to find shots is something that I haven't seen a player do until like Nasi, who's on the other side. But Demi really clutching that one up, playing it so intelligently, an amazing flick, and then just the takedown onto moves. So an excellent round for Hakikimori to start us out. It got a little bit close, but that's the energy that they need here if they want to potentially force out that third map.
It's got to be razor sharp. Ultimately, it being so close is what makes Demi so good, getting ahead of the problem before these teams can expect it. It's a small window, but if you can open it, massive profit. 2 gone already for Winthrop University's early press. It will still take over so much of the map early on, but with no gun diff and no proper position for preventative play on B site, it'll be a full stack that they'll have to fight against in this follow-up. Surely, nothing can come of this unless Infiltrator is invisible.
Unfortunately, that's not one of the things that Jet can do. So I think at this point,
don't
if you're
give him any
University,
ideas.
Oh no, the Riot production team, or sorry, the Riot
Hey,
game
Yoru's
dev
looking
team
a
are
little
listening.
too strong right now, I think.
Let's make it even more chaotic. But no, I think at this point, like, you know, you just got to really hold your ground and go for those exit picks. If you are Winthrop University, it was a fun idea coming out from them. They got really exploratory outside a bit, outside of A. And it was a great response coming in from Hakikimori, recognizing that they are going so aggro, and so they should just be able to take that B site. And so you see, you know, just one little stealth drone flying in, and you're like, oh yeah, you know, that's good enough to clear it. Let's just go in and get the spike down, and then things were all good. So excellent just awareness from Hakikimori on this attack. And you know what? Like, let's see how this goes, because Winthrop University, they tend to favor defense on this map. Now that they should have the weapons in their hands to make this one happen, let's see how things start to stack up here. Moving into this next round as well, Demi does have the Armageddon online, Tenrek.
Winthrop will not be able to embrace this push as heavily as they did the previous round. So they will play a little more defaulty, far less aggressively, at least in the opening part of the round, see if Mori sets themselves up at all. They will take up shot over in mid. Seems like the stealth drone not used just yet, but probably going to be used to open up the plaza door and force Ollie back to split this defense in twain.
Right now, it's just Winthrop waiting for Hakikimori to make a move. You look at their map presence, they've got all of the angles, at least someone watching, but now Ali should have a better idea on where this is going here. Gonna be seeing the fragment just to deter for a second. So keeps Hakikimori at bay, while Kaiser's slowly moving up onto B. Infiltrator should have this weird angle, should be able to catch someone off guard here, and that could send Hakikimori back to the drawing board if they invest too heavily, just based off of the information that Kaiser gets.
After the mock scout and buoy, it'll be an Armageddon sent down the plaza steps, and Ollie will hold his ground until he is gone. Finds one along the way, and now Infiltrator now re-upping on site itself to deal with that off angle coming from Kaiser. That should be the full stop. No other channel that Mori can attack from, and they've already used everything in the playbook to do it. Infiltrator still standing on site, and now Nazi's gone for the wraparound. There's nowhere for Demi to go. No opportunity for Winthrop University to fail. 2 players gone, 1 bonus round acquired.
I like that defensive spread that we saw from Winthrop University. Once again, taking advantage of the fact that Hakikimori are crawling their way forwards on these sites. Obviously, the second round, it doesn't really count because they had the superior weaponry, but Hakikimori, their playstyle is defined by taking things slowly, playing off the information, having good utility to flush people out, but it allows for these opportunities where they can, honestly, Winthrop can just kind of hold their ground if they don't want to push forwards on any of these types of parts. But if they take that space, get a little bit more information as to what's happening, then they can be more ready and more reactive in order to take some of this out. Bowie almost finds that kill, but one teleport for another.
And Mori, they're going to try and get on top of it a little sooner so that Winthrop University cannot refortify, but they're not necessarily fortified. Nazi is still all the way in the back of the site, letting the rest of the team split themselves. Minimal mid presence as they are aware of how much of a stack is on A main itself. And Hakikimori, it's really tough to divert from this, especially after you've put this shear down. Still enough time to be able to go for the rotate, but you have to guarantee one along the way. And so that's why we've planted Ghost here to see if they get any connection on some sort of lurk or flank before they actually decide to press. But because they've stuck here, it means they have to stick with the A push. And Winthrop University, it looks like they may have psyched themselves out a bit. They'll lean back over to B.
It's so funny because you're completely right. Just the fact that they're up there like, well, we can't go away from them now.
30 seconds left.
And so they have to recommit here. Moves could be really holding things down. All that utility going to be coming through, but Moves will be able to escape, which should allow for a cleaner retake coming in from Winthrop University. All the space is taken. Moves still trying to make something happen, able to find Bowie.
But now stunned into the salvo, almost flushed away, but Nazi with the cover fire. Now the rest of Winthrop University is here for an advantageous retake. Only by a bit though, and Kaiser will even it out immediately now in front of the garden. Nazi can't risk the early peak, but they've extended out to Dugout instead. Infiltrator reducing Kaiser down to 30 HP. Hakikimori, though, on the outskirts. This art swing is so crucial to the post plant. And now that you don't have that Tejo available, you have to do a lot of that fielding out yourself. Kaiser just standing in front, ready for the sandwich, and it's an easy pickup from Winthrop. Nothing further than that. Another Razor Vine down from Ghost to at least elongate this fight to take one along with him, but can't do more than that. Winthrop University keep 2 standing, and we'll get 2 on the board.
It's so funny because like it started out with like a who's who, like where's everybody? I don't know. Okay, let's just move it over here. Okay, this is fine. And then Winthrop University just on the retake here. It's really this core squad just playing off of each other. The 3 fraggers, Infiltrator, Moves, and Nasi just moving in like a SWAT squad and making sure to take out the members of that post plant one at a time. So just excellent retake coming in from Winthrop University. Hakikimori, if they are going to be doing these fakes, I need to see them be just a little bit more cautious about how they are clearing out. Clear that backside. Make sure that you're not, you know, just assuming that you get it for free. We need to see just a little bit more meticulousness coming in from their attack to ensure that they have an easier time on the post plant.
Interesting step by Moves. Hearing all those shots, seeing if he can escape with one. And that'll quickly begin the punish game from Hakikimori. Ghost finding one as well. Now you can really explore your options if you're Hakikimori. 60+ seconds on the clock. Plaza door once again pressed. Winthrop, they can do nothing but continue to try and get back what they've lost. They won't get too in front of the situation, though. They're not going to enter mid. But so split back. A lot of responsibility given to Nazi as well. Until potentially we go for the full-on stack on site. I'll just hold back Garden. But Mori, they have the read. They know where to go. It'll be an A press. They just got to make sure everything is crossed off because this is still not too easy.
30 seconds left.
Like that little triple stack there, just in case anybody is going to be poking around the corner. But now engagement going to be happening here. Nasi just on the back here, going to try to hold down the site alone.
Good amount of time wasted so far from Mori. They've gotten on and inside the smoke. Nazi will be forced to throw down that seize, but again, no one can really connect on top of it because the opening half of the site is entirely Hakikimori's. Bowie on the runaway somehow gets out before an Infiltrator can finish him off. That's a tough whip. And now Ghost's Lurk is starting to do some damage too. The art piece gone. Just a 2v4 in your hands. Infiltrator has to get in front. Nazi procced out by this Nova Pulse, and it'll take him down. But Infiltrator with the knives active, a little greedy with it though. Forced to go back on the gunplay, and Demi cannot win it either. Back on the knives in the 1v1 against Ghost. Does Infiltrator get the ace to carry this away? No, can't finish with the knives. Has to go back in on the gun and can't win the fight. It's Ghost's own 4K that seals Mori's third round.
What is this round? It's so chaotic what was happening on that A site. The knives get pulled in the middle of it. Infiltrator might be able to pull this one back, somehow able to find a couple of kills, swats to the weapon. We see the knife come out. It's just an absolute slogfest on that post plant, but all the while, the spike slowly ticking down. Raise a step down to the realm of reality. And no more shenanigans happening. That was a save round coming in from Hakikimori, and they make it look good. Barely stayed alive. Ghost just down to this 1v1, able to find the pick on Infiltrator. Secures the round for Hakikimori as they take the lead. Now it is Winthrop University on a little bit of a save here. We should get the Blade Storm into this round, but Infiltrator has that hero rifle, already took so much space, but Ghost spots him out, will shut that down onto the other side, aware of Ali, but Ali will be able to find that trade back, and that is going to be a rifle for Winthrop University.
Full stack, in we go. Unfazed. Just walks right in. Saw the vision, but again, forced into a dog pile that they're not too happy to actually go through with. So the rest of Winthrop seems like they'll just watch the perimeter, see what they can get away with chipping off. Unfortunately, it will not be from Ali's side. It will not be from Moobs' side. Mori is going to do the extending themselves, and the hunting they will go until the salvo gets the final kill. Style on him a little bit there as we enter the quarter point of regulation.
Man, Demi is looking so good, Tenrek. I mean, obviously Ghost, after those last couple of rounds, is currently at the top for Hikikomori. But Demi as well. I think Demi, just as a very solid backbone to the Hikikomori squad, has been doing so much. While we're seeing Ghost be a little bit more exploratory, go for more of those flanks, trying to catch people off guard, and being rewarded for it, I feel like Demi is just consistently good when it comes to these post-plant situations, and is absolutely finding those kills. Already, it's going to be right off the bat, Infiltrator going in deep and take it out.
And Demi, once again, ahead of it. By far the best timing out of the team, but also now the opener. And so all of that util very much gone. WUC an opportunity, but Bowie will once again punish. And Nazi now forced to play puppy guard on this corpse of a KO in order to keep the game even, or even advantageous. Bowie would love to keep this fight going, though, and get rid of not only one, but two. But Nazi has found the angle, and so we're back to 3 until they open up that swing. That one opportunity for Nazi to find the punish kill is gone, and Bowie continues the pressure. Now another orb is his, and will guide him right into Ghost. Beautifully coordinated. Now Move stands alone with this tour de force in hand. Try to take back over. Steal Garden if Ghost really wants to use it, but he and Bowie should have enough confidence in this fight themselves, especially with that Razor Vine now onto the spike. Moves has to do all this dry clearing with this sniper. Of course, if you're watching just one wrong way, either way, could be curtains. Ghost gets the watch again, and now it's 5-2 Mori.
Yeah, if Moves found that kill, this would have gone from difficult to definitely possible in a 1v1. Unfortunately, not able to find that. Hikikomori, look at this. Their pockets run deep. 4 ultimates online for this next one. After what was questionably just a 1v1 around a corner time and time again. And eventually, I mean, Bowie just playing so smart around that corner, make sure to get that punish on the Resurrect. And then on top of that, to scare Nasi away. It was well played from Hikikomori. And now 5-2. Things are looking all Mori right now. A very far forwards positioning being held by Moobs. Can rendezvous away, but still is a little bit risky here. Quite a few people going in. Stealth pod already deployed.
Could be an attempt to condition also the potential infiltrator peek as well. Maybe on a force to check the pocket and just waste a little more time. But either way, Moobs is going to waste some time with this TP back, able to keep the majority of his health pool. Armageddon and a Cosmic Divide to fully guarantee this left side of the site. If anybody's on it, bye-bye. Oopsie. Moobs is on it and will get caught. So a rough start here for that defense of Winthrop that they wanted to hold close quarters. Now they are not allowed to do that. Instead, Infiltrator gonna get in early and try and intercept. That's all you can really do with this gun dip, and it doesn't look like they'll be able to find anything this time around. Bowie going crazy on the other side of it, so no real options for Winthrop this time around. It'll be a flawless round. I think the first we've seen from Hikikomori in the last 2 matches that we've seen him play.
Yeah, it's really, things are starting to click for Hikikomori here on this Pearl attack. It's so funny to me because Winthrop University, we saw this mega flank coming through where basically at that point they were already into their spawn, but they immediately double back and just go for a more conventional route. I actually think that if they went for more of the long range fight, I think they would have been better off given the placing of that giant Cosmic Divide. But still, it doesn't quite work out in their favor. The gun diff just a little bit too strong. And now, Hikikomori up 6-2. Winthrop University getting a little bit aggressive onto mid, but they're playing so cautiously. Hikikomori have gotten into the heads of Winthrop University, and so they're so scared to make moves on any of these sites. Everybody holding so still.
Once again, no one except Ollie wanting to try to dip into the kitty when it comes to mid. That flash intimidates him for a moment, but only for that moment, and Demi will strike. And yet again, we're looking at a Winthrop University who is being asked to once again dip their toes into the water and try and find somebody on the way out so you can go even again, but that just raises so much more risk. They said Moobs is the one to do it, and now no TP thanks to the suppressor. The drone has to just go for it, and he does! He fights 2 before he falls! What an amount of work that is done by him in that bitter moment. Perfect counter to what the comp was changed to. Now it's Nazi's turn to try to collapse on top of this steel garden. A Nightfall to make sure that Mori can't properly push this. And despite the fact that it's clear water, they are still terrified. Infiltrator, though, can't find the shot. And just like that, it's a 2v2 that favors Mori. Flare, though, with that wide angle, able to catch Garpa on the push. And Mori can't watch everything at once. Ghost holds the plant thanks to the Razor Vine, and Nazi can't complete, but now 2 directions to look towards. The opportunity was once again gone. Winthrop University saved themselves with 2 players standing, now an operator in tow, and only a 3-round gap.
Moves looking sick on the disco floor there. Somehow able to sidestep so many of the bullets that Hikikomori were trying to go. Is able to even find one, but more importantly, stays alive for so long. And that allows Nasi from downtown to get those shots and clear out many of the members. You can see right here, everyone was hyper-focused onto Moobs being, you know, let's get Moobs, take Moobs out, all that type of stuff, that the setup from the rest of Winthrop University was good and really shut things down. On top of that too, finding a couple of kills on the Hikikomori attacking side, that's good. You want to introduce those stops. You want to introduce those gas pedals onto Hikikomori's attack, because since they play so slow, they're so cautious. And that gives you a lot of time if you're able to get it.
Oh, beautiful resolve from Infiltrator to once again just get in front of it. 3 strikes and Hikikomori's chances of this round are out. Full util in the bank for these last 2 members, but what the hell are you gonna do with it, dude? Ghost is gonna dry swing a million times before he has a chance of entering his sight, and Moves will shut down the very first one. Now on top of the spike, we'll see what Garba can get done, but Infiltrator, I believe, would love a 4th kill right now. Almost gets it on the first shot. We got a couple more, though, especially now that Garpa's able to find Ollie in the woodwork. Hello. Infiltrator says, okay, let me chill for a second, and let me win this fight. Garpa says, no, you do not. I continue to play until the Seas catches me. I'm down to 1 HP, and Winthrop make it as easy as possible. So 2 only get lost. A streak from Infiltrator is unfortunately not as exciting by the tail end of the round, but still, the round is Winthrop's.
You know, we were waiting for an Infiltrator clip. I think it was just there, huh?
Somewhere in there, but you guys gotta find it. Okay, here it is.
Of the operator. Look at that! Even
he was
spots
watching
out the Yoru. Yeah, just like, oh, which one am I gonna go for? Decides to go for the easier target, obviously, but still finding a triple kill right off the bat really just seals the round for Winthrop University. I mean, I told you, Hikikomori, as soon as these little stops are introduced in their game plan, they hesitate. And this was an excellent example of doing just that. Already going in again, but Bowie this time ready for it. So aware, shuts Infiltrator down, and now it's back to the drawing board as to where Hikikomori want to go. We're seeing the shear get placed towards the A side, which means that they're probably favoring ending A, but they need to make sure that they're still holding on to this map control to make sure that they don't allow Winthrop University to read this execute.
So far, it looks like they'll do nothing but retain. No more searching for the punishment. Moobs and Ghost, 2 lurkers of the match so far, sensing each other's auras as Mori attempts to settle on the A push after still waiting for this 3rd to drop off. It will not. Instead, we got a bit of clearing to do. First cat out to get the first half done. In we walk.
Look at this,
here's
Moobs.
The press. This is
on the
new.
back line. Yeah.
The shear will, unfortunately, not work for that invasion, though, so he can't even get around. That's such a well-placed shear, dude.
Oh, no.
That's crazy. Yeah, he's stuck outside of it now. He can't even get inside the fight early. He's got to wait it out. And Bowie is good for everything on site. Perfectly set up by Hakiki. That shear is so nasty. I got to start using that.
Everyone take notes. Moves, well, taking heads, actually. Finds Kaiser right off the bat here. It's 2v4 on this retake. Bowie being the ultimate distraction, now spots Moves out. Moves able to find another. This is going from impossible to definitely probable as Ali finds one as well.
and almost a second with the potential collat damage, and now the rest of these members are having trouble re-peeking out. Garpa stuck in the dugout, and he's already getting flushed away. Good for the opener, and now Ali able to trade away. 42 HP left, though, and with the Razor Vine, Ghost is able to play the swing. And damage control, yeah, it's just enough this time. Akikimori have enough to get them to 7.
The spikes, they hurt my feet so badly. So unfortunate that that's how that round went. It was really looking like Winthrop University were going to have an opportunity to bring that one back. I really got to compliment Bowie on this last round because I think Bowie was doing an excellent job at playing this distraction, disruption style of Yoru. And it works really well with how this composition is built because you got all this utility flying around. There's a lot of visual clutter, which means that all that Yoru utility gets even more confusing, which allows for even further disruption. And speaking of disruption, the Dimensional Drift already online, and Ali has to be so far back.
This clears out a world of space, and Moobs is going to immediately be pressured all the way back to the side of spawn. No way he can find a clean shot. Bowie's given B site over to Hakikimori. Infiltrator attempting to once again play early, and with the knives, certainly good at doing that. One down, several on site to go, and the spike already gone. Winthrop University, the rest of the stack is here to play. No proper entry tool for a couple more seconds. A Cosmic Divide, though, to split this board. And Infiltrator has an easy advantage onto one. Garpa falls. Demi enters. Infiltrator once again goes for the trade. Now he's up for 3. Nazi, the next one to try and trade off of it. Ali is the one to pick up the next. And he's got to be the one to pick up the last. No need for the null command. It's too close, and Kaiser knows it. With a shorty, he's able to end the half. 8-4 for Hakikimori.
Wow, that was just a trade for a trade for a trade for a trade. Playing alongside that Cosmic Divide, we see the members of Hakikimori being like, all right, we'll dip in, dip out. Really just play this confusion. Bowie doing an excellent job at taking so much space. Infiltrator almost pulls this one back, but it's just this level of disruption, once again, that works out so well. The members moving in almost at different times amongst all of this visual clutter, like I said, just isolating and finding their kills. That's honestly when we see Hakikimori doing their best. When it comes to those raw strategic gunfights, Winthrop University usually have it, but when it's those weird situations where chaos is reigning, Hakikimori are usually just a little bit better for it, ending us in that 8-4 half.
Skeletons of set plays. This is the Hakikimori you should be terrified of if they have more space in this tournament to wander. And 5 rounds away from having just a little more time in the spotlight. But here on the pistol, Winthrop University have a lot more room to enable and aggress on their own terms, which is perfect for a duelist like Infiltrator. And for a guy who wants to set up as bad as Ali does, believe you me, he does not want to get in on this first. So it will indeed be Infiltrator. Dry for that matter. Alone for that matter. Hit by a Prowler for that matter. Great fragment, though, to give Infiltrator an opening early isolated fight before the rest of Hakikimori comes crawling back over. Instead, Garpa's just going to choose to wait outside the smoke and give this team a full 5v5.
Ghost going for this flank, but is going to run into so many members. This is not going to go well.
Immediately does find the one before anybody else can find the second angle. Ghost catches a second with the headshot. You spake it into existence, Marks. Now with the Ghost in hand, self-titled, that's when he goes down. And now the reopening from Winthrop University on the steps as they've taken over Art fully. Moves, first shot on the second shot on the Headhunter. Beautiful to open this up, and inside the smoke, Kaiser safely diffuses. There's no preventative tool on the defusal, and so Hakikimori still get away with the round.
Ghost, my guy, that was unbelievable. With the classic in hand, just walks right in, spots out 2 of the top fraggers on Hakikimori, and goes, that'd be a shame if you lost your head. Boom, and then is able to find those 2 kills, and that is so instrumental, because this is how they wanted to set themselves up. Thankfully, Flair was there to be able to clear things out, but it's just a little bit too late. The retake comes in off of those first 2 picks, and then it's just so easy for Hakikimori to continue to claim that space. Winthrop University were still trying to retreat by the time Hakikimori had already moved in on site.
And so now they'll go for the stinger by Winthrop University. They want to be the ones to overwhelm again. With Hakikimori continuing to play so far back, it's really tough to time that properly. Got to wait for the post plant and then re-aggress at the perfect moment. That's what they did last time. They just couldn't prevent the defuse, and that might hand Hakikimori map 3. Spike fully down. Winthrop University fully extended. Look how far Nazi has already gone. This is insane.
Yeah,
Is he
that's
gonna go
going
all
to
the
be
way
a
around?
turbo flank at this rate, but Infiltrator might have a time.
Put on the rocket boots here to find Kaiser before these stars get all activated. Oh, no, here comes the swing. Infiltrator's got it. Never mind. Okay, so now you just have a 2-stack coming from Art that MORI still might not expect, but the whole gang's here on site. Ollie close quarters. He will force one, and Infiltrator to swing back from the steps. It all worked perfectly for Winthrop in the end. Ghost fighting for his life, can't for much longer. There's the 4 that Infiltrator's been looking for again, and Winthrop University win the follow-up.
The Stingers are back, baby. That was just, honestly, it was just good Stinger gameplay. As a Stinger enjoyer myself, the biggest thing you want to do is just go in and just spray people down at extremely close range, but have them grouped up together so you're able to find the kills nice and easy. And that's exactly what we saw Winthrop University do there. You can tell Hakiki they were bracing for impact. Not too sure exactly how this was going to be playing out, but they were not expecting all of these submachine guns in the hands of Winthrop University. And as a result, Winthrop just run over them on that bonus. And so an excellent round coming in from them. Hakiki now forced onto the save, while Winthrop University have those half weapons in hand. Already Ghost gets spotted out by the knife. Still remains hidden in the midst of all this gunfire.
Holding on to this position, seeing if he can flush out any more before giving away that position. Again, Hakiki continuing to stay stalwart as Winthrop University searching for that fast break to get this map back. Garpa and Demi going to have to double swing this, but it'll be a slow one, and so Moves holds on to advantage, and now 2 kills for the round. He can maintain this lurk too if he wants. Winthrop doesn't get any weaker on the stack because of it, as they slowly but surely, dryly approach the B lane, where Ghost is arguably ready to pop out, but with only a shorty in hand, he has to just kind of wait until somebody gets to the back hall, and there's a world of util you can use before that happens. Doesn't even need to. Infiltrator finds him, sans cat, and Moobs just wraps it up before we even get the spike fully down. A speed run of around 15 to give Winthrop just a 3-round gap here in map 2.
In my notes here, I had written down, watch Moobs on flank. This time, Moobs was watching the flank and just stood still, and everyone walked in one at a time into Moobs, and Moobs is going to be good for those headshots. Want to talk about impact players right now? Moobs has been one for Winthrop University, whether or not it's applying the pressure on that back line or being able to find the kills like we got to see on this last round. And the Chamber especially being able to teleport around leans into a little bit more of just stand your ground and look for those kills in some of these rear angles that you can tell Hakiki were just simply not expecting.
That is a really big haunt early from Garpa. It looks like Winthrop University want to try and just push this to see if they can collapse on what information MORI's already gathered, but it is in fact the 2 initiators from MORI that find more connection. That being said, Winthrop University, they know to put on the gas and try to go for this A crunch through Art, and with Kaiser unable to play guard dog, now these 2 initiators are in a bit of a tight spot themselves. Demi isolated and falls, and Nazi is good for both of them. Beautifully fought and recovered by Winthrop University, as they will go do the same with the spike in this 3v1.
Yeah, now Ghost is so far away from the site. You tell Winthrop University they weren't too sure whether or not they were going to butt heads with Hakiki given their slower play style, but it's exactly what happened, so now we can just go recover the spike, and this should be an easy 3-4-1. At this point, if you are Hakiki maybe you just consider saving. This is an easy ultimate orb pickup here, but they're going to be very careful, understanding the impact that Ghost can potentially do if getting caught off guard. So Spike finally going down here, but this is looking like an easy Winthrop University round.
No point in really fighting it. So is this when Hakiki calls their timeout, or do they feel they still have a solid grip on this? Because Winthrop University, I mean, the one thing that they can't do right now is overheat. They have the formula to approach both sites whenever they really want to. And they've also given themselves enough time to shift between them if they want to on early fights. They've been willing to match aggression for aggression. Moobs get Nancy. But
call that the 2-step.
Yeah, I wonder when Hakiki needs to take this breath and figure out a new way to establish that dominance, because they aren't able to do it on the early fights up the ramp or the lane anymore. Nor are they able to do it in the mid round either. So they have to find some sort of structure again in the places where they prevail, which, again, according to the masses, is the fundies.
Yeah, I mean, that's what everyone saw based off of that last match where we saw them play Shopify Gold. But, you know, like, you have to start asking the question whether or not this is just maybe last time was a little bit of an upset. It's hard for Lightning to strike twice. A lot of that type of sentiment might be going around right now. I still think that Hikihimori, similar to Rankers, just need a little bit more time, a little bit more experience to ground themselves back. And especially too, like, yeah, they are really good fraggers. They're really great at playing off of each other. I mean, that's a very similar story to what we heard the Rankers when they first came into here. And right now they're following a very similar style between these two teams.
That was so unoptimal, Infiltrator. It's like not even funny.
Oh, we're going for the optimization strats now, Tenric?
Well, don't patronize me. Ghost, 19 health. Okay, we'll clean that up nice and quick here.
Yep.
But Infiltrator on a roll there. Felt the heat for sure, and now gap down to 1 on that post save. MORI truly have nothing to hold on to going forward here, so they'll go for the full reset. Huge ultimate cycle in their wake as well, so they can go blow for blow with whatever Winthrop have to offer, which to be fair is also quite a bit. This round could get messy and ugly quick if either team starts to lose a grip on it. This may define how the rest of the map goes.
And it's tough too, because Winthrop University know they have Hikihimori on the back foot. They've got 4 more ultimates coming into this round. This is going to be when you really want to punish Hikihimori. If they can win this next one, it resets the economy again. Suddenly, Winthrop University could very easily be in the lead. And you can see that they're very much biding their time, trying to find those weird opportunities where they catch a member like Ghost just walking out and exploring. If they found that first kill, it would have been an easy gas pedal onto that B site, and it would have been an easy capture. Honestly, get that spike down nice and easy. Yep.
Good first corner there. Moobs attempting to just browse for 1. Winthrop feel confident enough in the B push itself, and a lot of that, again, hinges on Infiltrator's ability to ball out. Only 1 knife in the chamber now against Ghost here, but
oh my goodness,
we couldn't find him. Where's the Ghost? That's your ult gone and your jet gone, but Spike is down, so Winthrop are hopeful they can clean up the rest. Nazi does get overwhelmed quite early though in Plaza, so a 2v4 is MORI's retake game here, as a smoke will shroud out the Spike, so we'll have to reapproach on top of it. Ollie will go in early and find one outside of it, gets back inside the Cosmic Divide that's been placed up by Hikihimori, and now an Armageddon placed directly down the lane. I don't know if either of the players can avoid this. Yes, Ollie can, and he's been completely undetected. Can't hold halfway onto the Spike until you deal with him, which luckily with enough players from Hikihimori, you can to stay standing, but pretty close.
I was gonna say, this is one of those times where if you're Winthrop University, sure, Infiltrator has been popping off, sure, Infiltrator has been going in, finding a shorty kill at range and all that type of stuff, but maybe you start to rein it in just a little bit more, because that was an easy round for Winthrop University, in my opinion, if you kept everybody alive. And honestly, it's just so hard because Infiltrator goes for the greedy kill and gets punished for it. They're at least able to take out quite a few of these ultimates out of the pockets of Hikihimori, but still, the round would have been even better because they still got rifles moving into this next one. And this time, it looks like Winthrop University, they're poised to move in onto this A site, and Hikihimori are bracing for the fight.
Waiting to see if that Prowler is launched. It is. They'll still hold on to the door. Bowie's just going to go for it with the flash. Misses on early, and Winthrop University, they win overwhelmingly in that battle. Still with Infiltrator falling, they don't have a clean way in. Ollie will probably have to set himself up with these flashes. And so, with all of that information that Gorpa has collected, it's a Nightfall trade. Moobs has made his wraparound. And that might be the round completely decided out of that time wasted. The Fade ult's traded, but it'll be Winthrop University that picks up on all of the space for it. They only had to play that reactively. Ghost with his own wraparound now, though, able to catch Flare, and so it's a nice little duel between the two flankers yet again as the rest of the fight happens on site. Now both teams gonna try and get in cahoots with each other. Ghost able to shut down Nazi's early approach, moves to Demi, and it's still even on this fight between the flankers. Ollie still stands to enable moves, though. A flash to enable Ghost himself. On to spike kill tap. These pros don't fake. You damn well know it. Goes for half, and on the fragment, he's forced to swing back out. Moob's the one with 4 kills this round, and Winthrop University is once again lessening the gap to 1.
I was about to say, pros don't fake, but when you got a fragment in your pocket, then maybe you might want to move off of that one, but still an excellent retake coming in, all hinging off the back of Moobs. We were expecting that early fight to be just chaotic, and it was exactly that. So many opportunities for these flankers to get so much value, but ultimately it was Moobs who came out on top, finding excellent timings and just taking down the squad of Hikikomori one by one. And so now Winthrop University 1 round away from potentially tying things up. We're seeing Hikikomori be on a save, and a lot of their ultimates are now expended. It's going to be aggressive. There's quite a few members in art.
Big stack, big swing for it. Winthrop is prepared for this fight. They knew it was going to be on one front. They know how much Hikikomori loves to have that front be early. A drip or drown composition this map as it appears, and so a stiff road to a 10-10 game. 3 for Nazi on the pickup. That's actually major going forward here. Already halfway to that ultimate, hitting the tail end of the game. That is major.
Yeah, didn't we literally just see the Nightfall last round and suddenly scoring halfway to being online? The stats are going off on this round. And here we go. We're seeing Hikikomori. They're going to be taking their time out now. If I'm being honest, Tenrek, I think they should have taken the time out a little bit earlier on when we're seeing Winthrop University really get some momentum behind them to make sure that they can close things out. But regardless, this is going to be a good opportunity to regroup. They will be able to buy up here. If they lose this round, then they could potentially be at that 12-10 with not much money in their pockets. Meanwhile, on the little side there, we're seeing Shopify up against Nightblood. Nightblood did take that first map, and Shopify looks like they're going to be clapping back because they're 1 round away from potentially forcing map 3.
Yeah, that series looks like it'll continue to run for a good while, which is good. That'll be a great amount of time to see how Monsi fares on his biggest opportunity yet in Tier 2. Very fun. Same with Nightblood. Seeing that team develop this season has been so fun.
Yeah.
Again, if you have the space, go ahead and check that out. Certainly, if this match ends here, you'll have a little bit of time to check out that map 3 before we get back to our next game over here, which will be SAD versus Blue Otter. That'll be a fun 2-2 match to check out as well. So make sure to stay tuned for that. Hikikomori, nothing really in the tank save for this dimensional drift for the retake game, which is what they look to still remain on as they've heavily stacked a lot towards A side in this early bit of the round. Winthrop University will start by taking mid very aggressively.
Yeah, I mean, they're moving through the shear just on the other side there, so should at least be aware of where this is. And sure, they want to play around it. We've just seen Infiltrator kind of send it alongside the rest of the squad. Thankfully, Jet Utility makes sure that you can clear that pretty easily. But actually, I'm more interested in what Moobs is doing because this is taking a lot of space. And we've seen that when Hikikomori try to fight that, B side against all the people coming in from mid, Moobs has been the one who actually ends up taking all that space onto the site, which allows for the infiltration to be nice and easy for Winthrop University.
This is coverage that's used to Kaiser with that universal util holding up in the pocket instead of the hallway of B site. So this is great intuition by Kaiser to stay a lot farther back for this B approach. That being said, it does hand over the site for free to Winthrop University before this reapproach starts up. And so look how much space Winthrop's already taking back up on the lane. It will indeed be the dimensional drift used by Bowie to scope out at least some of the competition. Does confirm 2 outside of the plaza. Will not let go just yet. Has a little more clearing to do, but Hikikomori see their opportunity and take it. Kaiser in for 1. Bowie attempt, but Infiltrator turns onto it, and now he can fight the rest of it. No! Tough timing for Kaiser to re-engage. And so the site has been taken over, but the crunch still very much available after the smokes fade away. Now that Winthrop's taken over Plaza. First tap will necessitate the gravity well first up. Peek out from Garpa fails. Peek up from Demi succeeds. Ghost holding on the spike. That pro doesn't fake, and you've got to encroach on that spike. MORI prevents it, and will get the defensive victory, keeping their lead.
Excellent play coming in from Hikikomori. There's a couple of things that I wanted to highlight there. The first one being the impact that Moobs is having, because you see Hikikomori still being so scared to leave, even when they're moving in on that retake, consistently checking their flank until they spot Moobs out, and then immediately you see the flood coming in onto the site. Also do excellent combination, Bowie using the dimensional drift, and then we see the salvos move in, which is the best case scenario. It isolates Ali and Nacy just off of the site, allowing for that flood in to be successful because suddenly 2 members are not able to actively defend on that off angle. Just an excellent post plant retake coming in from Hikikomori on that last round. And well, now they got to do it again if they want to get themselves to map point and potentially get that map number 3. Ghost already taking a lot of heat just watching mid.
Yeah, Moobs has already guaranteed that Plaza presence. MORI is going to have to do a lot of work if they want to maintain it, which means they probably won't Winthrop University, though. They've already stacked a little bit into Art, too, and so their options are mega open. Until that shear dissipates, at least, they've got to proc that, too. Moobs will use that opportunity to step up in front of this Plaza light. Shear now activated. Winthrop University, they can truly wander this gallery and see what their options are. Moobs now planted. Ollie making sure no one trollops his up B lane. It looks to be the B site that they're heading towards as the stack also goes towards main.
And look at this. I mean, just off of the shear, you see Hikikomori adapt and expect an A hit. They already used the stealth drone to re-clear it, but they're still so certain that Winthrop are going there. And it isn't until now that we're seeing this rotation. Moobs might actually get caught out. Ghost just a little bit wiser. Somehow Moobs wins it.
The ultimate sewer rat. He's slippery too until Garper can finalize it. But the damage has been done. Hikikomori, what a pitiful retake this is going to be. You have Teho, you have Astra, you have all the util dumping you could ask for, but do you have the personnel? Now that Infiltrator's gone that easily, you just might. Back hallway, a guarantee for this defensive retake game. Sitting on top of a smoke, going for the defusal. Some classic shenanigans will ensue. Util trades back and forth, barely anyone even staring at each other as Garpa takes the far angle with that lower health pool. A complete lack of smoke sleeves, 3 members of Hikikomori available to fight, 3 sight lines that WU has to manage. But with the KO ulting gone first, it still leaves effectively 3 bodies available for Winthrop and no more options or time for Hikikomori. The game is tied once again. Make a wish, Mark.
Oh man, this is so close between these 2 teams. I was gonna, as soon as the null command goes, I was actually expecting Winthrop University to just charge on in because they need to make sure that that KO is nice and close by to make sure that that ultimate actually finds value. But instead, you know, immediately gets gunned down. So Ali almost serves as a distraction. And then it's just the tap, like you said, classic shenanigans going through. Winthrop University just playing the timer down. Excellent stuff coming through from that squad. Hikikomori, they lose their lead. It's now 11-11. They've only picked up 3 rounds in this half. They need to do better, but they don't have the weaponry to do so. Infiltrator going for the outlaw this time. Understands that they probably don't have shields. Bowie, the only person with a rifle online and full shields. And so it's a bit of a Hail Mary, a bit of a gamble coming in onto that Yoru to find immense value to win this round for Hikikomori.
Topple Infiltrator, and you have a way in. And with Bowie having that health pool available, the person that could get inside it first, if his targeting is good enough, MORI's retake game is as strong as if they were all holding hero rifles. Salvo to split open Infiltrator, but no one can collapse on top of him. It's simply intimidation. Winthrop will still be able to get onto this site. A cat to read the early opening here from Infiltrator, but are you ready for moves? Really, never. That's 2 down early. A lot of opportunities already gone. Bowie gonna try to get inside now. No better time. Moves up to 3. And Bowie will at least have that drop, but only good for 1. It's down to Ghost with the Sheriff, and again, also good for 1. Quite impressive considering the pressure on him, but too much in his way in Winthrop University. Could they escape with this map too, and thus the elimination for Hikikomori in one fell swoop?
It was looking like this was going to be Hikikomori's map, and now it's just the opposite. Winthrop University are lighting it up. Boobs, my player of the game, has just been doing a fantastic job on these flanks, consistently finding value. And Hikikomori, they're so scared of that conditioning, so scared of moves. And yet as a result, they're not putting enough emphasis on their Infiltrator. It's gonna be sliding in backwards onto the site. Bladestorm already activated. This is Winthrop University playing aggressively, or at least feigning that aggression. As we actually see the spike is a little bit further back. Somehow Infiltrator still gets one though.
And another could try to flick onto Demi too after that Armageddon is placed down. That's, again, them getting ahead of the issue instead of behind it, something that MORI did so well previously. Moves with his sniper, dry peeking, and Kaiser, also good for the follow-up. All of a sudden, we're back in the game, baby. Nazi can't complete as well, and Demi continues to find the pressure and the shots. Ali, 1v3, has to open himself up for the final time in regulation, and he can. Demi good for 3, and MORI good to take us into overtime.
I thought that was going to be good, and yet it's actually Kaiser. So smart, playing such a weird angle. That Winthrop University, they think they've got it for free. They know, they expect the positioning from Hakiki and that one single changeup completely ruins Winthrop University's entry. Look at that, Moves just walking across there. And we're not seeing it in the replay, but Kaiser able to find another as well. Shuts down all of that art presence. As a result, it's just easy pickings for the rest of MORI. Now, we're all tied up 12-12. Let's see how this goes. Very clearly, both these teams really prefer the attacking side. That says everyone is able to get that defensive side. That might determine how this goes. Hakiki barely holding on, but they want that map 3. They want that opportunity to continue to stay in this tournament.
Winthrop University opting to go for this early A lane fight. Infiltrator, of course, the one in front of it. And a lot utilized to scope out how big of a stack is here. MORI attempting to use that to take over mid a little early, but they still have to find that confidence in clearing. The Fade util gives them a lot of access to quick intel, which is why they've been able to go from room to room and execute with such confidence. But Winthrop University, they have the read on this. They are aware of how big of a stack could now be in mid after they were dissuaded from that A lane fight that Flair now continues to uphold the possibility of. MORI doesn't want to divert too much, but they still need to hold this art swing in case Winthrop gets too aggressive early, especially since no one's gone just yet. That just changed after Kaiser with the wide angle finds Moves on the lurk up B lane. That's the crunch they were looking for. But Infiltrator watching outside of Plaza is still good for 3! The entire stack dissipated! Now it comes down to the lane. They got plenty of space, but not too many people.
So difficult. Not even that much utility left. An Arc Rose available. A little bit of stall tactics, but they have to be a little bit more progressive. Elite finds the first.
The easy drop on for 1, and now there's 4 in your way. Kaiser, no way you can get a clean swing onto all of them. Hell, he barely gets onto 1. It'll be the defensive round going Winthrop's way. Is that how the story will go, with Winthrop winning 1 more round on the attack, or will MORI be that silent minority again and make some noise long enough for them to survive even longer in this Swiss?
I am so impressed by Infiltrator's Jet so far. I mean, obviously, when you look at all of these highlights on this map, you're going to be seeing Infiltrator quite a bit, but just the movement mechanics feel so good from Infiltrator. 33 kills now, and all the confidence in the world. Let's hope it's not an overheat, though. Hakiki on this defense, Winthrop University now on the attack, potentially sending Hakiki home. First, they got to do this round, and already Moves causing some problems here. Might get caught off guard by Bowie, but never mind, Moves is good for those.
Such brevity to peek into that entire lane with potentially so much staring down your gullet, and yet Moves still finds 1. MORI not opting for any other lane aggression other than Garpa holding early down those A lane steps. That's as far as he'll go, and he'll end up stacking over with Kaiser now that it's that 5v4. MORI still not dipping too far into it, so Moves will begin his lurk. But the shorty in his way, bad timing on Demi's part. A free second for Moves and potentially the match with it. Oh, Kaiser now the loop back, and Moves not prepared for it either. A nice band-aid fix on that. But how about a bigger bandage? Garpa potentially backdooring the entire squad. And while Nazi is watching, WU is not certain of where to head from here.
I'm convinced that Kaiser is actually just the anti-Moves. We've now seen Kaiser kill Moves after doing disgusting things like 3 or 4 rounds in a row now. Kaiser has been that person to make sure that Moves doesn't continue to get absolute massive value. Still a little bit of a number differential favoring Winthrop here. 30 seconds on the clock. They're making this engagement on to B. Hakiki are going to be aware of where this is. They do have a decent amount of Fade utility to re-enter here. So let's see how this one goes, Tenrek.
Planted.
It'll be a 3 stack on the site, in tandem with an ult command placed late by Ollie. Ghost early peek up, head is spotted, but not a clean angle thanks to the Nebulas inside. It's Infiltrator's job to outstretch. He cannot. And Ollie's null command is short-lived. Flare now back in lane to go for early coverage. Spike still not fully controlled. Ollie's body still a huge bit of collateral. And a Nebula will be forced to deal with the rest of that. Now Nazi with the drop on top of that corpse. And a second for good measure. That could be the silencer. Ghost! Only good for the one tap. And Nazi will follow suit. It took a village, but ultimately Winthrop University will be the ones to shut down Hakiki Mori, who will be the second team eliminated from the Swiss.
It's so unfortunate for Hakiki Mori coming up from Premier, looking like they were really getting into their groove based off of some of these more previous matches. But unfortunately, they are going to be kicked down to that relegation tournament yet again. Once again, they are showing so many signs of life. A lot of these pieces are starting to come together, but they're not just quite there yet. Meanwhile, Winthrop University coming in with their coach subbing in, and they're still able to come out with the win. Moves, I highlighted moves a ton of times, but that pressure that was consistently being applied and finding so much value. I mean, Winthrop University, to me, Moves was the one who stood out, but so many of their players were really just all firing off. And this is given they're going in with their coach with stuff that probably wasn't as scrimmed as much, just to kind of fit the coach's comfortability, which is why I assume we saw a little bit of a composition from the past come through.
Yeah, firing on all cylinders with 80% of your full-fledged roster. Winthrop is just bloody hungry. They still have to be. They are still on the precipice of death here in the Swiss, but we'll see how they're feeling after a match victory like that after this short break.
So we're of course different than other teams. We're a college, so you know we're based off semesters, and you know if we wanted to even make a change, which we weren't planning on, you know you have to go through a whole process of admitting someone into the school and doing all that stuff. So we kind of go with the flow. Like if we have bad problems with each other, like we have to get it done. Like we can't like sit on the problems for too long, because then it'll just like mess up the team. So I mean, we have a lot of chemistry together because unlike other teams, we're with each other like all the time. We're always at the same facility. Some of us have the same classes. We're on the same schedules and stuff. So I would say that that's one of the biggest reasons why we have a lot of chem. He's added a good like bird's eye view of the game. He'll call a timeout whenever he sees us doing something wrong or have a read on the other team. So I think he brings in just like kind of a sixth sense, which helps us a lot. You're gonna expect us to do a lot better than last year. Definitely no fighting in relegation, and of course want to be in every single possible playoffs, and of course try to win them.
Winthrop take the series and keep themselves alive in Challengers one more week, and to end it on overtime, at least both teams went out with a fight. That ended up really being exciting, Vance.
Definitely was second match. I thought it would have been a victory by MORI. I'm going to stand by it until we realize what was happening through the chaos, and especially in the moments that Winthrop University were just shining in moments where they could just stand out in the open and flick so many shots because there was a lack of protocols going in from the double swings to make sure that you guarantee trades coming out from MORI. So it was a great thing, a great showing from Winthrop University to take advantage of that weakness, because everything that we've mentioned from that first map to the second map where they were lacking a little bit of proactiveness, they at least had that in some great lurks coming out from their Sentinel player on the side of MORI. But man, through the chaos, it was just unfortunately what was the pain point of MORI in this split so far for the Swiss stage. And unfortunately, they couldn't correct it against Winthrop today.
Yeah, that was the really tough part, right? That protocoling that you're talking about, just not having those countdowns for some swings, going for a couple of those solo engagements, especially when they were expecting some of these fights here as well. And I think we're going to compare and contrast a little bit more on the Sentinel players for both squads. We talked about how Moogs had a lot of success over on Fracture with a lot of the lurks that we saw coming through. It was a very similar look from Ghost, I want to say, on the attacking side of MORI. That's why we saw that initial half end out in that 8-4, is Ghost was a hero in a lot of those rounds where the players that were actually grouped up and playing together were following. He was there available for that backstab, but once we got to that second half, it was a similar story coming out from Moves. He was a giant threat the entire time.
Yeah.
Crazy to see that we're even 8 and 11 for both sides on that post plant, and a lot of it came down to those Sentinels.
I also wanted to talk about the agent composition change coming out from Winthrop University to bringing out the KO. So as we preface the matchup on the second map, there was going to be a lot of flash and dashes to allow to activate Infiltrator to get some good entries. But overall, it was a lot of the KO knife at the beginning of the rounds that allowed Winthrop University to get not only a lot of information, but a lot of the spacing in the first place. If you look at the defensive side from Winthrop University, that simple knife that gets thrown from street all the way towards B main at long, that doesn't ping anybody, is still a great amount of space taken and time delay to allow Infiltrator to move up and fully take control of the long B site. And he never needed pop flashes to fight. When you actually have MORI swinging one by one at that moment in those instances as well, I mean, you just saw the results towards the end. So we're lacking that again, a little bit of utility or a game plan to really try to answer back onto an aggression coming out here from the defensive side of Winthrop University.
And you know what we didn't lack, though? A really good darn duelist. Can we just give a round of applause for Infiltrator? Don't do it into your mics, but at least metaphorically, Infiltrator popped the heck off today. Needed to step up in the biggest of ways and did exactly that. Great first blood percentage, opened up a lot of these rounds and got away with absolute murder. Ash walking up with the up, we had our jaws on the floor.
We really did, and Vance was even touching on it earlier, right? Yes, Infiltrator was the flashy player here on Pearl, but a lot of the positions he was able to find himself in were due to Ali looking to set him up with some of those pop flashes that he'd throw out, and then you've got the Cloudburst dash in going in from Infiltrator just to look for a reposition to get a couple of those frags down, which was done really nicely as far as that synergy goes. And to be fair, some of it was also some protocoling issues with MORI not exactly being prepared for a lot of those engagements that Infiltrator was looking for as well, even though after a certain point, you really expected it to happen because there's a very similar stylistic way of engaging that we saw coming out from them each time.
Yeah, it definitely felt like Infiltrator heard what I was saying at the beginning of the series, where I'm like, I love Winthrop University on paper, but sometimes they can't come out shooting. And that second map, he definitely did. And if you looked at how he scaled on those maps and got the most value out of those kills, yes, the stinger buys that he had, the 4Ks on the force buy of that second round was just him being a lot more aggressive. But if anything, the engagement that he was getting was all close range. Through mid doors, dashing away, getting a pick. Through the front smoke of a site, getting a kill, dashing away. So it wasn't like a let's fight behind those enemy lines that I was trying to look out from the pop flashes from the KO coming in. It was just Infiltrator setting up the slow scale into the map that allowed the rest of the team to follow behind and just flood in as a team after. So I love the game plan coming out from Winthrop University. Much different than what we saw here from the last season of Challengers. And I think it's also thanks to the great coaching coming out from Ali.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up because I actually have Ali on the line after an incredible win today. I got to sit down with the multi-talented coach and substitute player. Now, thanks for sitting with me and being ready so fast. You avoid elimination. How is the team handling matches like this when the stakes are so high?
I mean, we're just handling it how we should be, right? We're going into every day with the mindset of practicing, improving on ourselves, right? Whether that's through ranked or we're scrimming, right? I mean, it's busy. I mean, it's hard because we're all busy with like classes and our own personal obligations, but we've been getting the practice in. So, I mean, a match like this is a lot of pressure too. It's a do or die. I know I was very nervous, at least subbing in for the first time.
Yeah, but as soon as we heard it, everyone was super excited because everyone seems to know how good you are actually at playing, and that we're even surprised that you're coaching. That's how much people think you're goated. So could you actually elaborate on your substitution and sort of what kind of adjustments the team had to do around you, maybe compositionally or otherwise?
Composition-wise, it allowed Ishan to play a little bit more of a comfortable role. Obviously, it's my first time playing Initiator. But what the team needed was like a second voice. Like Ishan is the IGL. But I subbed in today to be that secondary voice, mid-rounding, pre-rounding as much as I can, making reads all around the map. So yeah, so the team needed a secondary voice. That's what I'm here for.
Awesome. Should we expect Jerk next week then, or school in the way?
As of right now, it's still just going to be me subbing in for this next upcoming match.
Okay, good to know. We'll spread the word and we'll look out for you there. But now let's kind of focus in on your coaching role. So tell us about your coaching style. Now you've had a little bit of time with the team. What are you focusing on with them?
Things I focus on is just like I try to work individually with each person because I feel like I could find the individual mistakes that everybody makes, and it's okay. I mean, everybody makes mistakes, right? But I'm just there to sort of help point it out for them. And I also try to find, I try to help with the team coordination, right? So whether that's how we should go into fights, how we should take our duels together, ways we should be rotating around the map, things of that nature. I mean, again, this is my first time coaching, so I'm not really like a strategy coach. I'm more of a working individually and working with the team.
Yeah, and I'm sure as like a player, like your perspective is very appreciated. And with this team that's been together for so long, must be difficult coming in, but that extra set of eyes, I'm sure is going to help them a lot in the long run. And so what needs to happen going forward to win every single match and try to get into playoffs?
I think I just need to get back in form. The second half was looking a little rough for me. But no, just seriously, I think the way we look right now is beautiful. I think that's how we should be looking. Honestly, just more practice time, right? I just started subbing again. I think we only had like maybe 2 days of practice with me. We're figuring out the comps, right? Because obviously I'm new to Initiator. So once we have time on figuring out what agent I should be playing and having more cohesion with the team, me and Ishan IGL co-IGLing, I think we'll be looking good for next week, and I think we have a real good chance to make playoffs.
Well, I just think it's incredible with so little practice and you subbing in, first time Initiator, that you guys were able to pull off a win. So I hope you guys are able to celebrate and be confident going forward. And thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on today, and we'll see you again soon.
All right, thank you. Thank you for having me, and I'll see you guys next week.
All right, thanks, Ali. That was Ali, player, coach extraordinaire, first time Initiator, first up with the team, and on so little practice. That is insane. Looking forward to seeing if Winthrop can keep clutching up, because they are still on the brink of elimination, but it's one step closer to turning it all around and getting into playoffs. But we have one more match ahead of us, y'all. Blue Otter versus SAD Esports, both sitting at 2-2. You won't want to miss that. Stay tuned. yeah, there's no stopping on this train. Okay, our last match of the day features two teams in perfect balance, 2-2, who climb closer to playoffs or begin their descent into relegation. And returning to our eyeballs again is the Otters in blue against the boys feeling blue. Van's big excited for our blue matchup. Who gets to keep the blue logo?
That dude, I'm gonna get so. Thank God I'm not casting this game, because if not, I'd be so confused about looking at the logos and stuff like that as well. But it is gonna be a very good game overall. I think both of these two teams are also like a mid-pack, both mid-pack teams that have a lot of potential to really go on a deep run. Like one of those moments where they could pop off on 1 week and tie in a couple of weeks together, and they could actually have a deep run and upset a lot of the top teams. I think these two teams for me are like the TSM of last year, where they'll have these shiny moments, especially going through from Blue Otter's side. From what we saw yesterday against YFP, despite their loss, they still had like some good macro and great firepower around this team.
I'm looking at this roster. I'm sure Zeldris is still playing, but Ash, I think the Blue Otter stocks are on the rise, especially because of him. But overall, how much they've improved, and even the experience that Bob brings from game changers to other types of experiences, this is a team that I'm looking out for.
Oh, for sure. I mean, for Bob, not even just game changers, but also like being back on Sonics like back in the day as well, right? Like it's not Bob's first rodeo within like the open scene here for Valorant. And just to give a little bit of a nod, I actually believe that Zeldris is going to be back into the server today, and while he should not be playing, and we saw the firepower that Zeldris is able to bring for this squad here as well. Yeah, we got a
That's why we couldn't find Zeldris. We still can't, so we're just gonna put his name.
Guess the Valorant player, guys.
It's Zeldris. Oh no, wait, hold on.
Oh no.
IPs.
That's so
let's forget it. Yeah, let's go to the next one.
Yeah, prod mute, please.
Well, let's just, focus in on those Zeldris stats, because this has been such a huge change for this team, slotting in perfectly. And Ash especially, I felt like Zeldris was very threatening against YFP last week, even though it resulted in a loss.
Yeah, it was definitely a tough loss for them, but like you were saying, he was not slowing his role whatsoever. Been a very consistent player for the likes of Blue Otter ever since he has stepped up. And that's also, again, difficult too, right? Because you've got Bob swapping off the duelist role that she was on, and then Zeldris looking to slot into the system, and looking pretty good, all things considered, despite that difficult loss. It's just a lot of firepower coming up from him. I think the setup is really nice there, and it allows Bob to reprise her supportive role on that initiator.
Yeah.
I agree. And you know who supports Zeldris? Just this entire team. And to be able to come into a team that has that chemistry, just needs a bit more firepower. I think Zeldris brings a lot to the table, Vance.
Definitely. And I think if I'm looking back here for his game against YFP yesterday, though, he definitely did his mark, but also YFP did a very good, I mean, it's still YFP we're talking about here, right? So YFP did a very good job to shut down Zeldris, to not give him a lot of first blood opportunities. Even if you're looking at a couple of these maps, I think the Fracture one, he was unsuccessful on even getting any, that said. But still, it doesn't take away from anything that he brings into a roster overall. So now that you're in, I like to say again, even footing against NA Esports, there's an opportunity right now to really see the full value and potential of what Zeldris brings into this roster. And he's probably gonna be a lot more lights out than he was yesterday.
And another person who I think had a great performance against YFP is Zeke, bouncing back after a quieter previous match. Seemingly looks more buffed, obviously in the game, against with Zeldris commanding the Helm Ash.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Zeke, he pairs really nicely with Zeldris and how aggressive he's looking to play, setting him up really nicely, because we're typically going to be seeing Zeke on that flash, on that breach, and just allowing Zeldris to take the space that Zeke is creating for him. And then we even saw like a couple of fun backstab opportunities coming out from Zeke, as far as nice repositions and whatnot. But this dynamic duo playing really nicely together, considering again that it's only been these last two matches that Zeldris has really slotted in here for the likes of Blue Water.
And Vance, are you convinced that now that Zeldris is in this lineup, they're good to go, or how much more time do they need before they reach a peak form? How close to their peak form are they?
I think they're going to be looking pretty good too. I don't think they're at the limit right now, and it didn't look bad at all in terms of what Zeldris is bringing to the table. And again, it's thanks to the support of what Zeke was bringing on that map that we saw earlier on Lotus. I think he dropped 12 assists to be able to allow Zeldris and the rest of the team to get good value here on I think it was their attack side, if I'm not mistaken, here at this point. So overall, I think as a unit, Blue Otters, sorry, there you go, with my confusion around the Blues, but Blue Otters still looks pretty good right now as a complete roster. So it's still going to be a tough match no matter what. But Zeldris, I think, just slots in quite well. And after 1 week of being able to play an official match with the team right now, and then also getting an extra couple of days to VOD review, or I guess 1 night to VOD review, and making sure that you iron out what you could actually maximize and min-max in a short amount of time, they could definitely come out here swinging a little bit better than they did yesterday.
Sure, like they have a solid foundation, and now you just have to build up from here on out. And you're at a 2-2 spot where it's not do or die yet, but it's getting pretty close. And Blue Otter have taken wins against Hakiki, Mori, and Burger Boys, so being able to punch down, but can they punch up? And their opponent, Sad. Now they're a team that everyone's been keeping their eye on. They played close to Trust and Plug, but can they trust themselves to close out a series, Ash? That's what I'm really worried about, because they got some, solid players like around Northwood on this team.
Yeah, they really do. I do like a couple of the players here on SAD Esports. You have some of that just natural chemistry that's built in to this roster with Furbsa, Benji, and Dip. And then you've also got Zerona and Tuzi to round things out here on the likes of SAD, right? And it's nice because there's that chem that's been built up over time. But then you also look towards, I guess, some of the matches. You just talked about their results recently, being able to take their most recent one up against Burger Boys, but that was a hard fought one. And against the Burger Boys that honestly hasn't been looking too great this season, despite I think some of the expectations with the players that we saw on that roster. But their matches, I would say, have generally been maybe slightly more difficult than the ones that Blue Otter has had to face up against with the wins that we saw coming out from them.
Yeah, and they still put a pretty decent fight against Qubit Academy. I mean, it's still a 9-13 and a 6-13, but as in second week coming in after a victory against Core, it's still a great continuation here for this team. For one side, when we just witnessed the Winthrop University with Ali as a sub coming in, Ali the bot usually, as he calls himself, definitely not a bot in the server. He was also a key component to that roster that we're currently seeing here, that iteration of SAD Esports of Northwoods, and that allowed for them to get such a deep run in that Rebel Campus Clutch 2 years ago. So again, I'm living in the past, but it also, for me, it just showed like I had a lot of confidence with this roster, with this team, based on what I witnessed from 2 years ago. The only thing right now is that the meta changed a lot throughout the years, and that Dip seemed like he was very, very fond and adamant to maintain the silver role despite more initiator agents coming out, for example, like a Fade or something as well. But now with the Tejo, you have a little bit more of Dip stepping away from time to time, depending on the maps, and adding a little bit more Tejo and a little bit more depth in terms of, those agents outside of just a Silva. So this is going to help again open up some spaces for him to call with this Tejo as the agent that most recently came out. So I'm quite confident of what SAD Esports could accomplish now with this team.
And Dip can handle those high pressure moments, being able to pull off that many clutches, and there's a lot of responsibility on these initiators to pick up the Tejo and to fit it in their pool, Ash. And I think Dip has really stepped up to the plate for SAD.
No, that's for sure. And I think it's always nice having the recon player being able to IGL for the team here as well. And just especially when you're looking for some of those like sub plays, find that information to help set up for Furbsa, and then allow for that kind of mid rounding to come out from Zerona there as well. So it's nice and well rounded. They have that natural chemistry, and it's about now this litmus test of these two teams. I think that you look towards SAD Esports, and maybe you consider them like maybe a slight edge up against Blue Otter. I feel like this one is a really, really close matchup for either side, and it can be hard to say actually if they're. I don't even actually think there's an underdog in this one. I feel like they're pretty evenly. No, it's pretty even weight class. Yeah.
At least looking at the duelists, like I feel like Zeldris has had a bigger moment in the spotlight in Challengers, and looking at Furbsa, we could zoom in on his stats. I think this is a big year for Furbsa to prove himself in the Challenger scene, to be the hero for SAD, as all duelists should. But he can pull off as many clutches, Vans, and he could deliver those first bloods, and you need all of that from Furbsa.
Yeah, and he's a complete player because he actually went from different roles to different roles depending on what they kind of needed from him in different iterations of the teams that he's played in. I think he went from like a controller role if I'm not mistaken, to maybe even a Sentinel, and now going into as a main duelist here for the team, which actually works out because you know that he has these moments. You were just talking about him being good in the clutches. That's the Sentinel genes that he brings in. So to have that experience to play that many reps going into official matches rather, and getting that experience of the game sense of how to play the 1v1s and how to play the clutches. Now you have that opportunity to leverage that game sense on your entry capabilities now on a duelist, to know where your opponents are going to be stacked up on, because you used to play the anchor role already as a Sentinel. So this allows here for SAD Esports to have a lot of firepower and a lot of a much pointier tip of that spear.
Yeah, and okay, we are looking at like this head-to-head here, right, between Ferbza and Zeldris. The stats are really close. Zeldris a little bit more buffed up, but honestly pretty similar when you consider the bigger picture, with the fact that Ferbza has been playing the entire time during this split. Zeldris has really only slotted in for the last couple of games. So that kind of shifting things a little bit for them there. But overall, both of these teams also have like very heavy support backing them when you're looking towards how they're going to be set up by their teammates. They're very consistent in being able to assist both of these duelists in making that space, and it's kind of a cool head-to-head to think. I feel like 2 years ago, Ferbza was one of those like up-and-coming duelist players, newcomer to the scene, where everyone had their eyes on him as a really hot prospect that they thought could even hit that tier 1 level. And then now Zeldris is the young gun to be going up against him in this matchup, where it is a little bit of that rematch from the group stage of stage 3 as well, where they didn't get to face off against each other then. But now it's going to be a question of, okay, can Ferbza prove his worth up against this new hot and starting duelist player, or will Zeldris kind of now take that light as the rookie?
And I'm sure that with more time, like Zeldris and the squad are just going to look better and better, but it all depends on which map they go to. So let's check out what was picked, what was banned, and where we're going to kick things off on, because a lot of rays out of Ferbza, Zeldris having a couple games. SAD Esports choose to go to Bind. We have Blue Otter with Haven, Lotus as the decider. Vans, how would you say you're confident in either's chance? Which color blue is better?
I think they're just going to trade maps pretty much at this point for these teams. Both of them looking really good on a map like Haven. The only loss here that you kind of had on Haven from Blue Water is they had to play against rankers, and everybody lost against rankers anyways. But the composition coming out from like both of these teams still leverage a lot of tail around that. But there's, the composition that you have coming out here of SAD Esports on Bind is actually quite good in terms of how much stall that they have around the Deadlock, the Astra, and the Tejo. So that could be something very good to look out for. And I think that's what their strong suit is in terms of being able to lock out the attackers when they're playing a defensive side first, which is why I'm not surprised to see them also comfortable here. I mean, it's still their opponent's map or side pick, but for them to start on the defense, I think they're happy with that.
We'll see if we're happy with our predictions, because I know I'm having a good start to my day, but I never like to celebrate when there's teams getting eliminated. But no one gets eliminated from this match, and everyone picked a blue team, but half of us went Blue Otter, half of us went SAD. Ash, what do you think? We're on the same team here.
We're on the same team, but if I'm going to be so genuine right now, it was really hard. We're already talking about how SAD and Blue Water are kind of in that same weight class here, how it is kind of this 50-50 in this best of 3. And I had a really hard time choosing between the two. I think I landed on Blue Otter because I do really like seeing Bob reprising her role on that initiator, even on, especially on that Tejo, where they're able to kind of lean a little bit more into the meta for her, and she's able to still like frag out and play for herself at times due to some of that utility. And then Zeldris just brings so much firepower, especially with that Yoru being able to slot in. That leans a lot more into the current meta that we're seeing right now in Valorant with those repositions, that more proactive gameplay. It made me feel like, okay, this was the change that SAD needed, or sorry, that Blue Otter needed to make that step up.
And I think one change we may notice is in the initiator role as we go to our agents, because the last time we saw SAD, they preferred the Sky, but Blue Otter as around the breach. They've played with the Gecko, and we'll see what they land on, because you do have some room maybe to experiment at a 2-2 spot. Vans, initial reaction, we got Sky versus the breach.
Yeah, I think also Blue Otter pulling out this Astra, so they are playing a very similar, if almost mirror comps coming through, and the stall is going to be quite prominent for both. I think if anything, Zeke has the extra advantage here for Blue Otter because of that fault line, but they are lacking a lot of that scan capability or opportunities to find information in the earlier rounds, which is why, thankfully, Blue Otter starts on the attack side, so they do have great opportunities to get a lot of space here for Zeldris, but they have to convert a lot of attacking side rounds. If not, this should be SAD Esports' map to take.
Well, this is SAD Esports' choice. Hopefully, they're going to be happy after this one, unless Blue Otter want to push them to the brink. We're ready to get into map number 1, so let's send it over to Marks and Tenric.
Unremarkable winning, educational losing, and an uncertain ceiling. That has been the tale of the tape for months from both of these blue teams. But here, now is the moment to become red hot and run up that round differential, even if you lose. Seeding among the records for both of these teams inevitably reaching by the end of this match matters going into the following round. Marks, we spoke at length at the desk at how deadlocked this matchup is. Thank goodness these teams heard the message with their comp choices.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, once again, just taking a look at what we're kind of going into here with, bringing in that Sky is going to be pretty interesting over the Astra. Sorry, not over the Astra, but over the Breach, because I do think that Breach is an interesting pick on this map. So I'm curious to see how Blue Otter are going to be playing around this. Historically, SAD Esports, they look really good on bind, or at least in this split so far. They've been pretty consistent when it comes to this map, so it makes sense why this would be their map choice. And, well, we're seeing the new age of Valorant come in here. It sounds like Deadlock and Taeho, especially on this bind map. It's gonna be Blue Water starting us out on the attack, leading heavily into Showers, but SAD just around the corner watching A main.
Yeah, we all know where this is going, the short length of short. That these teams love execing all this heavy util to on top of the Deadlock mesh. It is so easy to confine and confound when this spike goes down in front of the truck. And it helps to have some Taeho util to scope it out early on. A salvo to prevent the early stage hands on top of a stealth drone thrown up at the attackers, but that'll prompt the shower attack just a little bit heavier, and Zostal will be the first to strike on favor of Blue Otter. Ferbs is able to wrap that up though, and so now it's just that one-pronged attack down truck that's able to make headway.
And just good awareness of SAD, understanding that once this is moving in, they might try and pinch in from Showers. They completely divert all of their attention there to make sure they take everyone out. Zeldris takes a lot of space, but Ferbs takes him out. Suddenly, this is looking nice and even.
Great angle to catch. Now the salvo is able to catch Ferbs on the runaway, so Tuzi takes that opportunity to swing as Bob attempts to escape, and now the rest of SAD will encroach onto Lamps and deal with Sean Dex. A solid defensive round to start things out. The Pistols won with 3 men standing.
Yeah, and once again, with how that round kind of played out, SAD Esports, they were doing a fantastic job. Once again, that awareness to know, okay, we've just traded a bunch of utility, all the salvos came out, all the stuns came out, so now let's just go ahead and punish that shower push, make sure that it's so much more possible for SAD to just really hold their ground. And the Blue Waters, they lost that pretty early on, meaning that they didn't have much to play off of. This time around, we're going to be seeing SAD Esports, they're bringing up the weaponry. They're ready to play as soon as we see the move in there. It's early salvos, an early stun, Dip just around the corner.
Zeke has actually gotten in front of it and does manage to get away with catching Dip, but now SAD can fortify this bathroom watch just a little bit heavier, and there's the double kill with Ferbs' Outlaw. Clean as can be. Blue Water still searching for whatever kills they can find before they are forced to pick up this spike and lug it over to a site if they so choose. Still plenty of time to find someone potentially lurking if you are lucky. That's why you'll see Zeldris taking his sweet time and Sean Dex working up the back here, seeing if anybody gets a little too greedy before we walk into our certain death.
And there was a lot of talk on the desk about Ferbsa and how Ferbs has kind of been this duelist that everyone has really had their eye on. And to be fair, we're starting to see that Spearhead really gets sharpened with what SAD are doing. I'm a big believer in SAD. I think that their utility and team play is extremely good, and they just need to, you know, clean up a couple of that gunplay. They can't have Ferbsa being their only top fragger. And lately, I've been really impressed with how they've been positioning themselves. We see a little bit of that trade from Tuzi and Ferbsa, just making sure they're both watching that same angle to make sure no one gets punished. It's little things like that that are really making me like this SAD Esports roster just a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree. Dip got a lot of very worthwhile praise on the desk, but Tuzi has definitely been my standout player so far from SAD Esports over the past couple weeks. When it just comes to his positioning and timing, it's gotten so much better, particularly on this Astra. You can tell he's feeling a lot more comfortable with it. That being said, on the bonus round, Blue Water are going to get a lot more brave, and this composition still looks deadly as can be on the attack. They'll start with a 4-stack up the lane towards B.
Oh man, the firing squad is ready to play. Just hoping that somebody will just poke their head out and then just all the bullets will fly from all the different angles. But the sonic sensors are placed up. The B site is nice and insulated. This time SAD not getting a little bit too rambunctious. Barrier mesh now going to be deployed here. Blue Water want to move in.
Huge grab nade that Benji is forced to kind of skirt, and the salvos will continue to pressure him away, but Zerona on the other side of that is completely unfazed and can now just spam into this grab that is thrown so beautifully. Ferbs is the one to fully complete, though, with a 3K on that showstopper, and he'll be the only one to fall in a huge bonus round pickup from SAD.
With the way that the Valorant meta has been shifting around, it's very explosive, to say the least, where you want to be just playing around things that go boom, especially with Teho bringing in the salvos, making sure to zone things out completely. That's why we see an Astra on this map as well, because everything is just done in a combination of that. An excellent grab net cuts everybody in, they all get sucked into the twister and blown up by the bazooka.
That was sensor into grab net into gravity well. That's absolutely ridiculous, dude.
Just throw the guns away, we got the utility for it. But honestly, that's kind of the style that a lot of teams are starting to adopt. They want to use that utility either to deter or do a lot of damage or take people out completely so they don't even have to worry about it. We're already seeing Zeldris start to move in, but Tuzi's still holding up top.
Beautiful smoke covers so much space. That's the beauty of Astra on a site. His tight knit is bind, but Dip still finds the cracks, the crevices, and Ferbso reopens it. SAD once again collapse fully from a distance. Zeldris the only one remaining in the lamps, and Blue's push is completely split in two. Zo's still fun off angle. That's what he excels at more than anything else when it comes to the pushes for this team, but too little, too late. The guns are not there, and Blue Water has no way of reopening. Zeldris' util is already fully gone. Has to come down to Zol still trying to bob and weave with these stars up, getting at least one more, but Ferbs has got the better gap and the better gun even still. Let's style on him a little bit harder and give the man 3. Let's go ahead and farm that showstopper by round 5. Why not? SAD Esports 4-0.
Oh my goodness me. I mean, even at that point too, Ferbsa literally just used the showstopper. Already has 4 ultimate orbs back online, 12 kills in the lobby. The next highest is Tuzi with 3. 4 times, but Ferbsa has just been in the right place at the right time consistently, is playing so intelligently off of this duelist utility, making sure to play off the raise stuff to get yourself into elevated positions, and on top of that too, looking for those little opportunities. Blue Otter, every single time they go in, it feels like they're just walking into the meat grinder.
SAD have been ready to intercept each and every time. Tuzi caught early by the grab net. Blue Water have to execute very quickly. Dip not caught. Yes, caught by the stealth drone, in fact, and suppressed. Stuck inside this smoke, and Zostal has to know it. But Blue Water, they have no reason to press this any further. They want to maintain personnel.
Now SAD will have this opportunity. 5v5 retake here.
Zo's implanted.
Looking for an opportunity.
Shower step out. Zo's now alone thanks to that extra nebula and a nice angle caught by Dip. You have to re-step out quickly if you're Bobsta, and they're stunned. She has no way of getting back in Blue Water. Once again, they can't re-engage. Shondex has to full send it into Lamps, giving Zeldris some space, but only room for one. Ferbsa is trolling with a Sheriff on the blast pack. Dip away. But that's because the rest of the team has got his back, hopefully, right? Double salvo to flush out Zeke. There's not enough time. SAD Esports, they threw themselves at the problem, and it wasn't enough. You've got to shoot 2.
The fools gave us a win.
You got to shoot 2, but you also too have to have some sort of semblance of what's going on or what the play is or something like that. It felt just a little bit scattered. Like the last 4 rounds, there was like the woohoo, we can do anything, we're immortal in this game. To suddenly, oh my goodness me, we're just running into their guns and we're just getting gunned down for it. Of course, there were a couple of opportunities where things looked a little bit dicey, but Blue Waters maintained that discipline, and they're keeping their head in the game to make sure that they can get these rounds. Zeke now has that Rolling Thunder online. On the other side, Dip does have the Armageddon, could potentially be used to slow things down, but really, it's this utility I want to see from SAD that really slows it down.
That's the interception they were waiting for. Rolling Thunder a little bit too late to the party, so Zeldris is already cut short, but Blue Water, they have a much easier execution now, and Bobsta, she's the one that gets going when that duelist is down. In we go and out we go. Blue Water get the plant down. Now the Armageddon on top of Lance to make sure Ferbsa can't execute early. So Puppy guarding that back door, making sure that SAD Esports are on low at all times. Zerona and Benji, the only ones remaining. Zerona have to open himself up, and good for only one. Nothing further from the push, and Blue Water, this execute on A is getting going.
Yeah, it feels like Blue Water now are anticipating just the speed that SAD Esports likes to play with, even on that defense. It's very like, you know, as soon as we get a hint of what's going on, we're just gonna rush over there and run them down and use all the utility really to support that style of play. But I think Blue Waters are doing a better job now of using the utility to clear it out or at least stall them out, which is allowing for these easy opportunities where Bob can just go in and absolutely annihilate fools with that rifle in hand. And so Blue Waters, they get 2 very decisive rounds back into their corner as this is looking a lot more close than it should be.
And now SAD Esports, with that lack of guns, they're forced to use their own ultimates after the dump from Blue Water in the previous round. Armageddon to try to take space, and they're going to work with it anyway. Ferbs are good for the one, but Shondex can wrap it up early, and Blue Water can still take the early half of the site. Dip gets inside the smoke and escapes with one, but Blue Water, again, it's individual plays and individual kills. That's as far as they'll get this time around. Other than that, the take is still secure.
Shondex looking to go fishing. No bodies left even to get caught into the net. Now Zerona on the flank does have a rifle, but in this 1v3 scenario and a lot of utility still available for Blue Water to potentially shut this down even further.
Should just swing this. Sonic sensor tapped, so it'll only be one. Shondex, good connection on his own util, and the self-sufficiency of Blue Water continues to thrive when SAD Esports is relying on it at the wrong times. So now this gap is just 1 round strong. You do have your guns back as SAD Esports along with your ultimate, so your playbook is wide open. Warrants a great call for a timeout. So you have all of this stuff to look at. You just want to get all your ducks in a row.
Let's see what SAD can do, because once again, they were coming in with overwhelming fury. But Blue Water are getting the read on them now. It looks just a little bit cleaner coming in from Blue Water. They're not necessarily focusing on the micro, they're focusing on the macro. Clear out every single corner, make sure that it's going to be a disadvantageous place for SAD Esports to be able to do anything. SAD Esports, meanwhile, their utility usage is just simply focused on finding the kill that's in front of them. We're hoping at least that Firps is going to pop off. Got the Nightblood up against SR Black game. It's being broadcasted right now, and we're actually on map 3. A very close matchup between these 2 teams right now.
And the action on that stream won't be done after map 3 either. Core versus Trust and Plug will be happening on that B stream after this. So, as always, if you have the extra monitor, extra RAM, please do pull up the stream and catch another great match of Valorant happen over here in North American Challengers. Tomorrow, we've got some more matches, too. It'll be the 2 matches to confirm our next 2 teams that'll get up into the playoffs. Qbert, YFP, M80, TSM, all playing for a spot. Should be some exciting matches on stream. Round 8, we're heading into here. Blue Water and SAD, the world at their fingertips. Blue Water has to play in 2 phases. SAD still trying to hold on to the 1. Immediately see that short push.
Here comes Ferbsa with the showstopper.
Mega early in blue. No real press on top of this, so Ferbsa has to go into the showers instead and still can't fully catch the kill. Shondex's backstep is just good enough. Zeldris will use his own showstopper to gain some space up lamps, but Ferbs is still playing the denial game and playing it hella well. That's 2 down as Zeldris tries to take that high ground. We're down to our pistols for a second. Zerona gets the free kill out of that one. And SAD have retaken over the site, with Blue Water having little to offer except that reopening as Zeke gets that cooldown back up with the fault line as long as nobody peeks. Now the TP into the B site, have to take down that mesh though, and Benji is able to waste more than enough time just for SAD to still feel confident with this takeover. Now a grab net to slow this down even more. Easiest kill in the world. Zeldris has to carry the world on his shoulders, and a great paint shells to at least allow himself to plant this spike.
That's going to be 3v1 though, and look at this. Already Zerona coming in onto Hookah. They control the smokes right now, so Zeldris in a very disadvantageous position.
3 for me.
Better now.
Way better. Only one way you have to look. He doesn't know it though. Here's the double step. Now he does know the double swing is coming, but he misses the second shot as well. And SAD will wrap it up with a neat little bow. Not a lot of ultimates that they had to contribute to that either. They have a lot that they can spend going forward, and the rest of this half, they may have found stability yet again.
I love explosions.
Yeah, a really important round for SAD just to keep their heads back into it. You know, don't get too rambunctious, don't get too overheated or anything like that. Keep it nice and in control. Especially too, it does genuinely seem like the strategy might be, hey, Ferbsa, get like 3 kills and the rest of the squad is here to back you up. However, you know, it's the setups that we're seeing and these opportunities that they're creating for themselves to make sure that they really seal the nail in the coffin. Of course, Ferbsa is going to be doing Ferbsa things, is just kind of a lone agent going in there, John Wick style, looking for a couple of picks, and usually can deliver on those. I just fear, though, what happens when the Ferb gets shut down.
That has been what has stopped SAD so often, and kind of how the conversation has shifted when it comes to challengers in general of, can you still enable your star as effectively, or do you have to have everyone be able to work more independently? Quickly, the meta is shifting over to the latter as the skill ceiling increases here in challengers, and SAD, the question continues to get asked, when are you stepping up as much as Ferbsa can? Because he continues to. Opening line of contact, of course, for this attack, so a bit unfair to say that SAD isn't doing anything just yet. That's kind of the point of this push. Tuzi will now activate as the smokes dissipate, and they should be able to retake this site. They've got brooms, they've got mobs, they've got easy ways to sweep this clean. Zeke standing alone on the boxes, and he is found shortly after. Good for the one, but no more than that. SAD Esports will make it a double up, 6-3.
Yeah, I mean, they're just kind of going in and isolating the targets and killing them. Blue Water, they didn't really have a chance to get set up into very comfortable positions. They looked a little bit scattered there. And then it's just SAD just going in and systematically dismantling them. Of course, Ferbsa being the person who's doing a lot of that dismantling, but the rest of the team as well. You can see them swinging together. They're playing off of one another and just doing those fundamentals so darn well. So Blue Water, it's a very awkward buy onto this round. I don't think we're going to really see a hero rifle. We will be seeing one into the hands of Zeldris, but they still have a little bit to go. Zeke is one ultimate orb away from getting that Rolling Thunder online. Zeldris as well getting close to the showstopper. But SAD, once again, they're comfortably cruising right now as they look to take yet another round.
Big stack on the front door of B site here. They're expecting Blue to push with this confidence they had in the stack back in round 3 now that they know Ferbsa doesn't have that showstopper. And it's a read that doesn't require much risk, as you have so much deadlock util set up in Hookah that if Blue Water try to fast sweep you the other way and go for the undercut, then they will be very quickly stalled. First bird to confirm that Bobsta is looking at lane. Hey, wow, there's presence here when no one else is here. That's crazy, bro. And now we'll swing out on top of it. Benji first blood. Paint shells thrown into the mix here. SAD Esports will step back out and re-default.
Once again, just good utility coming out. The way that SAD uses that utility is, okay, let's go for a kill right now. Use the utility, let's go. Boom, got a kill. Okay, get out now. And it completely slows Blue Otter down. And look at this. I mean, sure, they're taking a lot of space. Zostal is all the way onto the safe site, but they're more or less committed. And SAD, they've got all the agents they need to be able to shut this one down.
And they'll even go for the bamboozle to make it even heavier. Ferbsa gonna get all that pressure, and with the hero rifle, he'll be the only real threat. But Zostal has not checked him. In fact, nobody from SAD has. Oh my goodness, that's 3.
Down A.
Go!
Such easy work here for Ferbsa by himself. A weak point for a moment, but completely unchecked. And it makes the round as easy as SAD were making it out to be in the beginning of it.
The aim trainers that time really working out. A lot of them, people are like, oh, aim trainers, they don't help you at all. But when you literally don't even have to take a step, fantastic. Ferbsa just annihilates them. Now on to 20 kills in this lobby. Nobody else has gotten to double digits except for Ferbsa, who has yet another showstopper online.
This is ridiculous.
SAD Esports, they're just flying forwards. Ferbsa definitely being the tip of the spear, and Zeldris might have overcooked on that one.
We are way too close to the issue here, and now it's Zeldris' turn to frag out. Showstopper into frag, into Bobsta getting hers to full-on assault on the hookah, and it all goes in favor of Blue Otter. Hey, that's just the way the cookie crumbles, my guy. You just gotta work with that sometimes. This should be an easy post plan from Blue, but SAD is gonna get in front of this early. Ferbsa gonna util dump before Tuzi lets all these stars fly, and of course he still gets an opening frag, because he's Ferbsa. Come on, man.
Finally, the spike's going to go down. A showstopper still available for Ferbsa. Cosmic Divide, if they think that this is going to be winnable. Given Zeldris' HP pool, all it's going to take is one kill, and SAD are going to be right back in.
They have 2 ults for this. At any point, they could choose to gamble for it, but this has to be perfect. And the first swing will already facilitate Zeldris to go for the 1-for-1, and that should be enough. Now you can unload all of your util and probably not have to use an ultimate if you're Blue Otter, making your round 12 look spectacular on paper. But Ferbs is still on the paper for an ace here if he's able to pop out enough. Zeke has to wait in the far edges of Garden, and this will be an easy half of the spike, will it not? Indeed it will. The gravity well does not catch Ferbs. He doesn't need 5! He just needs space! Are you
I am at
kidding me?
a loss of words right now, Tenrek.
Last round before the
Just
switch.
hides behind the box, too.
At
Wow.
that point, if I may be so brave, Zoe, at that point, I think you just give him the ace. I think you just walk in front of him after that, if I'm being so real.
This is the Ferbsa show. I have no idea what else to say beyond that. They don't clear, they don't use the utility properly just because the spike isn't planted in the right spot, and Ferbsa's still able to find Zeke on the way out. Unbelievable stuff. Ferbsa grabbing the rest of Sad Esports, putting those teddy bears into his backpack, and completely stomping Blue Water. Showstopper going to be online here, waiting for Zeldris to use it. Goes off, but finally the raid boss has been dethroned.
Zeldris able to properly discombobulate him. Tuzi, nice catch on the head to keep this even, but Bobster will refrag right back. Show your head and Blue Water will punish you. That's the mentality they want to try establishing going forward from here, certainly. Rolling Thunder spent because it can be at this stage to box out the shower push just a little bit, so Sad Esports have to fully go for the retake, which they will. 3v4, and you still have this deadlock ultimate too, for that matter, so you can open up any corner of the site as long as Benji is not kept shut. But that's exactly what Blue Water's trying to do. Zeldris and Zosol getting in front of the problems and dealing with them nice and early, just like they should. Execution done the right way, and Dip is left alone. Salvo's in the shower. A tale as old as time. It's 4-8 on the half.
Salvo's in the shower. Is that really a tale as old as time?
I guess it's a tale as old as Tejo.
Yeah, okay, that tracks, actually. That tracks. But yeah, it was the last round of the half, so of course we're going to be seeing everything just kind of tossed in there to try and salvage this round. But an excellent round from Blue Water. As soon as Ferbsa goes down, you can tell it's just like, all right, guys, we got to go. And go they do. Blue Water completely storm in onto the site. They push up into Sad's business. Sad are trying to pull the round back together, but are just simply unable to do so. And so we see them at this 8-4 half. Now it's going to be Sad on the attack, and given the teamwork and coordination we've been seeing them go in through, I'm curious to see how this one is going to be going. Ferbsa was pretty good at just kind of anchoring down a site alone, going to be good for at least 2 to 3 picks. That definitely changes, especially when you have to fly into enemy lines. Benji not able to shoot the stealth out there, so Bob will have an idea at least one of these players.
Much more pressure being placed on Zerona, and moreover, Dip to open up Ferbsa and allow him to get to the places he needs to be. Doesn't necessarily need flashes. That's why Dip is going to follow Ferbsa more often than Zerona. He just needs to make sure that the corners that Ferbsa can't check when he dives in so quickly are occupied by anybody. That's the beauty of Tejo. Blue Water going to try and take the shower fight nice and early once they hear a little bit of action, and the Gravnet actually does catch one, but Shandex doesn't have enough confidence to sweep it because Ferbsa was able to skirt it. So Sad Esports ultimately win the util trade, but not the damage pool trade. They'll still walk into this A side a little bit scared.
Very slow as Zeldris is still just holding this angle. Ferbsa has to be the first person in. Needs to find that pick, or at least stay alive. The Salvos go in there, and look at that excellent combination utility.
Now that is a disgusting net to get us started here already. A space guaranteed, and so Zerona will walk right into it, try to overextend Sad's position here a little bit, make it a little bit easier for this retake to be undeniable, but a fault line placed on top of this cross-section makes it easier for Blue Water to engage from on high. The problem is Sad Esports, they just need on low. Lamp control is still so active, and they can just re-extend from there to go for the spike again. Zoe stole from heaven, keeping this nice and interesting. No, it's going to hold the spike plant as there's only 13 seconds to go, but we have to fight right after that, and luckily, he got 3-on-1 for that. Sad Esports taking another pistol.
Yeah, Sad now 4 rounds away, closing out map number 1. I mean, according to their statistics, they love this map, and it's very clear why. They just look extremely comfortable with their playstyle here. Obviously, that was just a pistol round, but beautiful utility where it matters. Of course, it's so easy to just focus in on, Ferbsa just killing everybody on the team. But at the same time, when they do get those combinations of utility coming out, it's so effective. That's why we're seeing that deadlock get utilized alongside the Tejo, utilized alongside the Rays even. There's just a lot of potential to get easy kills that will continue to allow Ferbsa to just take space and find more frags.
Which is already sniffing out like a bloodhound. Shondex alone for 2 seconds. Ferbsa tries to come in on it, and now there's so much in his way. Immediate punishment from all of the members of Blue Water seemingly, but Bobsta takes the credit. Sad will at least still escape with a decent gun, but this eco is still quite staggered, so Blue Water have to stay nice and careful as they'll restack up towards Hookah and make sure that they can get the same punishment going on the next unlucky victim.
And it's oftentimes, too, you'll see a lot of this utility just being tossed out there. And you might be wondering, okay, why do they keep on doing that? Because, you know, they see it every single time. And it's because you might get a kill. And speaking of kills, we're already watching for a quite aggressive fight happen onto this B side, although the spike already onto A.
Admirable re-engagement, but it's still from a distance, so even that half second that you might get on the drop, still not enough when Sad can just output this kind of damage. And the 2-stack with the spike is the important one anyway. They still have all the power. They still have all the cards. Dip is doing a mountain of work retaining these two individuals over on this side for as long as he is, because this round is still far too fragile for Sad right now. That should fix it, though. Shondex in the 1v3, classic in hand. No util, though. It should be said and done, as he's got to watch for Dip every step of the way.
It's important that they continue to keep these rifles into this next one. Excellent kill from Dip as well. The most expensive guns get carried over into the next. So sure, it didn't quite work out as well as they would have wanted. Keep everybody alive, and that way the bonus is nice and easy. But still, Sad are in a great position moving into this next round. Blue Water, though, you know, it's not over yet. We've seen teams come back from even more difficult score of lineups. So let's see what they get. This is Ferbsa just getting absolutely trapped. Sometimes it's a formality, but you guarantee that kill on the Ferbsa makes it a much more possible round for the Blue Waters. Unfortunately, though, it's just this gun differential that carries Sad across the finish line. And already, engagement very quickly underway, but the mesh will slow things down quite a bit.
Dip is going to babysit Ferbsa a lot harder this round, so Blue Water know they can't go for nearly as proactive a punish game. Still, they do have all of this util dumping set up in the front so they can try to intercept as well as Ferbsa did on that defense. They understand that that is how Bind operates in such a fast metagame. Sad Esports, that's why they're window shopping, checking out the hookah space. This is one that they've taken very passive control over the course of this game on defense and offense already, really. And so Benji and Zerona rolling the tide. Not too much checking with util. They'll just waltz right in and actually intimidate Zeke off of that ledge.
It's going to be close. Zosel going for the swing, able to find one, but Ferbsa trades right back. Spike coming back in, but now the smokes options are limited for Sad. Doesn't matter. Benji able to find one.
Such a guaranteed kill, but it takes everything you've got and the kitchen sink. No smokes available off rip here, but Benji can still trade off the immediate threat, and Blue Otter, the remainder is once again too slow.
Oh.
Just misses that. Once again, great punish that Blue Otter has been going for. So now the 3v2 full-fledged from Sad Esports. They should be able to cycle through this pretty easily. A stun nade at the moment, and then they'll get that salvo back soon after. Before that, we'll have Ferbsa able to peek this from the elbow tool. There's that first tap, first stun nade on the front line. Bobsta doing a great job of holding it down here. So now it's just a 2v2, wide angle taken, and Benji just barely holds advantage. And on top of the salvo, Zeldris just has to walk into it. Low health on both sides, really, but the double swing is well executed by Sad Esports, so they will carry away the bonus as well.
Yeah, Benji also gets 4 kills on that last round. One away from the ultimate for this deadlock. Sad Esports, they look just so comfortable on these engagements. And Blue Water, they had a couple of really good ideas there, but it's so difficult on these post plants, especially too given the compositions you're going up against. There's so much stall. The Otters try and get a little bit more aggressive, try to play a little bit more forwards, make Sad play according to their own tune, but it simply just isn't enough. The bodies alone alive at the end make sure that it is a Sad Esports round. Sad now just 2 away from closing out map number 1, and it's looking very dominant from them on Bind.
Util stack now on the B site here. Zostal playing a lot farther back towards the link so he can both rotate effectively and also not get cut short early like Sad has been able to do all too consistently. It's Ferbsa that's punished again off of the stack sweep, but Benji continues to light up, and this deadlock ult is going to be the final straw on this early B push. Two-man rotation from Blue Water is once again what will be coming towards this Sad push. But Benji continues to be on the tear, and this team continues to have options. They could rotate through TP if they really want to and start this all over again. In fact, that's exactly what they look to do. Two-man front, up the TP over to A site as Tuzi holds up the short line to make sure that this two-stack is not split.
Zeldris, though, ready to receive it, finds a headshot on Zerona. Suddenly, Sad are questioning whether or not this is going to be the move, but given the time, they feel like they need to commit here.
Yeah, no other option at this stage, and so we're here for this fully fledged 2v2. Zeldris the dry peek, Tuzi the dry swing. The duelist is better at it. 1v2, but Benji's popped off. This would be an ace for the round, and Zostal faulty peek. Now the mesh available. He's going to place that on Heaven, but they're able to spam through the blocks and wrap this up. Blue Water up to 5.
Yeah, honestly, it was one of those things where you see Benji just go for the annihilation, close quarters, grabs Sean Dex out, and it's like, oh, we just secured yet another kill. That's awesome. And yet they don't want to move in onto it, just given the fact of where these reinforcements are. So they decide to portal out things. You know, nice close range annihilation just bouncing off the corner here. But it works out perfectly for Blue Water, because as soon as they realize that they're going around there, Benji gets into position. And it's that stall, that very first headshot that Benji, sorry, not Benji, but Zeldris takes, that makes it so that Sad are not able to move in as confidently as they were. So Blue Water, they stay alive. Fortunately, didn't thread the needle on that gate, so no one's going to get caught in the Gravnet. And this time around, Sad, looks like they're ready to move in onto this A site. The defenders, though, feign some noise to make it sound like they're backing off. They still got a mesh in front of them that they need to wait out. They don't want to give their positioning up.
Yeah, Zill's still going to head back to Heaven instead of ducking back into Link like he did before. And this was already a stronger position on retake game anyway, so if Blue Water decide to take this, at least with an early clash, they'll have some good positioning for it. Tuzi will be forced to basically completely smoke this out. Armageddon tossed on top of this. Ferbs, the blast pack is a little bit faulty, so he doesn't get nearly as much space as he intended, but with a showstopper in Armageddon, I mean, the site's going to be clear, don't worry.
Yeah, it was definitely the Armageddon forced people back. The showstopper gets used just in case, but yeah, Spike goes down now.
It's wide off the truck thanks to the gravity well. Tuzi didn't reset that plant. So Blue Water could be able to find a lot more easy openings off of what is a much less safe Spike for the post-plant game.
Oh, Ferbsa.
Ferbsa, yeah, completely fielded out with that aftershock. There's Zostal's re-entry from Heaven. Good for 2. Prime real estate for that Cosmic Divide now, and Sad, they'll get active on front of it. And it doesn't matter what half of the site they control. It doesn't matter if it's a quarter of the site. They'll control it. 12-5, 7 rounds of room here on Bind.
Benji keeping his head on a swivel there. Knowing exactly where to look at the exact right time. Of course, other members of SAD were watching those different angles, but yeah, the graph, well, it just sucks them out completely. And so the spike gets planted in such an open, weird area there and still not able to capitalize on it. But just an excellent job coming in from SAD Esports. This attacking round, attacking half, proves to me that Ferbsa doesn't need to be the only player doing things. Ferbsa is great at giving them an advantage, but is not the winning condition because Ferbsa has been taken out for quite a few of these rounds, and SAD Esports, the rest of the squad are doing a great job at cleaning up after.
That being said, he's inches away from this 30 bomb and is now alone against a site with the fake of the Cosmic Divide. Blue Water, they are not keen to this fake as the entire rest of SAD Esports is over on the B site. How many people can Ferbsa properly backdoor? That question will be answered once the spike plant is actually confirmed. Blue Water's still not aware of how many members are here, and now they know Ferbsa is. That's one, and that's all Ferbsa will get. Rest of Blue Water on the scurry back, but Spike definitely down on B.
That should buy just a little bit more time. The salvos are ready to go. I wonder if SAD's play here is just to stall them out even longer. Oh, never mind. It's going to be a trap play. Benji ready to go with the net.
It misses the showstopper from Zeldris, still has some space. Sonic Sensor will catch him though, and so he has to let it go early. We'll catch Benji, but not before the refrag comes through. And Sad are able to make up for all the lost space and the lost Ferbs. So 28 is enough to get them over the line when the rest of the team is as good as they are, unless Bobsta comes up with the craziest clutch at the moment. Tap on top of the stun for 1. Now a 1v2 as Bob gets closer to Tuzi. Could potentially get sandwiched, but there's such limited time at this stage. It is far too late. Indeed, 13-5 from Sad Esports. One hell of a duelist, but one hell of a team in the end game. We'll go on to map 2 with Sad at the helm.
Ferbsa being the highlight player in that first half. But after that, it seems like the rest of the teams, they pulled it up and said, okay, we got to show the world what we're made of as well. A fantastic job coming in from Sad Esports. We were starting to see a lot of their machinations of playing together as a team, using the utility in such fun combinations come to fruition. And it really feels like right now, this team is in their stride. It looked so good coming out from them. And then on the other side as well, Blue Otters, they were just struggling to really find those moments. Zeldris never really got an opportunity to go in and have fun, be that star duelist for Blue Otter, because I just think that Sad were doing an excellent job at shutting it down, mostly because of Ferbsa, but also too on the attacking half, thanks to the rest of the squad.
That's the really hard part of this is Ferbsa dominated so much of the game that it's not like Blue Otter can take a lot away from this matchup. I mean, other than just targeting the duelist, you still ended up losing. There is so much to still learn as we enter this second map. Certainly a perilous position to be in, but if there's any team to beat it, it's Blue Otter. We'll see if they can beat the odds and the Sad Esports after this short break.
Dude, I'm going Vice Lock. If you're running Vice Lock like the Vice Deadlock and you stack a site with more than 3 people, it's D-Day for the other team. Like, and if you have 5, I mean, you may as well just save. Like, there's no way that you're gonna win on the T side. Like, you jump out, you're gonna get hit by Deadlock Nade, Vice Flash, Thorns, Vice Wall, Deadlock Wall weak side, so everybody's facing one side, you know, like, it's just not good. It's just not gonna be good, bro. Probably Breach as the initiator. Let's just make really sure. Like, let's make really sure if they're all coming up short on bind that they're having no fun at all. Like, 0 fun.
I mean, shit, we gotta be playing Reyna, Clove. You gotta get those 2 in there for sure. Depends on the map. We'll throw in a little Jet. You know what I mean? We'll throw in a Jet there. We'll go Cypher. Gotta hold the flank. And our initiator, we'll go like Sova or Fade. We need to get the info.
We're gonna play Bind. Put B-Dog on Clove. We did on like Viper. And then you can put Bow on Chamber. Caillou on Sky. You put me on Raze.
I'd probably be like me and Bowie would probably be just run the duelists, Grapper on the initiator, Jordan on the Senti, or Ghost on the Sentinel, and then Kaiser just running some of these characters. Just a double duelist comp.
So I'm playing Smokes, so I need to be on Clove. Clove is just so good ranked, best ranked agent. So I'm on Clove. We got Timo Tino, our duelist player. We'll probably throw him on, probably just put him on Jet. And then we got Starly, Sentinel player. I'll probably just throw him on KJ. I think KJ is just like so good and ranked, or maybe even Cypher, to be honest. People don't break trips in ranked for some reason. And then Logan, I'll just put him on, he's my initiator player. I'll put him on Sova. And then Darkest to flex. I'll probably throw him on like a secondary duelist, like a Reyna, because it's ranked.
I want to see 4 duelists out of my teammates. 4 duelists right there, and you know, I'll pick up the smokes. I'll do that. I'll let everyone room free. Yeah, let's see. There's Reyna, ISO, you know, Yoru, maybe Phoenix for Stellar, I think. That'd be good.
Let's just run 5 duelists, honestly. I feel like that would be good. I feel like we would own on that.
Well, 13-5 is no joke. SAD Esports chose the perfect map, apparently. But, Vance, I was not expecting a scoreline quite like this.
I was.
Okay, well, me and Ash didn't. Me and Ash didn't. Okay, elaborate, you know, relish in your
Jokes
bread.
aside, yeah, like I said, they were going to trade maps overall, but I just look at the composition in itself. It was going to be a very difficult half for Blue Otter, sorry, to take on the defensive side. I got mixed up with my Blues again, so then I lagged. But that said, I think it's just due to the lack of information able to get early in these rounds. So when you're trying with this composition that is still pretty good for stalls, it seems that they were leveraging that a lot onto just trying to do a lot of these trap plays. So there was so many combinations around all of the breach utility with the deadlock and the Tejo salvos, which worked out in a couple of kills here and there. But when you're focusing so much on these on the reactive trap plays, you're also giving up a lot of map space that you don't have information for, which is why SAD Esports was able to scale around the map so easily.
Yeah, I think that not only that, but even just like on the attacking side where we saw Blue Otter starting off and having that a bit more of a difficult half, ending that one out 4-8. In favor for SAD had a good read on understanding that Blue Otter, they were investing a lot of that utility really early on just to try and make space on site, and SAD would instead look to react. They'd look for some of those fast floods back in. That's why you see they managed to get, you know, the post plans down a couple of times there on the side of Blue Otter with 7 in total, but only managing to find success out of 4 of them, and a lot of that was because SAD were quick to retake before any of those rechargeables came back up from the initiators on the side of Blue Otter.
Yeah, it felt like there was this weird hesitation out of Blue Otter of, like you said, using so much of that util early and then getting maybe blocked out by a smoke or something was making them hesitate on how to jump in. I wonder if this was a confidence being shook by Zeldris really meeting his match against Ferbsa Vans.
Yeah, exactly. If you're looking at the head-to-head, I mean, they both did pretty decent in their, well, let's say Ferbsa did way better. But I think Zeldris did very decently compared to what he was faced up against. As I mentioned before, you didn't have any opportunities here on the defensive side to really activate Zeldris. And by the time you're able to react on a trap play, there's already so many players from SAD Esports up ahead that it's hard for you to capitalize on a player's advantage or a numbers advantage and to be forced to fall back. So you saw a lot of these rounds that got super chaotic as soon as they got their first kill, and then they were just not as coordinated to go for the secondary or the third trade, and they just lost that space or at least the advantage that quickly. And if you look on the attack side as well for Blue Otter, it was very explosive, very attack heavy, very exec heavy, but also very one-dimensional. So once it got to a point where we're going to use all of our wave of utility to get into the sites, but it gets stalled by 1 or 2 pieces of utility on the other side of SAD Esports, there was no retaliation coming back in behind, which allowed Zeldris to find that timing outside of that second wave util and get so many kills.
And Ash, we were talking before this match started about how Zeke and Zeldris, they looked really synced up, and it was up to them on the defense to trap and do just that. And it was just unfortunate that it just couldn't come together, and for kind of what created this big gap in the score.
Yeah, it was really difficult, I think. And Vans hit the nail on the head for like the differences, the sacrifices that you're making there, right? And you look towards, I know we talked about Ferbsa a lot already, but even just like continuing to focus in on that and hopefully seeing some of the crazy plays that he was able to pull out, namely a couple of those reactive plays that I'm hoping that we'll see as well. Like these stats are absolutely insane. A 2.5 KDA, 411 ACS, and just such consistency with those first bloods as well, just reacting really well to the utility that was being thrown out there. This is kind of what Ferbsa was known for. This is why he was so electric back in the collegiate scene, was his explosivity back when Raze was super strong before those nerfs came out. We saw him shift onto that sentinel role at a certain point last year as well, and I'm really happy to see him reprising the duelist now into 2025, because that is really where he shines.
And that's the other thing too, when you realize on the initiator side for Blue Water, there's no Sova Dart or a Sky Flash that's going to try to get you out of positions. You saw how free it was for Ferbsa to get high level positions or look over smokes and goes unpunished for free kills every single time because there was a lack of utility around trying to get him out of these spots. So if it wasn't, I guess that was the weakness around the composition of Blue Otter, but they also have, you know, the other initiators that they're currently using ways to push him away, especially with the fault line and the salvos, so that Zeldris could actually move forward and try to punish Verbsa falling back. But we were missing a little bit of that as well to understand the positioning of where Verbsa would play. So he was getting a lot of forward positions and getting great value out of it.
And let's compare those initiators and just kind of, you may even see in the assist column just how much they were able to do for enabling their team, whether on the Sky or the Breach. And Ash, the numbers speak for themselves.
Yeah, I think that, you know, for when you're looking towards Zerona, the numbers don't look necessarily as good, but because he is playing a little bit more of that backseat role there for the side of Sad. Meanwhile, for Zeke, again, we talked about how he's consistently kind of like that second player in, third player in most of the time after initially setting up Zeldris and even flashing for himself and going for some of those engagements. So that's why you see it bolstered a little bit. Plus, on the side of Sad, most of the other players didn't really actually need to do all that much. Like, it's not taking any credit away from them by any means, but Ferbza was just absolutely lights out. And we talked about that give and take for the lack of information. I think that when you're running this deadlock composition here on Bind and you're not playing as much of that push and pull, the Sky is a lot more forgiving. And I would have liked to see maybe some changes in tempo on the side of Blue Otter as far as how they're looking to fight for some of that some of that utility. It was often showing their cards very, very early on, leaving them with a lot less to work with into the mid round, and Sad capitalized off that very well.
Especially when you're playing double initiator with Zeke and Bob, where those salvos and the fault line could regen as well, right? So you could find that re-hit or another way to get a little bit of more map control if you're trying to scale a little bit more as a team here to go for your actual engagement into the sites. But if you're looking at it back at the stats, we haven't really seen it on that scoreboard because it doesn't paint the full picture. But you were just talking about the assist column here, Jen. And for both of them, they were both at 10 assists. So they both did like their job. One on the side of being more aggressive and be there with the fight, which is Zeke. And you saw that in the attempts of a lot of trap plays that they were doing. But on the side here of Zerona, less kills, but still 10 assists. And you saw it from the play style coming out from SAD Esports because they weren't getting heavily punished by the amount of util that was coming out from Blue Otter on the attack side. You had players that could play out in the open, just like Benji, for example, as a deadlock, getting a couple of kills, jumps away, but who's there to grace him and take him in open arms? It's going to be Zerona with the heals. So now you could be a lot more aggressive on those fights as well. And then you have still the advantage of having the Sky in your composition as to why you saw this type of playstyle as well from SAD Esports on defense, where they could allow themselves to be very aggressive.
I knew there was something special about Ferb, so when he pulled out the showstopper and got like a 3K of a group on a grouped up team, like in the first couple of rounds. But let's now ignore the Raze matchup and look towards maybe a Jet mirror, as Haven will be our next map. This is chosen by Blue Otter, and now you hope that the 13-5 goes in their favor. Surely, if it's their map pick, this has to be their strength, right, Ash?
Yeah, that's what it would look like on paper, right? A lot more reps for the side of Blue Otter so far within this first stage, having a bit more of that success on it as well. But at the same time, you do have to consider the caliber of opponents that they had been facing up against here in stage one. Sure, they take that win against Burger Boys, but there was a tough game that they had up against Rankers. And for both these teams, we're not going to see any changes across the board. And again, I think the question comes down to some of that information vans when you look towards the difference with the Tejo for Bob and then Sova for Dip there, where you do get a little bit more of that reconnaissance with the Sova play, and we just weren't seeing these combinations landing on Bind with that Tejo and that Breach the way we would have wanted to.
Definitely, but I think both opportunities for having this Tejo into Blue Otter still allows Zeldris to get some very forward positions that was kind of missing over at Bind, because now the map, the sites are a lot bigger and more open. So there is a great opportunity here to get the maximum value of that double initiator concuss from the Bob and Zeke, so that Zeldris could hopefully do something with Blue Otter here on their defensive side first.
Well, one of these teams could end off 3-2. The other could be on their last life in Challengers, one step closer to relegation. It is series point in favor of SAD Esports, but will Blue Otter turn it all around? Let's find out on Haven and with our casters, Marks and Tenric.
Yeah, we are. That's us.
That is us. Woohoo!
Those are our names. It is now Blue Otter who would like to enable their firecracker of a duelist. The problem is they got to do it on the defense first. SAD Esports choosing the side that they want to excel at as their duelist continues to shake off the rust after a 28-kill extravaganza on Bind. Ferbsa looks to try to be a shining star of a SAD Esports that continues to have a rocky consistency. But Blue Otter, Ash raised a good point. Is this a forced perspective of where these teams sit in the Swiss? Is SAD just better?
I mean, really, in the middle of the pack here. Zeldris, okay, hold up a minute. I had an excellent point about the whole statistics and all that, but sometimes Zeldris is just going to make that difference happen. Dip trades it right back, though.
3.
Zeldris now going for a third. One spike isolated, so they're going to get in front of the fight. Bob gives herself away so that Zeldris can trade it out, but he can't properly, and so Tuzi restabilizes. Shondex wins one duel with the Ghost. KO in the second. Dip will take it back, and it's 10 HP that separates SAD Esports and their pistol round. You can make your point now if you want, Mark.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you're about to make a point, and then they just decide to go 5v5 and A long. And that's just the end of the round. I was going to say, we're really in the middle of the pack right now, given the fact that both of these teams are 2-2. And so it's at this point that we need to find out which ones are on the upper echelon and which ones are still trying to find their ground here, especially too as we get closer and closer to playoffs. This is a very explosive start to things. Zeldris a little bit probably frustrated from how that last map went, opens it up with such instrumental kills to really give Blue Otters a chance. But now it is going to be heavy weaponry coming in from SAD Esports. We're seeing the Outlaw in the hands of the Ferbsa himself. Looking for that first kill, can't quite connect, but able to scoop up the ultimate orb.
That gives him enough space to take the lane to start things out. To your point of Zeldris trying to get activated, while he's not necessarily one of the fraggiest duelists in Challengers so far, he is one of the best aimers out of the entire pack. Ferbsa will duck back immediately into a salvo and then has to run past another one, escapes the lane with 5 HP, and so Blue Otter's first attempt at playing the defense early goes very well. SAD Esports now have to reconsider, and aside from this spray and pray, will entirely consider a different site.
Yeah, just fantastic usage of that utility to really just muddle down the health of two very important members on the side of SAD Esports. Ferbsa down to only 5 HP, Tuzi as well on 5 HP, and this is pretty much just a trade for a little bit of damage onto Zostal. So overall, a good start for the Blue Otters, but they got to make sure that they maintain that momentum. And Zeke getting the spot out there should call for these reinforcements as SAD now storm the castle. They should be able to get that spike down, though, nice and easy.
Another very early call, and now they won't feel as uncomfortable not using too much util entering this site. But Blue Otter, the sack is here early to try to counteract it with a dump of their own to make it a lot harder for SAD to commit to this. Thanks to the Aftershock, there's a lot of time wasted, but they can't make it complete. They'll be at least handicapped on the retake, which is why Blue Otter will re-enter early, and now the gun diff really gets to shine, doesn't it? Still nothing coming out of the Link suite. Zoe stole the last one remaining, and it's a classic, so we'll just do our little waiting game until Zeronda decides to pop out here.
Oh. Huh? Any second now? Oh, there goes the dart.
And there we go. Okay.
You called it. You called it. We were waiting for it. You called it. An excellent start to that, and I do think that how Blue Otter were setting up that stall, it was a smart idea, right? The only thing is that they don't really have the weapons, really, to push in as effectively as you would want them to. And so that's why early on, you see that crossfire being set up between Zerona and Ferbsa just get so much value and just shred the Blue Otters apart. It's because simply they got the weapons for it, and Blue Otters really only had pistols there. So it was a good idea, but unfortunately, not able to be backed up with the punch behind it. This time, though, a lot of utility being tossed out already. Once again, we're seeing SAD Esports consistently pick up that ultimate orb out C long. They're going to be walking into Shondex with a lot of utility here, but they should have tools to deal with a lot of this.
Trapwire will get scoped out by this Owl drone, as SAD Esports want to guarantee this front half of the C site. But Zeke has actually wandered on quite early. Sweep up from Ferbs. Zeke has to peek into the fray. Does catch Dip on the wander out, and Ferbs still has yet to maintain a solid sightline to kill off of, which lets Shondex go for the wide swing. Ferbs
There it is.
now just cleans it all back up, and Sad Esports just retain the site anyway.
In the middle of all of that destruction, Zeke's still able to find a couple of instrumental picks. Makes this definitely a possible round for the Blue Waters, but Zeldris at least has to find one away as well from getting that Blade Storm online. Could be another tool to make this one work, and there we go. Ferbsa goes down. This is suddenly winnable for the Otters.
A risk that was potentially worth taking if Zeldris gets that aggro with it. A jump peek into the quick scope makes this a 1v1 that Zerona is stuck on behind this Radiantite. And Bob able to backdoor this spike as that's where it's planted. She can check as much
Bob
as she'd
knows.
like. Gun's gonna get spotted first. It's a guarantee. I've never been so excited for one person to clutch a bonus in my life. Blue Otter will save the round for themselves.
Oh, man. I mean, also, on top of that, too, Bob used to be on Sad. So it's kind of funny just, you know, Bob fighting against her old team. But, you know, Sad has completely changed over since that time. But still a really good round, all things considered, for Sad Esports. Keep in mind, they came into this one a little bit more of a bonus here, and a heavy buy up on the side of Blue Water. Thankfully, that operator will be able to stay alive in the midst of all of this, but still, economy-wise, Blue Water definitely aren't thriving. We're seeing Zostal pick up the judge. That's a sure sign that the money is not flowing. And thankfully, Zeldris does have that Blade Storm. Hasn't quite popped it yet, but I imagine, yeah, that's going to be the entry.
Yeah. Much more confidence with this, but Trapwire catches in. Zeldris able to flush him out with these knives. Now a Hunter's Fury from Dip to try to re-aggress the line and get back onto this site. He actually will shred Shondex, and Zostal is also down to half. But Zeke still retains the presence on the site itself, and despite lacking in util, Sad lacks in position, so Blue have no reason not to hold this for the moment.
Top of that too, the fault line is expended here. Still has another flash available, but this repositioning from Blue Water will help solidify their defensive hold onto the site. Thankfully, these trap wires from behind are really just to catch anyone if they do decide to get a little bit too exploratory. But Zeldris is taking a lot of space, and Benji has no idea that this is going to be the case. This could be a little bit of a problem if Zeldris gets a timing, because they've completely slipped onto the backside, and look, Benji doesn't even spot it. Spots it out just at the wrong time, though. The blades will reset.
A simple 1-for-1 at the end of the day could have blossomed into so much more on either side if only they looked the other way. And Owl Drone to re-enter to confirm the 2 on the site. That's got a fully Peter Sad off of C and the shock dart. Scary for Zostal. Free plant on the B site thanks to all that pressure applied, but it will be another quick post plant. Very quick indeed. Zeke already getting the site, so Tuzi forced to smoke and TP out of the way. Now comes the flank from Bobsta as well. Dip is prepared for it, but swinging it loses the sight line. It's timing yet again that'll placate these two teams. And now it's the operator coming up the window. Zerona now timed out too. Cursed by the operator and by timing. Bobsta now gets to have her way with this reposition. And such good pressure placed on Tuzi to jump back out leaves an easy fight for the remainder. And Blue Otter, partially luck, partially skill. It is a second round for them.
You see?
I mean, with the positions that they were playing, it was a smart idea to go for that flank, a smart idea to get them kind of trapped in this weird no man's land in the middle of B. But the timing was just so good from Bob. You can tell she knew as soon as that first tap goes, people are going to set up their utility. They're going to set up to try and go back here. But, you know, just pops around the corner with the operator in hand and is able to take out the members hanging outside there. Zeldris doing an excellent job as well at shutting things down just a little bit. But honestly, it's just Bob with the operator really sealed the deal on that round.
Zeldris now has it back in his hands and will be watching down the A lane that has been smoked out early so Sad can feign higher presence. But it is just Benji on that lurk here as the Sheriff round looks to find some purchase early. Entrance up into the flooded B site. Zeke could use a lot of util here, but instead they'll just Armageddon down the middle. Bottleneck so that Zeke can find all of the kills. Except for one, Dip will counteract and actually turn on to Bob 2. Finds 2 before finally getting grounded, and that should be enough of the Sad push. No more fuel behind the fire. Zerona having to peek everything dry at this stage. And with the
Oh,
Cypher
that's
ult, it'll
just-
confirm the position. Yeah, salt in the wound to give Blue Otter the lead here.
I feel like I could hear the audible groan come out from Zerota there as soon as the Cypher ultimate goes off. The Neural Theft Online, like, all right, come on. I've only got a Sheriff in hand, really, guys? But once again, like, SAT Esports, they're just not able to walk into any of these sites very confidently. Of course, that last round, they were at a bit of a weapon disadvantage, but I think it's speaking to Blue Water's strengths right now. Zeldris is really looking like he's been able to come online. Bob has been an excellent vanguard at keeping a lot of these sites, especially too in some of these more pivotal moments. It's just really good stuff coming out from both of these squads. Zeldris, though, now getting pressured, has to back out of here as the fault line's going to find its marks.
And even the fault line onto Bob as well to make sure she can't fire through the sewer. Ferbsa catching Zostal on the reposition. And again, this is where the real push lies. SAT Esports, the timing is on their side this time around, and Blue Water will be forced to go for the post-plant crunch.
Oh, no
the
way.
spray! You're kidding me! Bob gets those every time, and now the plant can't even be fully confident. SAT Esports may have to reposition yet again, and with the Owl Drone down garage, that's what they're looking to do. Cypher Util caught on the seaside. Do they take this risk? If you can kill Sean Dex, absolutely. There is your road. Zeke now the one line of defense to prevent this round from happening, and he'll play a damn good one against Tuzi at the very least. No smokes for the post plan in the 3v2.
On top of that, too, you're going up against Zeldris and Bob, who have been absolutely popping off these last couple of rounds. If you're SAT Esports, you have to be scared about this, but the Neural Theft will give the positions away.
Guarantees they don't have to watch anywhere other than Link until Zeldris decides to reposition up the garage, but the Rolling Thunder makes that an impossibility. They're not even going to take the fight. They're just going to take the position off of it, and an Aftershock to continue to stall, or excuse me, a fault line. Looks like SAT Esports will play for time before they have to play for fight. Good decision with the two players that you're playing in front of, especially if Zeldris can get the opening too, and Bob can finish it with the salvo for positioning. In a blink, it's over, and that's what SAT was trying to prevent. Blue Water, get back on and make it a 4-2 game.
No way that's how that round plays out. Just like you were saying, Tenrek, I thought for sure SAT Esports, man, we're going up against the army of two right now. Let's just back ourselves up. Let's play that time down. No need to go for the aggressive peak. And unfortunately, they do just that. And well, the Bob Zeldris combo comes alive and just shreds them down. Fantastic stuff coming in from Blue Otter. I mean, you look at the scoreline right now, you wouldn't even know that like Bob is carrying as much as Zeldris is, but these last couple of rounds, they completely have been taken to success because of those two players. SAT Esports, even on that last one, they tried to avoid them completely. They successfully avoided them completely, but it didn't change the fact that those two people left alone were able to do everything that they needed to.
Bob started on this team as the duelist for a reason. She frags, and Zeldris continues to lead the charge as the new duelist in tow, despite the ever-changing meta and the ever-increasing ceiling of challengers collectively. You saw the second match taking place as well between Core and Trust and Plug over on our B stream. If you have the space, feel free to watch that. Evidently, no Haven is safe at the moment. Both teams playing there. But these re-entries from Blue Water are clearly becoming too much of an issue. No sight completely clear, and of course so much of that has to do with the close quarters fighting that this composition is able to manage. Bob's salvos are proving to be so much of a thorn in the side of this pre-planned positioning on site for SAT Esports. Got to start getting rid of those controllers a lot earlier so that Bob is way less of a threat later on in the round.
Look at this, I'll just already going for an aggressive peek. Spots out Tuzi there, but Tuzi able to sidestep that one. So at least they're aware of where this operator is. Ferbsa has the blades active, but Ferbsa has been struggling these last couple of rounds to get anything done. Has more or less just gone in and immediately getting shredded up. This is completely different from that last round, but an excellent start out. Bob, one of the members is down. That's going to be the reset on the Blade Storm too.
Insane aggression, but it's what has to happen on a save round like this. Ferbsa will escape still with the one, and that is Bob's to gone, so that clear game not nearly as good. Issue is SAT Esports, the one thing that they struggle with a gun comp like this is taking that space. So this is still the hardest battle of all. Taking default on Courtyard along with that space up C lane. It'll take a little bit of re-clearing, but this is the right site to prio. You'll know the lighter stack is here. Sure, there's the Cypher util, but if you can win that early fight, even chip away a little bit, you can hold on to the space on a site like this, even with shoddy guns, and make it work. Zostal will choose not to engage with this too heavily. Instead, let Sad waltz on, see if they walk into any of the util. Instead,
30
they'll
seconds left.
find a way to clear it out eventually. There's the LeBron wire. Dip, nice shock wire. And there's the Rolling Thunder on top. Blue Otter
down,
entering
C.
nice and early, and they'll catch 2 off of it. Tuzi stuck in the cubby, easy flush from there. Ferbs is still a tough position to engage early, so it's got to be a clutch at this point rather than just a full-fledged fight. Still looking pretty decent with these knives, but on his head. 5-2 now for Blue Water.
Damn. Sometimes crouching. Make sure that the headshots can't land, huh? Excellent crosshair placement from Perfs, all things considered, but fortunately, yeah, Zeldris just pops the squat and is doing just fine. Honestly, it was such a good job holding on to that Rolling Thunder towards the end there. You could tell that the Cypher utility did an excellent job of stalling it down, forcing the hand of Sad Esports to really have to try to do something. And then the Rolling Thunder completely throws a wrench into their last-minute plan already. Blue Waters, they are flying ahead right now. 5-2 in this already. Ferbsa going in, punishes Zeldris though, so that's another key piece taken off the board.
Great read from Blue Otter thus far on the lack of a fully fledged lurk. They're playing that timer well. Shondex is backstepping really nicely to just retain as much intel as possible cross map. That's good because Benji's starting to make some space. Oh, Zeke early catch, Dip nice refrag, and keeps the swing. Nice and clean from Sad Esports here on an important round going forward for the half.
Very slow now. We actually see Sad backing off. Play off of the space that Benji has been able to get, but Shondex goes for the reposition. Doesn't have any cyber cages, though. So Sad still should have a pretty easy time. Never mind, just doesn't deploy at the right time, and now a lot of information known about this flood. Are you kidding me?
Every player on Blue Otter, a punji pit here on Haven that any player from Sad can unwillingly plunge into. Now, all the util in the world for Bob to work off of, slowly but surely. Ferbsa in Narnia looking for this girl.
That might be the undoing here, Tenrek.
Yeah, get back over there, buddy. You have a decent sightline from Link, though, so Bob, but you have all the space with the salvo. Okay, oh, but she prioritized Garage instead. Now she'll have to check the wide peak. Oh, she can't even do that.
Oh, spotted out barrel.
Unfortunately, yeah, it's just a time thing at that point. I mean, even if she wins this, yeah, there's no time. So, unfortunately, if Bob was a little more aggressive, that could have worked out better for her, but she just expected Ferbsa to be a little closer to the situation, so. A tough mental gymnastic that I don't think either player individually really lost, but it worked out for Sad.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I think there was enough conditioning going on from the last map that, like, hey, Ferbsa, super aggro, super stands ground, super will find kills. Yeah, that definitely is good English there. But as a result of that, Ferbsa kind of plays it more smart this time. Like you said, just going completely off-site. And Bob was left questioning, you know, Ferbsa loves pushing up here. Ferbsa loves being aggressive. So they should be pretty close by, and she second guesses herself, which actually works out perfectly for Ferbsa to find just the rundown on the clock. Zeldris, though, takes out Benji, going back for more here. It's already not looking good. Bob already on the back line somehow. Sad are on the point, but it doesn't matter. The Blue Waters are swarming and closing in fast.
Looks like they want to fight a little heavier to guarantee a worse post plant for him, and Zerona doing a good job of holding it down on site, but Zeldris is reinvaded. With that operator, he is looking good as ever. You don't need to do that, dude. You don't. You have 4 players on your team right now that are alive, and you're doing that. That's crazy, bro.
You have 4 players on your team, so I'm gonna find 4 kills.
I got mine. I got yours.
Richer.
I got yours.
Oh my goodness me. It's like the essence of Ferbsa has been sucked out of his body and just transferred over to Zeldris on this round. It's so aggressive with that operator. But, you know, the desk was highlighting Zeldris as this new duelist up and coming, fresh on the scene, making splashes. for Blue Water. Pun definitely intended on that one. But unfortunately, Sad have no answer for it thus far on Haven. It's looking so solid, whereas Ferbsa, the star duelist we highlighted, is getting completely shut down just like that.
Yeah, it's Shondex that's been intercepting that more often than not. Has only faltered in the early team fights once or twice so far on this defense. Now Zeldris will take the helm. Operator that close on the pistol. Again, a risk that seemingly is worth taking for this duelist that wants to play catch-up here in the kill feed. It's 7-3 here for Blue Otter, and they continue to make statement round after statement round.
Yeah, and honestly, it's just like Zeldris peeking out aggressively with the operator. Finds a kill, able to escape nice and easy. Dips right back in. You expect that operator to run away? Nope, I'm gonna go for another one. Finds another one, and Sad are just left scratching their heads. It's very reminiscent to like a Star Duelist performance of just an absolute carry coming in. And you can tell that they're playing off each other really well. They're setting up these crossfires so that Sad are just walking into a firing range. Sad really had to start to pull things together. They've only got 3 rounds here. And it was off of the pistol and the bonus here. Zeldris pops the knives, already able to find one.
And they'll engage even heavier on the lane. They'll get this speed ran. Ferbsa and Benji returning fire and now have the presence inside the lobby. That being said, the rest of Blue Water kind of already on the scurry back. Benji! That'll be almost everything. And so Ferbsa given a 1v1 against the guy who has been stopping him more than anybody else so far this game.
Yeah, we were due for a Ferbsa round, weren't we?
He can go wide again here. It's what he did last time against Bob. And yeah, he'll go looking again down the B-link. Shondex has the entire site to himself, but nothing to work off of. So Ferbsa, I mean, he can just take this dry fight, and he is the duelist. He is expected to win this every time. And gun already spotted. Shondex 100% spotted in too, so this will be full-fledged, just 1v1 fight.
Yeah.
Again, yeah, Ferbsa has to swing on that, and he'll win it. So it'll be 4-7 for Sad.
Last round in the half.
Like I said, we were due for a Ferbsa round, and that was a Ferbsa round. It's when we see these moments of like a clash between these two squads. That's when we get those rounds where Ferbsa can absolutely just turn it up. Zeldris was getting a little bit aggro there, but in this time crunch, Ferbsa completely turns things up. Obviously, Benji did an excellent job finding 3 kills into the backline, but when it's all said and done, Ferbsa alone, like you said, is able to find those rest of those kills and make sure to seal out that round. We're going to be seeing the Blade Storm activated right off the bat. Oh, Ferbsa able to duck away, but all the ultimates coming out.
Yeah, trying to catch at least one member of this, but Blue Otter will just get even deeper into the picture here. And in fact, they'll stack even heavier as they're ready for this full-fledged fight. Ferbsa with the Judge now, trying to hold it through on the offense as the sewer push comes through, but it's a little bit stunted. And so Blue Otter is able to hold on to the majority of it and trade their way through the majority. That'll be an 8-4 half.
Yeah, like that time around, Sad were like, hey, if we just go fast, I think we can recreate success exactly like we did last time, and things should be good. Except Blue Water was a little bit more prepared for it. They hid inside of their smokes there. We saw Ferbsa swap away from the Judge in order to go for the knives, but that's simply because you don't expect the members of Blue Water to be just hanging out on the site. You would have expected them to back out because that's how the Otters have been more or less playing. Nope, not going to be the case. They just are hanging out there and are able to trade more than effectively and just even things out, allow enough time for Zeldris, the star right now, to come through and clean up the rest of the kills. So excellent job coming out from Blue Otter. 8-4.5, just like you said, we're swapping sides. But honestly, map 3 is looking more than likely right now.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Blue Otter so far. If they're able to execute this attack well enough, then it should be sealed. And they look very hell-bent on making it work well for them. This is their map choice after all. They should have this very well practiced. Sad very highly stacked as well on C-site though, so they're not confident in planting this spike just yet. The stealth drone getting on top of the site to stop Tuzi, but Tuzi cannot be stopped. Good for 2 as they'll swing back, and Sad is fully here for the party. Sorona will grab 2 in the tail end as well, and Sad Esports handily win the pistol.
That was something. A little surprising to say the least. We get to see a little bit of the parkour bot at play by using the stealth drone just to completely jump onto the other side. completely overstepping whoever was on the other side of those boxes there, but then gets the information off of that. And based on that information, we see Blue Water decide to move in, but the stealth drone didn't ping everybody from SAD. And so as a result, it just sets up a nice opportunity where they blindly walk into a crossfire and they just get mowed down. So a bit of bad information from the parkour bot, but still, SAD, they still have their work cut out for them. We're seeing a nice big buy up here from them. Ferbsa with the Outlaw as well. Benji now has an inclination as to where they could be punching in from. We got that 3-2 split coming in from Garage as well, as a Tuesday gonna be anchoring on the back.
Spike down. C.
Early hold. Bob gets ahead of it nice and quick. Benji now alone on the site. He'll get pressured out just as fast. Zerona unable to get one too. Bob has extended so far and has actually run back just to get Spike too.
Spike planted.
Multitasking quite a bit this round, but it might work out in her favor as Dip also flunks on the smoke refresh and can't land a shot. Now it's Ferbsa on an Outlaw to save this, and he's searching in the cubby first. He can't guarantee anything until this salvo is complete, but at least time for Blue Water to rotate yet again. A high-low, a back forth, a left, right, and up, down, and everywhere. That's what Ferbs has got to check. Impossibility. 9-5 now for Blue Water, a massive round for them.
Oh, absolutely. They just stormed them completely. I'm a little bit surprised at how easy they made that one look, but I think it just comes down to an excellent use of utility. We see the Paranoia fly in, completely cut off the sight lines of a lot of those SAD defenders, and then it's just a couple of picks on the site, and it works out perfectly. I thought this crossfire was going to be phenomenal, and yet Bob finds those headshots, and it works out perfectly. They're able to scoop up the guns with more than enough time because Ferbsa takes so long on that flank. This is a completely different Blue Water team than what we saw in this last map.
Yeah, this is looking like a really solid group. Much more practiced on this site, especially with their executes. A little trade for the rifle here for Zeldris as they'll open up the site. They should know of Dip's presence, and now they'll just fully confirm everybody on the site. The proc actually won't fully guarantee the life, but it will fully guarantee the site. Blue Water will hop on. SAD Esports, unsure of what they do here. They have some sheriffs, so they might want to play, but the way they're stacking here, it looks likely that they'll just wait for exits and see how much they can get on the way out so that they can set themselves up for a solid half.
Yeah, Ferbsa on that back line, sheriff in hand, might be able to come up with something, but given how much Bob has been fragging, never mind, okay. Shondeck's at least able to go in for the cleanup, but they're able to trade it back, so they are still getting value off these weapons. Suddenly, SAD have the numbers advantage.
Peeking down lane, though, and the double swing. Zeldris only good for the one. Zerona, the shot lands, and now Zeke has to trade it back out. The garage push has no real strength behind it, though, so everybody on site has to hold down in the smoke. Zerona playing the guard dog well, but Tuzi gets sprayed through. Half of the spike tapped, and now Zostal in the 1v1. But Zerona holding a knife out to try to psych Zo out. It was one hell of an effort from SAD that round, but Blue Water will hold on around 15.
It's like, oh no, I've run out of bullets in my pistol. Well, knife out of the smoke. Who wants to party in here with me? Turns out bringing a gun to a knife fight works out pretty well for you in that case. But yeah, it's a little bit of shenanigans there. SAD had an excellent attempt. Very solid headshots here, and Zeldris looking to find more value off that. Misses a pivotal shot, makes it a lot more possible. I think the knife landed. Yeah, it did. He needed to get one more, though, for that one to actually secure the kill. And this time, a very early Armageddon on the site, so we'll clear out a lot of those kill trips.
Yeah, oh, but SAD are going to re-enter way earlier, and so Zeldris gets cut short before he completes on that space and gets the opening frag. Blue will have to work with the space that they've garnered, but Benji already cuts that short, and Blue are trying to affect Garage off of this with such a faulty stack. Zeke will still grab his, but this is such a split push at this point. Blue Water have no propulsion behind it, and so Ferbsa can wrap that up quickly. It'll be a 4-round gap, though, in SAD Esports. That was the stabilization they were looking for after a round like that.
Yeah, it really was putting in the 1 step back, 2 steps forward mentality onto that last one. I think the phrase is usually the other way around, but they just back off the site just enough to avoid a lot of that incoming push from the Blue Waters, but they dip their head back in just at the perfect time to catch Zeldris off guard, and then they just storm in and storm over the Otters to stabilize themselves, and now things are looking pretty good. It's a bit of a shakier economy for this Blue Otter side. They do only have one of the ultimates. If we do see Shondex get one more, the Neural Theft will be available, but Zerona coming in with the Rolling Thunder. really make this a tough round for the Otters. So though Zeldris does have that rifle, and that is something that we cannot discount at all.
Yeah, one lowly peak from Sad, and this will all fall apart. Ferbsa might be the lab rat for it. C-Peak, the closest quarter so far. Blue Water will make the noise up garage first. Stealth doesn't catch the trap wire. Ferbsa is now going to have to double back on this pressure. And as the util is unloaded, he'll start his peeking back and forth.
Wow.
Smoke up the lane to give Ferbsa only one responsibility as well.
Henrik, I gotta call out the fact that Ferbsa just being up there and getting spotted forced out almost all the utility from Blue Water.
Yeah.
So much respect is being given to Ferbsa, and that just made the round so much easier without a single bullet finding anybody.
He's still on the prowl. Shondex is going to get found. Blue Water is going to feel like they still didn't do enough. And so comes the Omen ultimate up to heaven. At this point, Sad Esports, they're not even concerned with a sight like that. Oh no, Zoe's in hell, actually. And so Zorona has to pack that up quickly. Good for a second, but now Zeldris has been opened up, and there's that hero rifle going to work. The rest of Blue Water, minimal time, but even footing as Ferbsa re-enters and Zeldris misses the peak. Now the 1v2, and Ferbsa is lit up. 10-7 now as Sad Esports make the climb.
I figured it out. The duelists will only thrive if they're on the defending side. This was the case for the first map, and it's pulling through right now. Ferbsa very quiet on that first half, where we saw Sad Esports on the attack. Meanwhile, on the other half, Zeldris was absolutely popping off on the defender side. It's completely flopped around right now. Sure, we are seeing Zeldris get a little bit of value, but it's not that carry performance that we saw on that first half, where with a single operator can find 4 kills right off the bat. Ferbsa, meanwhile, is completely heating up, just 4 kills away from tying Zeldris up. It's 7-10, Sad, they're gaining momentum. It's a bit of a light buy coming in from the Otters. They don't have those full shields, but still, they've got the rifles in hand to make this more difficult for Sad Esports.
Big moves being made by Sad up the front line of A. Ferbsa retaining this as the lobby push is glanced at. Meanwhile, Tuzi oversteps up this mid line, something that Shondex has been searching for the past couple rounds. It'll finally connect and give them the Cypher ultimate to open up C-Site very cleanly.
Yeah, just an easy plant now for Zeke. The fact that Tuzi is down, you lose that paranoia. Zostal up top might be able to find a timing. But still a lot of ultimates. I'm looking at that Rolling Thunder. This might be the time for Zono to let it rip.
There he goes. He'll be on top of the site. Still so much in the way. A reactive Rolling Thunder tossed back, so the fight can't be properly facilitated, but Zorona still grabs his. Ferbsa is now on site with the Blade Storm and still searching for one, but everybody's too focused on the garage fight, and even still, Benji finds the one. Now Blue reopened the site itself, and they're still able to find a majority of the kills. Benji, the only one remaining, and probably doesn't have enough time to deal with both of these, especially if he can't miss the first. Zeldris keeps it packed, and Blue Water hold on to just enough weight to get that 11th round under their belt.
You could tell the discipline. You could hear a pin drop in the server before that Rolling Thunder went activated. Of course, they did have to wait for the Aftershock to expend, but you could tell both of these teams were so prepped for that ultimate. And the fact that Blue Water comes out on top is massive for this team. They're able to drain out that ultimate, and then as a result of that, you know, they still are able to walk away with the win. It's a little bit scattered there, but they're able to throw a wrench in the speed of the retake coming in from Sad, and that's what the most important factor is. Blue Water really forced the possibility of the map number 3. 2 more rounds separate them and that potential Lotus map, and it's already a trade. Zeldris goes down at the expense of Benji.
Who will still try to press this lane, and with the opening blind, Ferbs is now actually stuck. The Aftershock fully flushing him out. He's got to get good for at least one more, and he does before getting traded back, but still the site is blues, and all too often that's been enough. Zorona is starting to line up himself, though. Bobsta with 3 as well. Some true stars starting to show out, and it leads to another 1v1 dip opening angle, but not a good shot to lead off of it. And with still this stealth drone in hand, Bob can actually recycle this intel trade, which she gladly will on top of the owl drone. Suppressed now, though, it's forced into a dry fight. Dip immediately spams through the blocks and reduces her to 30 HP. But it comes down to one shot, and Bob, she hits head. Stip, though, avoids the shot and gives Sad another chance at life here on Haven.
Oh my goodness me. The fact that it comes down to the 2 initiators as well. I mean, you take out Zeldris so early on. It's looking like Sad should be able to do it, and then Bob kicks down the door. Hey, remember me? I can shoot just as easily. Find many more kills too. Bob somehow keeping it alive throughout all of this, able to secure 3 kills, narrows it down to this 1v1, and Dip playing so intelligently with that Silva. We question whether or not the Silva versus the Tejo comes out here, but in those weird situations where it is that 1v1, given the annoyance, the tracking that the Silva offers, it's always going to be favored in that fight.
Have a much cleaner entrance this time onto Seaside again as Blue Water continue to rinse and repeat. What is their strongest attack so far? It's just about making sure they don't lose any flak along the way. This time the plant's behind the Radianite too. Off kilter, but Sad might have the read on it due to how close they were. Slow cycle of util to get intel though. You can't get too in front of the situation here, especially since Shondex also has that lurk that is now creeping up the courtyard. Enough time potentially being wasted here. Hunter's Fury from Dip yet again. Still finds one, and now creeping up the lane. Bob's to down to half. Shondex continuing the lurk, and it finally connects into one. Zeldris with 2 on the knives, and the crunch is fully realized. Blue Water completely descend, and it's down to just Benji, who can't survive much longer either. Blue Water make it all work out and have 4 rounds of room to take us to map 3.
An excellent flank coming in from Shondex. You could tell the idea coming in from Sad there. They were so ready to move in there, and then suddenly, what the heck? The push from Garage completely gets stifled by Shondex's presence. It's that first pick, Ferbs flips around, trying to look for something. Doesn't find anything. It gets shut down completely. Suddenly, Sad are completely just isolated onto the site alone. And just like that, Blue Otter ready for Lotus. 1 round away from doing it. Sad will have 4 opportunities to potentially tie things up. They're also the ones right now calling for that timeout. You know, settle things down, try and figure out their way here. This looked so easy on map number 1. Once again, 13-5 on Bind, but on Haven, it's a completely different story coming in from these teams.
You really can't do anything other than mentally reset. The take and retake of this C site with these 2 metas is so formulaic. And at this point, neither team wants to take too heavy a risk. It might just be a full send push and a full send counter push that both teams just need to be hell-bent on winning. Sad can retain that confidence for 4 rounds, then we'll go to OT again. But Blue Water, this is where they're heading for a reason. I have no doubt they'll do it again to seal Lotus.
Oh, and on top of that too, Sad, they're on a discount buy.
Yeah.
Kick them while they're down. But to be fair, we did see them go for a pretty sick run when they only did have the pistols in hand. Just hoping that they're able to do something. Benji does have that ultimate online. On the other side, I'm watching Zeldris with the Outlaw. You saw how much damage a sniper rifle in the hand of that Jet can be. I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to be treated to a similar style of gameplay.
Barely missing the timing here. Still no smoke down on the lane. Finally, it comes through after hearing that stealth drone, which will cover all of sight once more. Push as always, Zeldris spots the competition, vice versa, and opens up the shot onto Ferb. So with that Outlaw, that is finally confirmed. Sad Esports, what more can you really do? Shondex lurk caught early by Tuzi, but again, tough to fight it. You've got to take it slow. Now comes the reaction on the angle, early blind to stuff him out again. Blue Water can cycle this pretty well. There's that hero rifle from Dip, but immediately the Armageddon on top of the Link, and Shondex is able to hold down all those opening angles that they're forced into. Wow. From there, it's a full-blown collapse. 13-8 victory here on Haven. We will be going to map 3.
Once again, we talked about the impact that Ferbsa had on Bind. This time around, it's completely flipped. The duelist on Blue Otter comes alive. Zeldris coming in and showing us what he is made of. an unbelievable performance. A lot of those operator clips, I think, are going to be circulating for quite some time because this is the momentum that we needed to see Blue Otter pick up in order to pull themselves forwards. On top of that, from the Blue Otter side, Bob, so impressive playing that Tejo. I mean, obviously, the utility, yeah, you could talk about how impactful it is, able to whittle down so much of the HP pools of SAT Esports, but at the end of the day, it was just Bob being able to frag out in some of these almost impossible situations where you just swing the mouse left, swing the mouse right, and click a head on both of those sides that completely stifled SAT Esports there. So an excellent map coming in from the Otters.
Frag stars, clutch potential, enabling potential on all sides. The story remains the same for both teams, and so the difference must lie in the map pool. Lotus is coming up after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
I think I'm getting used to it. They are my team. Some of them I play with college or play in college with, so I know most of them. So it's getting easier to get used to the environment and just overall the competitive scene. I think the stakes feel a bit different, but the competition, honestly, I'm not too nervous really. I think I've always expected myself to play at this level, so I'm not that nervous at all. Key factor for us to keep winning, honestly, just keep improving. I think we've only been together for a week or two now, so every day matters. Every day we put in work, and as long as we keep improving, I know we'll definitely be one of the top teams in Challengers for sure.
Guys, Blue Otter are so back. 13-8. It's not over until we go to Lotus. But Vans, things changed up when we had a Jet versus Jet matchup.
Definitely. When we looked at the game too, it was on the defensive side that Blue Otter found a lot of that success too, and on their map pick. And it's not surprising because it is a map they love playing. And most of the teams that will play against them will want to take the quote-unquote easier side, which is starting off on the attack. So you have to make sure that you have good protocols on your defensive side just to make sure that your opponents cannot get the right timings or the right executions on a map like Haven. And I loved how they leveraged Zeldris into a perfect system and played around his util instead of being more reactive on what happened on Bind before. So I saw Zeldris take so many forward positions, and then the initiator util came right after to allow Zeldris to get a one and done from time to time, but the util was good enough to get more kills around and more space to fight. So a little bit of a change of how they approached it from the Bind side that looked really good.
Yeah, a lot of that give and take, right? And just forcing out some of that utility earlier on from that side of Sad. And I think you also saw a little bit of the difference between how Blue Otter were able to take space both on defense and on the attacking side. When you look towards Bob versus Diff, that Sova versus Teho pick, yeah, sure. The drone from the Sova, you've got the recon from the Sova as well. That's really good at pushing the Zeldris off of some of those angles, but that's breakable utility there as well, where Zeldris would often have some of that follow-up, whether it was Zeke that he was playing alongside or Bob that he was playing alongside, and just being able to take down that util so he could continue to post up on some of those angles. Meanwhile, a lot less forgiving when you're on the side of Sad Esports to actually try and post up on some of those choke points, because you've got Bob with some of that re-clear utility in addition with those missiles just to clear out those very common angles being held.
Just didn't know how much of an impact like both these duelists were gonna have. Like, they went crazy. Zeldris officially got the 30 bomb in that one. Ferbsa just like right behind, leading in those first kills. 6 for Zeldris, 5 for Ferbsa. Like, and I like that you had Zeldris really step up after Ferbsa literally played Farm Simulator in our last match. But is this just like a preference on Raze Vans? Is it just Zeldris being able to keep up on Jet better? Or is this just like a comfort map pick for Blue Otter?
I think the approach around utilizing Initiator utility to push Ferbsa away is a lot easier on a map like Haven, just because of how long and tight those corridors are for Jet lines to try to hold. And it's kind of obvious when you're trying to fight for space. One smoke blocks the whole area, one fault line clears out a whole line. You saw in these moments as well on the defensive side that Ferbsa wasn't also able to get as many operators as possible. So that was also taken advantage of against them, as Blue Otter had a lot of like triple swings outside of C-Long, which did not give Sad Esports any opportunities to have good holds on C-site nor good retakes.
And I know Ash especially, we were really impressed with Blue Otter's defense, being able to kick off that half 8-4. And I know you wanted to specifically zoom in on round 9.
Yeah, I think that we were talking a little bit about that macro coming out from Blue Otter. I think that being able to start out so strong in that first half, 8-4 on a map like Haven, where it does tend to be a little bit more attacker-sided with how thinly spread the defense is, they managed it really nicely. You can see some of these op rounds that Vans was talking about. Zeldris taking this short position here, and he's about to get crunched. Sad have a really good idea of how they want to go and try and deal with Zeldris's op, and the response is immediate from Blue Otter. You saw Bob push up through mid, and she goes to try and help Zeldris out in that position, and then it puts Sad in the spot where they were originally trying to isolate Zeldris on that island, and they managed to actually become the ones that are kind of stuck like fish in a barrel here on this A site.
And that's why I like I like to coin a word here that Roy likes to use a lot. It's cerebral, right? You have good cerebral players on all 10 of these players. So the fact that Bob was able to get so much value down towards middle was because as she was walking out, she heard the camera being thrown towards short A. Therefore, most of the times, if you don't see an owl drone come out from the barrier or a camera come out, they're most likely trying to default on extremities and maybe not trying to get too much information here towards window and grass. So it allows here for Bob to walk down and start engaging the big read that she had for Blue Otter.
And we'll see if they got the right reads for our final map. It's going to be Lotus. No, everyone left this floating, but I think there's going to be one team who's walking into this more confident than the other, and we'll get to agent select when it's ready. But I think, guys, we're expecting a raised mirror going into this. So is the ball back in Ferbsa's court, Ash? Like, are we team Ferbsa on the raise, or is this like really a 50-50?
I think there is a world where it's a little bit 50-50 if you're looking specifically towards the Raze versus Raze. I think both of these players, whether it's Ferbsa or Zeldris, have a lot of impact on this role. They're great at taking that space, doing a lot of damage value with the nades and like clearing out those angles and going for those wombo combos when it comes down to the breach that adds like so much value to that type of composition. And my eyes get more drawn towards the fact that I think you look at for SAD, it's previously a more old style comp that they're running. We saw them running that Cypher and Sova comp that was pretty popular for a couple of teams pulling that out in 2024. But ever since the Cypher nerfs, we don't see the Cypher being played on Lotus nearly as frequently. Teams are favoring more of like that Vice comp here and there, now shifting away from that meta. And the Sova was imperative to that meta because he was so big on breaking those trips. But if you're running the Vice, it's not nearly as helpful and not nearly as good as like reclaiming some of that space, especially that rubble control that you usually see teams fighting for early on into a lot of these rounds, where that Teho and the Breach instead that Blue Water are running are much stronger on that regard.
Yeah, just to reiterate the score that both these teams have faced in their last visit on Lotus, Blue Water lost this 8-13 against YFP, running that Vice Breach and Teho that you were talking about, while as SAD dropped this to Burger Boys 13-6. And I think that's a scoreline that stands out more to me, running that Sova Breach with the Cypher Vance. Are you on red alert, thinking this is maybe a weaker map for SAD, considering how it went against Burger Boys?
I don't think so necessarily, but it's going to have to come down to a lot of heads-up play on both of the IGLs, being Zostal and Dip at the same time, because this is, as Ash mentioned, a little bit more old school going into like seeing Dip playing a Sova still on this map. There's not many teams or players in the first place that want to utilize Sova in the first place on a map like Lotus, but Dip seems to be very adamant and really has a strong position to really want to leverage how good Sova is for him on this map. I think that it comes down to those huge plays around Hunter's Furies, just as it has great vertical lines, just like a Breach. So if you're going to try to play your Sova more towards the B side on defense, then it allows for you to get that long range Sova ult on both extremities. And on your attack side, you could still have some good droning capabilities with the recon dart that allows you to have similar check marks as a Fade Eye would do here on your defaults on the attack. So yeah, it's going to have to come down to how Dip's going to call it, how Zostal, what they've learned playing against YFP yesterday, because YFP did such a great job on the macro side to pressure and lurk simultaneously that didn't allow here Blue Otter to have the best defense hold as possible and forced them on a lot of over rotates and opening a lot of gaps. And that's something here that SAD Esports could exploit.
Yeah, we'll see what the comps are and see what the weaknesses are, what the gaps are concerning the Zostal versus Dip. We're expecting Zostal to return on the Omen, Dip to be on the Sova, but you just never know at the end of the line. We're going to have one team go up 3-2, the other 2-3, and we're seeing some ISO. Okay, Ash, I'm locked in for FERPSA.
Yeah, okay, I think this is going to be really interesting. This is a big shift in identity for what SAD Esports are running. I think I'm actually pretty scared for them. I feel like FERPSA is feeling really hot as far as just general firepower goes, but now you're sacrificing that Breach, which is so important on this map. You're gonna lack a lot more of that control, where they're looking to just take more of that aggression with Zerona on that Raze and running this double duelist. And it's gonna be a lot of pressure on Dip to provide the support from the team, which really doesn't shine as much on the Sova, which is a very pocket pick like Vans was talking about. And my worry with this is when we do look at them looking to fight forward, again, we talked about the re-clear utility that Blue Otter has in that Teho and in that Breach, and even the Omen and honestly the Vice as well. They have a utility in spades with flashes and concusses and everything like that to take that space back.
For SAD Esports, though, it's going to be a very difficult start for FERPSA, because the ISO, for me, I see this as a very good wall that they can utilize to scale on the attack side. Unless they want to try to throw the same type of aggression on A-side control at Rubble, it could maybe work out, but there's a lot of good stalls and counters under Bob and Zeke with that double initiator, so you're going to have to be smart to find your timings here for FERPSA.
It's our last map of the day. We'll see who will be smiling after this series here on Lotus between SAD and Blue Otter, and to bring you through all the action, it's Marks and Tenrick.
An ambitious pick, to be kind, from a duelist who apparently wants to take over. Vancilli raises a good point that this is probably for a double-sided courtyard control, but an even better one that Blue Otter could very easily counter it. Mark, is this the move, or is FERPSA a little cray-cray right now?
I'm team cray cray. I think that this is going to be a fun one. I love it when we get to see these new types of agent compositions get utilized, but ultimately, while they do start off novel and you get to see them, you know, really shine in a couple of rounds, the team that is playing a little bit more meta, they adapt, and then you get to see the reason why the current composition is the meta for this round. I'm still excited to see, nevertheless, this is going to allow for a lot more survivability, and right off the bat, Dip is able to find one as it's heavily contested out B.
And they'll stack on side with Ferbs as well. Benji was holding up early so that they could bait the swing for the ISO, which Blue Water is going to try to avoid as much as possible until he's the only one left. They can't do that this time around, as they'll able to completely circumvent that B push and subsequently take care of the rest of the players. It'll be the opening pistol going Sad's way.
Yeah, and it just works out well for them. I mean, you know, we talked a big thing about utility and how the agents are going to go. Or, you know, we'll just go into a classic gunfight. Who cares about abilities? And Sad Esports wins the pistol out. So this is going to be a fun one, as now they're going to have the weapons necessary to go. I expect to see Ferbsa kind of being placed on a little bit of an island, given the fact that they do still have a raise as well. I imagine that that is going to be where a little bit more of the emphasis of utility is going to be comboed up with. I think it just comes down to how Ferbsa is going to be able to activate here. So Blue Waters, they already take a lot of space. We'll be able to scoop up this ultimate orb, as Benji is going to be the sole anchor onto C. This doesn't necessarily mean, though, that the Otters are going, because we do see Shondex exploring a little bit around B just in case as a way out.
Good try there on the blind to maybe parse out one, but nothing doing here for Blue Water's bottom line. Tuzi is once again the first to get pressured, and a little late on the TP leads to the paint shells doing way too much damage for my liking. Still alive, still with some support in Rip Benji holding down the line, who has, again, gotten in front of the problem way more than Ferbsa has in the past couple rounds in here and on Haven.
And it's still so slow. Like, all that space that I was talking about Shondex taking is just completely gone, so now they have to commit here.
And we've got really nothing to work with except this C push this time around, and Sad should be able to nip that in the bud pretty quickly. Indeed they will. It'll be a flawless round 2, in fact, with just about everybody getting in on the action. That's Shondex pretty close to a garden. That's,
did anyone bring a snack?
I believe, yeah, Benji is now halfway to the ult as well, so is Ferbsa, so.
Yeah.
Key fight taken there, nice and early.
On top of that too, Zeldris as well. I mean, I think that they've been funneling those ultimate orbs there, just understanding that that showstopper is going to be one of those huge tools. But like, look at this crossfire. It's so disgusting. Like, as soon as they walk in after the smoke, it's just a clean up from Sad Esports, and very clean. It looks like it's going to be an early util battle right outside, but Zeldris actually doesn't win that battle.
Zerona now on the raise is actually going to re-up and find a second one. Now he's got complete rubble control thanks to that sweep off of the Aftershock. When Blue Water originally thought they could at least make their climb back, but now Shondex on low health, 4 members of SAD, and they are clamoring for this courtyard control, which is what we expect them to do a lot more now that the rifles are up and running.
I was about to say, I know how on the desk they were talking about, are we Team Zeldris or are we Team Ferbsa? Turns out we're Team Zerona with how this round went out. Zerona still able to find a couple of kills there. Completely shuts the door on Blue Otter. Now it's just weapons in Sad's hands as well. This 2v4 battle. Bob's still alive though, so anything is really possible. We still have plenty of thorns in Shondex's pocket just to slow things down as well.
Not going to utilize any of them though, instead just looking for the peak and the space down the hall. Won't be able to grab any. So it's left down to Bob, who does find an early 2, making 3! Almost the flick off Ferbsa! Damage control of the sentry to save this bonus round. And it would have, for clarity, it would have been Blue Water's round to begin with, but a clutch like that still deserves the high praise. Ferbsa, to be honest, able to hold on and give Sad that 3rd round, but what a pop-off from Bob there.
Yeah, you know, Sad after this one, I mean, look at this clip right here. Like, they're all just wiping their brows a little bit. This is getting a little bit too close, but thankfully we got the Ferb on our side, so everything should be handled. But yeah, a little too close for comfort here. It's going to be 3 rounds now for SAD, and this is where we start to see whether or not this composition is going to work out for them. Because at this point, once we... Oh, sorry. It's going to be the next round that really inflection point can kind of happen, because I think that Blue Water should have a better read as to what some of the weaknesses on how they're pushing in is. The question is whether or not they're able to make those adjustments without just kind of throwing their bodies at it.
Speaking of throwing their bodies at it, here comes Zeltris, just ramshackle right into sight to try to find an opening kill. Only gets the damage onto Benji. And so they'll try a different channel, one that's a little less populated. Onto the B site, B line, but Ferbs is now going to peek out the door with a lack of smoke and find 2 more. How he's on a roll. Exactly the kind of momentum this ISO pick was looking for early in this defense, and they have already started to profit off of heavily. Blue Water, they need to adapt quickly, otherwise this is a snowball.
At this point, it's almost turning into a snowman. It's going to be 4 in a row now. A flawless round at that, too. SAD Esports are definitely feeling nice and comfortable. Got both the ISO and the other ultimate online, too, so a couple of tools to play off of. Cypher, that's the name of that agent, but I really like the way that Ferbs is playing this ISO right now. We know how we can just let Ferbs do Ferbs things and everything will be fine. The ISO kit really allows that individual play to flourish. No longer are you as necessarily as squishy as another duelist agent, just simply because of those shields. And, you know, Ferbs is going to be good for 1 or 2, and that kit just kind of allows for the rest of the team to play off of those kills coming through.
Ferbs is already starting to adapt to how quickly Blue Water want to shift things. Aware of how much SAD is vying for rubble control, Blue Water, they haven't even really bothered with tipping up the lobby door, and so Ferbs has already rotated back through Waterfall to intercept this C-side push again, which Blue Water are now questioning with all the Cypher util in tow.
And I think this is actually a good move. I don't think they should be going C again, because every single time it's been terrible for, what do you call it, Blue Water, if I'm just being honest. Sean Deck's going to get tagged out as well, but given the fact that it is the Vise and SAD are aware that that tends to be the agent that is lurking the most, we see SAD just go for a bit more of a spread out reposition. They don't know where Blue Water are, and they don't want to give up any of the space for free on this map.
The sheer is really far up A lobby, and so with such a short time window, Blue Water are going to be committal a lot more loudly than they normally would.
30
SAD
seconds
Esports will get that telegraphed a little more quickly, and so we'll all head back over to C-site one more time. Into Zeldris' showstopper, immediately paranoid out. Armageddon on the backside, so Benji is forced to get on the site and try fighting it out. Zeldris now with the ultimate does find some sight lines, but no more. And Zerona and Rip Benji are able to hold most of the site down. Still, members of Blue Water able to make headway and kills happen, leading to a 2v2. Tuzi stepping outside the waterfall, gets the early shoulder, faulty peek from Zeke. And so Zostal stands alone inside that smoke on site. SAD Esports still have a lot of re-clearing to do, and with the recon bolt not catching much, though, you've got to take it one at a time. Paranoia into the waterfall, though, and Dip has all the room in the world to peek, and then re-peek. It still fails, though. That's why you have a second available just in case. It'll be 5-0 now for SAD Esports.
Oh man, that should have been the round where we got to see the Otters go in. I like their execute moving in. They're able to take out enough defenders to make this worthwhile. But it simply just came down to a numbers game at the end. Great job coming in from SAD. I was not expecting the scoreline, if I'm being honest. As soon as we saw that kind of pop up there, I'm like, oh boy, let's strap in, everyone, because this one's going to be funky. But it still feels like Blue Waters, they don't have really a solution onto how they want to play this. They're losing too much on the entry there. And honestly, like, it feels like they're second guessing themselves. It doesn't, we're not seeing that level of confidence that we saw in the last map. They're just more on the scared side, understandably, because the Ferb is starting to activate, but you can't let that slow down. You got to stick to your game plan and you got to keep things rolling forwards. Their composition is very explosive. It should be very move in, you know, dominate the site, take over all of this space, and then just get it for free and get that spike down nice and easy. But they're having troubles doing that because they're second guessing themselves, doubting themselves, and slowing down for just a second, which is not how this composition is supposed to be played.
They've been conditioned to be completely unaware of how much utility that SAD is going to throw at Rubble early on. And so when I normally would say Blue Water should be fighting for A control a lot more often, a lot more early, because truthfully, they should not be running into a brick wall this soundly. I agree. I think that the power that they hold in their composition is enough to break through A. But because they never know how much of a stack is there, it's alternating between Ferbsa throwing the wall down, or Dip being there with the dart, or neither of them being there and placing all of the responsibility on Zerona's paint shells alone, that they're really unsure of when to take this fight. And so the tempo control still retained by Sad here. But Blue Water will give it a shot this time, heading over through Rubble, and the salvos will not do enough stopping power. With the Sheriffs in hand, though, it's still so difficult to make any stoppage, and Shondex able to actually find that opener angle and off of the blind. Ferbsa gets a little bit too big for his britches too. Dip tries to punish, and now Blue Water collapse on top of it. It's got to be a full recovery from one of these rifles, and Tuzi pressured out after only grabbing one. Still a TP in the pocket, but no more than that. Has to be perfect on the lineup, and Zeldris does have the off angle off of the head. 3v1 for Rip Benji, and Blue Water have been able to snatch a round away after such amazing A control.
Man, it's almost like they heard what you were saying, Tenor.
Like, no other
they gotta go
explanation.
away. They've got plenty of utility to go away. And exactly as you predicted, they completely stormed the gate there. Excellent coordination of the flashes to make sure they get those kills onto Ferbsa and friends. It's so good. Now look at this, the triple stack inside. Rip Benji sure has a rifle, but can't surely find 3 people.
First is easy on paper, but Zeldris with the crouch of the sentry to give a true thrifty round to Blue Water with 3 standing. Your way into the map has fully been established in one fell swoop. You have an alt cycle, you have an eco cycle, you have everything you could really ask for as Blue Water, and now you have the intimidation factor on Rubble. Look how much Sad is going to commit to this fight now.
Name a better duo than Zeldris and the crouch button. This is twice now. You know, the lineup should have been perfect, and then Zeldris just goes for the crouch and, oh, right over the head. Well, that's great, I guess. But yeah, exactly like you said. I mean, this time around, we're seeing Sad play a little bit more aggressive. Zerona has the showstopper, so just taking space outside of A. But still, this is going to be Blue Water just slowly making their way over to C, at least taking the space, hoping that they can catch one of the members of Sad off guard.
Oh, wow. Zerona, ballsy showstopper into a lobby that's already completely inoccupied.
Wow, my eyes are down.
But Blue Water, in the meantime, have taken all this space up C mound and unable to be watched. Zerona does use the showstopper to at least hold down the door to the lobby. But it's a raise kill for a raise kill, as Zeldris will fully open up C site with far more confidence than before. Steel Garden to seal the deal, perhaps a little too much invested, but Blue Water, this is round 7 after all, so again, they can get this old cycle going. Worthwhile if it means you can completely stumble the economy of Sad Esports, which Blue Water are getting closer and closer to doing.
And look at this Scooby-Doo maneuver going on. One door opens, and it doesn't matter because Blue Water are going out another. So far deep on the flank here, Zostal could be in an excellent position to cut them off and find this flank timing.
They've smoked out backside and actually paranoid it too for that extra pressure, so they're able to get in front of this quickly, but they have no idea how heavy the stack is. They know that a breach is there after shock on 1 for the early fight to be prevented, but now you can just spray through on top of the spike. Of course, Blue Water can do the very same thing and just run away as it goes. Zeldris up to 4! Zeldris almost with the ace, but instead Zerona only has to deal with a little bit of help from Zeke, but Zeke is too quick to the punch, and Blue Water escapes with 1 as their second round will be complete.
We're doing this or what?
Wow. That was a crazy round as well. I mean, it just comes down to a spray down in the smokes. Can't even see your enemy, and you're just hoping for the best there. I think that Zostal was just a little bit too slow on that rotation around. The flank could have been instrumental at least evening the numbers and make it a lot easier than the situation that we had in front of us, where it was that down to the wire. Zeke down to just a sliver of health, but time thankfully on the side of the Otters as they find their second round. Still plenty of time to come back into this half. And once again, we're going for a very aggressive push onto this A site. Zerona respecting it, understanding how crazy things could be, is going to be backing off as that recon dart gets a lot of information.
Yeah, very respectful of how powerful this could be. Finally, Blue Water understand the assignment, and they're going to complete upon it. Zerona now suppressed, debatably? No, the drone actually didn't catch him, so he's able to launch these paint shells a lot earlier than they would want to, but Zeldris still can get this showstopper out as well and start parsing out the spaces. Blue Water make that headway onto A site. They will completely, as the smoke fades away. Nice flick from Bob. Jeez, dude. Tuzi and Benji now stuck on high. Tuzi, nice flick himself to catch Bob. 2v3 on the retake, but from on high, from such a distance with such little util in your hands, Benji does have the cage and actually a wire on the tree to prevent the re-entry, or at least force the shooting upon it. Now the 2-man push is so strong, Tuzi for 2! Zeldris in the 1v1 against Benji, that's on low health and inside the cage. Could guarantee the half of the spike, you will. Is he back up? Yes, he is, but Zeldris is all the way around. And it's perfect positioning to hand Blue Water a third round yet again, just barely.
I was about to say, a lot of these rounds are just down to the wire, down to these 1v1 scenarios where, you know, sure, we got all this preparation to get us to the position that we're in, but then it really just comes down to the individual intellects of these two players to try and outmatch each other. You know, basically a chess game. There isn't anything fancy here. It's just positioning and flick timing that is going to make sure that you win out those rounds. The Otters 2 rounds away now from tying things up. Zeldris is starting to pop off, and I think that them sticking together and pushing in cohesively, using the utility, calming it down to work synergistically is how they're being successful. Zeldris, an instrumental pick onto Zerona. That loses all the space for SAD that they wanted to take unless they invest heavy numbers, which they do with their bodies.
And they have to be so much more forceful with it now, and so Blue Water have their pick of where they can head to. They're already sending Shondex down on a little recon mission to C Mound. Seeing if anybody's getting a little greedy over there. No, SAD Esports, they're going for the full backseat default with this terrible buy that they've had to accumulate for themselves. Tuzi with the hero rifle at the time being, and they will continue to stack. They'll just rotate it after Blue Water. Go quiet here on A Rubble. Look how far back they're still staying, though. They stacked all the way up on the lobby door. They're fully prepared for SAD as a stack to try to fight them on the door and want to prepare for that possibility before anything else. But there's 45 seconds left on the clock, and Dip now has a sight line again, could easily slow this down once or twice if he takes the right shot. And the recon dart too. A lot of ways for this Blue Water squad to mess this up at this point, but Rubble Control taken back up. Zeldris with the peek, and so Dip, opportunity's gone. We'll have to duck back out. SAD Esports will have one more shot at this.
Yeah, I mean, SAD get the information, all the utility comes out, it's gonna be a nice and fast take. Zeldris does, you know, tanks out one of the salvo shots there.
They don't care.
Spike goes down, and this has been a really good post plant from Blue Water these past couple of rounds, and they got the weaponry to do it. Let's see how this goes.
Herbs are the first to engage with that armor. Can't find anything. Zeke is able to shred that down and then some. Now the rest of the push has far less strength behind it. Tuzi almost gets away with one more, but Zeldris is luckily quick enough. And so 4 standing for Blue Water's round. Definitely their strongest yet on the attack, and this late in the half, that is important.
Yeah, like, why we were seeing the success of SAD Esports earlier was just they were taking the fight to Blue Otter and then just kind of stomping them with all the utility that they've got, especially with Ferbs' kill kit. Except this time around, Blue Water, like, they're just biding their time a little bit and then being so explosive, playing the composition a lot more cohesively to what we expect. The composition thrives on chaos. It thrives on just blowing up so much of this space so that it's so easy for you to move in and isolate a couple of kills and take over the site. You get Zeldris fly in off of all of this utility. It's fantastic. And finally, we're getting to see Blue Otter really showcase what they're capable of, thanks to the fact that they're no longer just falling into the 1vx scenarios that SAD Esports were really capitalizing on. This is what I said with the beginning, with fun, nifty compositions. It starts out, you know, you're throwing your opponent off guard, but as soon as they're able to collect themselves, you start to really see why certain compositions are the meta on these maps.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot better composure from Blue Otter in this latter part of the half. No longer psyching themselves out on these takes, and whenever they do decide to fight Rubble, it's a lot more decisive. Great catch by Zeldris. Yeah, that was just a perfect punishment on what SAD assumes they could get away with. And that's kind of what we're seeing in this match on a higher level is sort of not just those isolated 1v1s, but moments in which you really catch those mistakes that put you between tier 2 and that next level that could take you to Ascension. This is a terrarium for where we see challengers going in the future and where it may be stuck in the past, depending on who wins what. Shondex, nice hold to catch Zerona. And Blue Otter have a whole lot of control of A main off of that immediately. SAD Esports, look at how heavily the stack is rotated already for this.
Yeah, but look at where Blue Water are positioned on the map.
Zeldris is all the way up at C.
They've got so much information. Dip going to be going through now, trying to find a little bit of timing. We'll do that onto just Bob, but it's okay because Blue Water should be able to get that spike down. We're in this now 4v4 scenario. What I'm curious about is seeing Dip or Ferbsa get a kill because that's going to be enough ultimate orbs to get some of them online. Let's see how Zeldris wants to play this. It's very far forwards at the moment.
That's going to be keen to Dip's Owl Drone, and Ergo is positioned from how he heard it procced. Knows he's close to that corner. So they'll head back nice and close to the site so that Sad will be forced to do all the clearing themselves. Zeldris still with this corner peek. Nice shots to intimidate in the smoke. None on the backside though, so Sad have a pretty clean sight line. Tuzi catches Zoe, have to duck back too. Only one left on site actually. Huge paranoia to slow down, but Sad continues to clamor on the site. So good for the two. Dip steps on the waterfall and is alone now. After Benji was unfortunately unable to get anything done as well. Blue Water, impeccable management, despite the fact that they continue getting spaced out. They remained in control all along and now have 5 rounds for themselves.
Yeah, it's all tied up now. 5 for Sad, now 5 for Blue Otter. And that one just came down to map control coming in from Blue Water. Like, even if they really wanted to, I feel like they could have pressured in onto that B side as well. It was just the fact that Zerona was so far deep onto C. They just played off of that one. Sure, Bob gets caught off guard there because of dip, but it's okay because, you know, this post plant was just immaculate. So still able to find 2 was the key in finding this. Sad Esports, though, they've got 5 ultimates now. Haven't been really using those ones. We talk about the ultimate cycling. Blue Water miles ahead of them currently. And so we want to see them, maybe not this round, but they should start using those ultimates to secure some of these rounds back into their advantage because they're letting this one slip so quickly.
And with another open C site, Blue Water look to continue cashing in on what they now see as their personal playground. Either of these sites could be theirs. It's just about what they know they can guarantee, and once again, they can guarantee a safe C. Check Shondex on this lurk, though. The Owl drone will catch. But such a heavy stack from Sad. Do they choose to engage it? No. They'll just vuln Sean and head back out over to the Aileen? I mean, with the Sheriffs, yeah, they would rather stack on the gamble and then again just play for the retake. Benji is going to solo take this Rolling Thunder as the spike gets planted on C site. Just a guarantee, and this late in the half, you can get away with it.
I mean, Sad just looked confused as to what the play was going. They completely misread what was going on. They decided to spread themselves out onto that A site, make sure that they control the space over there, and nobody was home at all. Now Zelda's going in for the fight with Blast Pass.
Ow, the double. But only still good to catch one. Sad still have
no way.
Monster stack, but Zoe somehow catches one before the swing even really starts, and no one able to find much more from there. Ferbs on the solo swing just in time to catch one, but Sad will have 5 ultimates, 5 rifles, and 1 more round to tie things up here in the defensive half before we swap sides. Blue Otter maintain this streak and the ult bank too.
Oh, last round and a half. It's been a while since Sad have found a round. They still have their 5 ultimates here. They gotta empty their pockets now, Tedrek, because you can't carry that forwards into the second half. Still waiting to see that kill contract come out from Ferbsa, but hasn't really found an opportunity, really. And it feels like a lot of the opportunities just simply did not exist. The Blue Waters, after that single timeout, it's like they shook their demons away and are looking so good in this half. Already, Zelda's taking a lot of space, and the showstopper now online.
There's the Armageddon on the inside of the baby door as the kill contract goes through from Ferbsa. A lot of ults getting tossed out. Ferbsa will end up winning that solo 1v1, but is now stuck. He won it in time. Now he's going to get pressured on the door. Zostal already catching the shield. They know his position, but Ferbsa can still win the fight. And now Dip is here to help out as well. Sad have the crowd, have the advantage, and only Zostal remains. So ultimately, you had more than enough to make this round work. It just took a while to get to that point where you were allowed to use it all. And so we will end this half tied up, wondering where the hell we go from here as the sides swap.
I mean, when we talk about the ultimate game, it's one of those things, right, where if you've ever played any of those old school JRPGs, it's like, oh, nice, I found a potion. This was going to live in my bag forever because I'm too scared to use it because I don't want to run out of potions. It kind of felt like Sad Esports were falling into that trap where they had those ultimates for so long, couldn't quite find the perfect opportunity to use them, so it's okay, we'll save them for next round. And that really wasn't what needed to happen. Just, you know, this round was really just a press the ultimate button and we're going to win everything. But we could have seen them maybe space things out a little bit and potentially take the lead. But now we end in our 6-6 half. So I do imagine, based off the composition, Sad Esports are going to be a little bit stronger onto this attack. It's going to be very aggressive. But speaking of aggressive, Zelda's having a bit of a committal issue, as it doesn't matter. The rest of the squad's here.
One enemy remaining.
Zeldris, I think, didn't want to run into his own paint shells. I think that's from the looks of it, but he was like, wait, I threw that too well. I don't have to fight this more.
Don't you hate it when you just throw the paint shells so well that you're like, hold on a bit, I'm good actually.
I run into that problem where I'm too good at the game all the time.
That's the worst.
That being said, great defensive take. This is the kind of aggression we were expecting from Sad's composition on Rubble, but if Blue feel that confident on Mound in rounds like that, who knows where they can end up. I mean, I could see that bottlenecking through B main with that kind of confidence.
Yep. Like, that was what's so funny. We talked a lot about the desk, about how that's going to be the Mound comp. You know, that's where they're going to be wanting to strike and all that type of stuff. And it felt like, honestly, it was more so outside of A. That's where they wanted to take the fight. And this time around, well, Blue Waters, they just completely fight in Mound and win out just simply based off of utility. So excellent job from the Otters. Zeldris still flying ahead right now. 16 kills on the board. As the Blue Otters are going exploring outside of this A and C site. The crunch, though, from Sad is focused here on to B. Thankfully, we'll be able to stall things out. An excellent shot from Zeldris to at least drop one.
Good sense from Ferbson to have that shield on to be the one to take that fight, but the paint shells will intimidate that back out, and Ferbson now alone with the spike has to force the rest of the stack to either come to him or just try and find a fight somewhere else. Zeldris is going to do the job for him and find an impeccable flick to it. And now Bob with a Marshall of her own is going to get in on the action too. 2 kills for her as well. Blue Otter, yet again, it's another follow-up round to a pistol that has a cry, but a far cry from a win from the upsetting team.
Once again, we're seeing Bob flex that duelist potential. Specifically just has the Marshall in hand. I'm pretty sure got a no-scope on that one. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zeldris as well with the Marshall, finding so much value. It was just a sniper round, and I think that this is really where we get to see these duelists truly shine on the Blue Otter squad. It feels like they're just a bunch of snipers, and well, this last round, if that's any indication, showcases just how powerful that long-range battle is going to be when the Blue Otters have the right weaponry. Not the judge.
Yeah. If there's one way to do it. Util dumping. Of course you're not ready for it. 2. Would have been 3 if not for the ISO. Hey, that's why Ferbsa picked it.
Give yourself just that extra chance there, but still, that's both duelists down for Sad. If their plan of attack was let Ferbsa do Ferbsa things and then we can support the Rays to be able to frag out, well, both of those options have really been taken away. Thankfully, there is still some utility available. It's not a lot, but Sad might be able to find something if they're able to leverage the fact that they have better weaponry on this round. It's still going to be a tough one, though, Tenrek.
Yeah, I mean, Blue manages so much at this point, and they have so much certainty as to where the push is. Yeah, look at Dip, dude. He looks like his very first girl just asked him out on a date. Just completely frozen. Benji, one swing to go for it, and it's Blue's bonus 9-6 here on the defense, and they look to shape a streak from here. No sign of stopping, no sign of really any, I mean, proper push from Sad so far. Unfortunately, they just don't have the ways to really check it. They just have to fight, and so you catch him off guard once, you're kind of toast.
Yeah, and on top of that too, like, we see the Blue Waters, they go for they change it up. They aren't just sticking to the exact same defense every single time. That time we got to see a little bit more aggression coming out of Zostal, and it pays off in dividends because Sad simply weren't expecting it. An Armageddon right off the bat from Sad, or sorry, from Blue Otters to really deter them. That'll allow for a lot of this space to be taken, but already Shondex just holding it down for the underground.
Wow, okay, amazing shots from Shondex despite the save, but still only good for 2. Zorona is able to at least climb back on and waste enough time thanks to the paranoia to get inside the shear. Zorona, nice boom bot to flush out Zostal as well. Instead of taking over the site, but still not the kill feed, and so Zorona's the only one that actually ends up getting kills this round. Blue Otter hold on to 2. And are 3 rounds away from going for that 3-2 record. This Lotus defense looks clean as a whistle.
It's That's such an interesting call coming out from Blue Water, but it works out so well for them because sure, the Armageddon comes down. I'm like, okay, that's a little bit interesting. But I guess given the fact that you expect that you told them to come out there, it more or less guarantees that they have to back off of that one. And it's just a funnel. And Shondex, so sharp with it. As soon as that wall comes up, it's okay. 2 of them are already down. The flood through will happen. That is going to be inevitable. But at that point, you've gotten 2, so you should be more than good. Zeldris, so aware of what's going on, is going to be backing up here. Furbsa getting a little bit more antsy this time, looking to be a little bit more aggro, but still no one is found from Blue Waters just quite yet.
And Zeldris is just going to choose to peek this out anyway. Blue Water understand if they lose control of this, it's going to be a lot harder to fight it back, especially if Zeldris is committed to the operator anyway. Sheer activated early, and Zeldris misses his shot. Zerona picks up the frag. And that should open up the C site for Sad. This is the one they clearly want to take so confidently because of that ISO. You cannot as easily op out that mound because of that guaranteed shield. And now the lurk from Benji also finding purchase.
Shondex.
But Shondex's shots have just been so damn good on this site so far. And he's still working around for a limited time until Furbsa can finally take care of that. But still, Sad are so stuck at the moment, debatably, because Bobsta is able to deal with 2 on the site. Now Zostal, arguably crunched for a moment, cannot TP all the way to back hall and fully reset this position for a 1v1. Omen v Omen. 2Z on 32 HP and no util in the bank. He's got to get in front, and Zostal shuts that down at the drop of a hat. 11-6 for Blue Water as the streak continues.
Keep in mind, once again, Sad, they got 5 rounds in a row when this map started out. Since then, they have only been able to get 1, while the Blue Waters have gotten 11. That has got to be tough. And I feel like, once again, we're falling back into the same traps right now. Look at the ultimates that are coming online. They've got a lot to work off of, but are waiting for those perfect opportunities to make it happen. This is a very interesting composition. The synergy doesn't really feel ironed out right now. And so they're waiting for a go signal from other members, but they're not giving each other those go buttons. And so as a result, we see that they're just stalled out. They can't really get anything online. Meanwhile, Blue Water, so confident in this certain playstyle. They understand how this composition works, and it's very clearly showing in the scoreboard.
It's just so tough seeing Sad unable to just step off of each other, because that's normally what they're so good at. 2Z and Zerona in particular do such an incredible job of just boxing out all the space that Furbsa doesn't want to check, so that Sad is able to just bulldoze a site. And this double duelist comp just doesn't facilitate that nearly as well. I understand Furbsa is on fire right now. I understand he might feel he has to carry a little extra weight due to the fact that Blue Otter was starting to outskill them so heavily on the previous map. And I also understand the usage you get out of that wall and that shield on both sides of the map for the fights. The issue is you've lost so much by picking this instead of another intel agent. And Blue Otter, they're able to just work and rework these nooks and crannies so much more effectively and fight with so much more confidence, not for the bigger spaces, but for the smaller spaces that they're able to 1v1 anyway because they're just better.
Yeah, it's honestly just good stuff coming out from the Otters right now. And Zeldris also has this operator back in hand, as deadly as ever. Showstopper available for Zerona. I'm hoping to see it this round. I want to see that opening up. I want to see that a bit more confidence being utilized by the Otters. Okay, kill contract active.
That's a start. Furbsa, call, caught.
Good.
Won that duel. That's what you do against the operator. But again, you only do that every time you get the ultimate. So Furbsa wants to farm another one. That's an opening kill onto Zeke to continue this A presence and hopefully A domination. But for how long? Shondex is right in front of this baby door and could break it open at any second with the help of this Tejo salvo to start this fight at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Zostal with this smoke in front of the stairs has kept Sad condensed onto this courtyard. Will force the intel draw. A second smoke to try to stall, but now Zerona is going to get a little braver, so the paranoia has to be brought out as well. And Zoe is about to get dragged through the mud. Time is up this time for Blue Water, and Sad Esports have enough space, enough util, enough ultimates, enough ISO kills to get a 4v2 post plan on A site.
And that's a smart way to play that ISO. Just use the ultimate, take out one of the most annoying agents on the other side, that being Zeldris, especially too, given the fact that you've got that bonus shield. And so that operator will not be able to find a single kill. You force the swap of weaponry. And now it's 2v3 on this retake. 2v4, sorry.
Dipping Furbsa insanely low. That's why they're the ones sitting in trees. So Zerona can confidently stand still and hold down that choke line. easy first. A lot was relying on Bob getting hers. Unfortunately, she could not. Shondex will wait for the peak, at least get one, but SAD Esports will finally break the streak and do still, in fact, have some ultimates. Hey, hold on a second. We're cooking now.
Okay. We're at least seeing a little bit more of that shuffle around. It's not just holding all 5 in our pocket here. Once again, that ISO kill contract was a very important step to being able to move in here. Somehow Ferbsa gets a second as well, despite the fact that the Breach was just watching their body. Unbelievable stuff coming out from the Ferbsa. But still, 7-11. Blue Water on the precipice of winning this matchup. It's going to be up to SAD now to continue to press that advantage forwards. Looks like they're going to be going in A. They've had the most success here, and I think that they think that this is the move for the squad. A very cheeky hold by Zostal, though, and actually gets spotted out and taken out on the other side of the wall.
And now Zerona going to try to access the back as well. Shondex can't hold the fight. Complete control over A again, and SAD is barely even on it. This is the kind of open fights they were looking for, where they're able to kind of pull out of that microscope that these individual players have been fumbling on. Now the individual swings for Blue Water are a lot more manageable and a lot scarier for Blue, which is why, for the first time, we'll see them actually back out and hand the round over. That's why Benji's here. Go for the lurk, look for a little something extra. Bob keen for it. So it'll be an 11-8 game now here with both teams pretty much fully kitted. A lot of creativity available for the tail end of this match to figure out who is going to go 3-2 and who is going to go 2-3. And again, going into this next round of the Swiss, where the worst seeds from those two records will have to battle each other. You know, every round really does count at the moment for these teams vying for that slightly higher spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's like ranked, right? Like, depending on how many wins you got, how many losses you get matched up with opponents who are at similar levels. Honestly, that's the easiest way to explain the Swiss format to people who aren't really familiar with it compared to the round robin. But still, I really feel like SAD are starting to get their step back in here. The key to success right now is them really pushing up onto A. Notice how there isn't a lot of Otter utility being tossed out anymore to change that or slow them down. Looks like this time that will be the case. Curious to see how SAD decide to operate off of it. I imagine they're just going to wait that one out and then choose to re-engage afterwards, because already Zeldris spots out the push.
Already they'll try to dissuade it. The Water, heavier backseat on the C site. This is always where Shondex likes to lie on this. Sitting on top of that sheer, just waiting for someone from SAD to get the party started. His shots have decided so many of the openings to Blue Water's rounds. Have given them so many openings into wins that they now are trying to desperately cling to, as SAD Esports look to go for another power struggle. Here's the sweep down the sheer. Oh. Stands alone on it, and an Armageddon down the mound. Onto the salvos as well. Zerona's completely flushed away, and that is the spike on an island here on C-Site. SAD's already run away. They would rather just fight it out. That's in fact what they're gonna prio, but Zeldris with the trade-off after the Rolling Thunder goes through. And SAD have to completely reconvene at the convention center. That is Spawn, and use that Omen TP to go for the reset, but Zostal is here early. A whiff! That dip will let him know about. SAD now in the 3v3 on the post plan. Another chance at redemption here for the losing squad.
I was going to say, it's such a fun idea. Just send Zerona in there. You know you've got this Omen ultimate to pick it up if necessary. Be the Garden activated here. Zelda's still on the back line, deals with dip.
Still on the warpath back. Tuzi now has to double back, and Blue Water still overwhelming control of the map. Into the corner, Bobsta. Too stuck. Zeldris, though, on the warpath to an ace. Ferbsa can shut that down, too. Can he shut down Shondex as well? Already the tap, you gotta swing it. And Shondex manages it. 4 rounds to run with as Blue Water attempts to get their 3rd win in the Swiss, an inch ahead here in the tail end of Challengers.
Seems like it's the Crouch Club now. A little bit of an interesting idea for Ferbsa. Crouch walking around the corner. Meanwhile, Shondex crouched as well. Just like, what are the chances? Well, chances were really high, but I love this util crunch coming in. That's the Teho alone finding so much value. Unfortunately, Zeke gets off that Rolling Thunder, makes it a little bit more difficult here, as well as Zeldris being so good on the back line, but the Ferb comes alive yet again. Ferb's able to be good for 2, makes it almost possible in that 1v1 scenario, but the Otters still alive right now. Paint Shell's getting tossed out early. That Sheer doing such a good job at isolating the push in from SAD Esports. Kill contract now available. Let's see how Ferbs uses it.
He's just gonna try and proc this Sheer. There we go. Long road ahead here for SAD. Benji, heavy hold on the lobby. Ready to execute this push towards A at a moment's notice. And meanwhile, Zoe back on this judge again that was so useful before.
Not like this. Tedrick, I can see the vision right now. I can see the judge coming alive yet again.
They're still only prepared for one fight. Are you prepared for this judge? As Dip continues to make this noise over on C site, keeping 3 members of Blue Otters occupied as well. And Zorona does find Zoe. A mad dash to A site after the Cypher ult goes through to confirm Blue's position. Dip, gorgeous hit onto Zeldris. And now locked into 1v1 against Shondex. Will he win that as well? Hey, okay, all right, at that point. Still though, site's taken, spike's taken, 3v2 against Blue Otter, still disadvantageous towards them. Zeke walks right through the one-way and Benj is able to wrap that up really easily. Oh, Shondex, you just missed it. Oh, it was crazy. They came on an A side and everything. Do you hold on to this rifle?
Sand, you know?
I mean, do you just run away from this or do you go for it? You have the flash. But your eco's not great.
I think we're going to see the attempt here. I mean, Shondex has been shooting off pretty effectively to at least get a couple of ultimate orbs, but Zorona shuts that one down. So SAD now 3 opportunities to tie this one up and force get another overtime on map number 3.
So yeah, it'll be a full reset from Blue Water this time around, and well warranted, as they'll just try to continue to cut back on what SAD can bring into the final bit of this game. Yeah, that shot was dirty, and then Dip said, hold on, I lost all my juju for this round. My fault. So here SAD Esports gonna try to go for the C push on Mound again now that they know that the gun diff isn't there, no operator to really worry about, so they'll just go for that raw push, not have to spend too much, and yet Zoe still cracks open one, just walks away from the fight with Zorona until he's able to deal with that at least, and so SAD Esports first threat gone, and that's your controller too, so it should be pretty easy from here as long as you get onto site, which SAD Esports, they're pretty good at doing that these days.
Yeah, and on top of that too, Ferbsa goes down, just not able to uncharacteristically find those kills. Thankfully, Zorona's still on this duelist role as well. Very low HP, still just looking for something, but they've been able to find Zeke, so it's looking like SAD might be able to get double digits.
That's another shot from Bob on the Sheriff. Can't land another dink before having to duck back. Atuzi is up to sight. That's where Bob will strike again, but that'll be the last kill that Blue Water is able to inch in this round. Still only 2 players standing for SAD, so they've got to stay on their toes in these last 2 match points.
I feel like I shouldn't say anything anymore if Bob is still active on the field, because when it comes down to those like clutch moments, those very uncomfortable, oh yeah, here comes SAD, they're gonna just dominate everything. Suddenly Bob finds like 2 or 3 kills and it's like, oh, hold on a second, I might have spoken way too soon. But talking about just like consistency, Bob is such a consistent player on Blue Water. She is really holding it down in some of these more tense moments and usually going to always be good for 1, if not 2. And that is really helping this Blue Water stay alive in this actual matchup. Tuzi stuck, able to escape, thankfully. But SAD Esports, the door is more or less shut on them before they can even move in on C.
Blue Water is really throwing a lot at this, and not until SAD is trying to peek it. I'm amazed that SAD still decided to peek this after the util dump, but Zeke and Shondex are able to do all of the work they need to make that fight work. I am amazed it did. SAD Esports, they looked like they were so confident rolling back in, and then Blue Water, they still get the shots down. Now you have all the support you need over on Mound here against Benji in the 1v3. Ults as well, but all you need is a high-low. Blue Water, they will have 3 rounds of collateral to deal with. Lotus is theirs, as is the match. They walk into the remainder of the Swiss 3-2.
And big congratulations to Blue Otter. Like we said, this was that matchup where both these teams are coming in 2-2, 2 wins, 2 losses, really middle of the pack. And now we get to see that spacing out the echelon between the two, where we get Blue Water going into the upper echelon, while unfortunately Sad go down to the bottom. However, it's still all good because both these teams, this was a great performance coming out from them. I do think that especially on map number 3, the weird composition that Sad decided to go for, it didn't look necessarily as ironed out as Blue Otter's composition, which tends to be a little bit more meta. And as soon as we saw Blue Water, they took that time out, they slowed things down, went, okay, what are we doing here? What is this composition really good at? Which is just util dumping and flooding in. They just immediately figured it out, and it looked like the team completely flipped. We saw both these teams be so dominant in the series on one of these maps, and you know what? This last one, it was so strange seeing it go back and forth between the blue squads. It was getting confusing watching.
Yeah, it was really quite the back and forth, but at the end of the day, it is Blue Water to just barely inch out that victory and make their way to the top of the pack. They are 1 win away from making playoffs. We'll see how they're feeling in this interview after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Honestly, probably me, man. I got the most plants by far, so maybe that one's on me.
Might have been me, honestly. I mean, it could be anyone on our team. Everybody on our team just like might be in the zone. We might go for some kills and forget that we have the spike. Happens.
I'd say it's got to be Darkest. Darkest always carries the spike. He's always telling me before in the pre-round, he's like, yo, give me the bomb, give me the bomb, give me the bomb. So if anyone has the bomb, it's definitely Darkest.
And we lost because we didn't plant the bomb. It would have to be Knights because he was too focused on trying to kill everybody.
That would never happen because I always have the spike, and I just feel like that would not happen. But if that was gonna happen, I feel like I have to blame Karn, like Dodonut, because she never gets the spike, so she would be like, why do I have this? And then just not know. So I'll blame her.
Either me or Seven, Johan. So it's gonna be either our faults. And yeah, time runs out, it's one of our faults, and our coach will chew us out for it. So yeah.
Dip, probably. I mean, he's done it before once, so.
It has to be Caillou. Maybe he was too busy like calling a pre-round or something. And he just forgot to pick up the bomb or something, but it has to be Caillou planting the bomb there.
That's on me. As an IGL, I gotta make sure the bomb is given to the right person. Usually I do carry the bomb, but like sometimes someone will be one off the alt orb or something. So I kind of want to be able to tell them like, hey, take the bomb. So yeah, I'll take the blame for that.
Probably Alum, our duelist player.
I'm gonna say Jakey for sure. Either Jakey or myself. That would be the most realistic answer.
Oh, I mean 100% it's Steven. You would not believe this, but this has actually happened. Let's just say a miscommunication happened. Hypothetically, with someone on the team, if I had to pick someone, it might be Smiley, but it doesn't have to be him. It could have been anybody. Let's just say they didn't choose to defuse when they needed one off of ult, and I called like, yo, defuse for ult, and then I like did my own thing because I just assumed the bomb would get defused. No, it's all good. Hasn't happened in a match yet. Let's go.
I never doubted, not once. Ash, give me a high five. We got it. Our prediction. Let's go. Let's go. This guy in the middle, what does he know? But he's like the tears forming in your eyes, Vans.
No, that's me. Just try not to cough.
Okay. Well, I got to go to you first because you said you wanted to yap first. We have to talk about the leaders on these two teams, Dip versus Zolstol on the IGLing.
Yeah, and especially going into this game when you had SAT Esports come out with a brand new composition, kind of pulling the T1 versus DRX over in APAC, and then you saw a great result coming out from T1, but this is still SAD Esports. It's not T1. You tried to come out with an ace under your sleeve, but then unfortunately, it's a Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap card and the calling out of Zolstol. Because on the defensive side, I was mentioning, it was going to be a struggle from SAD Esports on the defensive side first, and they should get a lot of good value on their attack. But Zolstol was doing such a great job calling and finding great timings to not allow SAD Esports to really set up outside of their spawn. Especially when you look at the pistol round on that push and the amount of times that they pulled out the judge at the corner of the A side that really had SAD Esports play a very slow tempo and waste a lot of util before they were able to get into sights towards the end. So again, amazing calling coming out from Zolstol in the end. And unfortunately for SAD Esports, that's a tough loss.
Yeah, Ash, we were kind of prepping for the Ferbsa versus Zeldris Raze matchup, and not that I'm ever sad to see more than one duelist, but I wonder if overcooking on that comp hurt Sadmian, kind of like what Vance said, but it was a different look that Blue Water wanted to try after the recent loss.
Yeah, it's definitely a different approach to Lotus, right? And you can take that inspiration that Vance had been talking about with that composition, but then you also have to play to its strengths a little bit. We saw the momentum that SAD Esports was able to build off really early on when we first started out on this map, having that 5-0 lead. But once Blue Water kind of realized, okay, we're giving up a lot of this control a bit early on. Sure, SAD are fighting forward for it, but we have a lot more utility to re-clear. They would hold on to a little bit more from that when it came down to like the fault lines, the flashes coming out from Zeke, and just try and actually take that space back. So they would allow SAD to take that rubble control and invest a lot of that utility, whether it was the paranoias, the dart that was going through paired with, the raise nade for rubble, and then those vulnerable combinations as well. But then once they use all of that, they don't really have much gas left into the tank, especially if Tuzi's throwing out that paranoia too. They had no flashes to kind of counter flash when Blue Otter were looking to reclaim that space.
Yeah, SAD did a great job also just being very aggressive to shut down one area right away. We were just talking about before, how do you learn from your loss against YFP when we mentioned YFP are really good on like the 4-1 setups on extremities and then having lurks going in through B side or whatnot. So when you're coming out super aggressive from the very beginning and you're actually able to shut down at least one of the big lanes of the 3-sided map, that's a great start for SAD Esports to take control of the defensive side.
And looking at Shondex, who had an important job of how do you hold back the tidal wave that is Zerona, Ferbsa, and the entire army of SAD Esports, Ash, and we thought Shondex did an incredible job.
Yeah, Shondex did really well with that, even on the attacking side as well. You can see some of those like anchor positions that he's able to play for himself, a nice little 2-piece there on that C side, making it really daunting to actually take a lot of that space and having a lot of impact here on this Sentinel. And it was a lot of taking control alongside the rest of his team, and I think that was really well played across each map in this series coming out from Shondex. So you got to give him big kudos because not as flashy of a player, but the impact was much needed for a lot of these rounds.
It was just a fun duelist matchup. We went all the way to our deciding map, and I swear that last one was going to go into OT, and you guys really thought so too with how well SAD was clutching up in the end, but just tripped over their laces. But we kind of have to compare and contrast different apples to apples, at least the different duelists that we had in Zeldris versus Zerona, Vance, because Zerona had to step up big as the race for this final map.
Yeah, for sure. And unfortunately, they fell short as well for SAD Esports. And I think it's all, again, on the defensive side of, Ash was mentioned before for Shondex, but also all on Zeldris on the other side. Because the way that they were controlling towards that C mount and the comp here that came up from SAD Esports didn't allow for them to take extra mount control because of the lack of utility to stall them. It was very well understood by SAD Esports that they could really contest that spot and play behind that mound and let the enemies come towards them and win all those fights. So Zeldris, great job on that side. Zerona, it was tough as well. We haven't seen too much raise coming out from Zerona in the first place when they're just playing more of a support role over the cast in general, because that usually is the responsibility of Ferbsa. So it was a nice try. Again, it's a trump card that you're trying to bring out. You're trying to throw your opponents for a loop, and you're trying to get closer to qualify. So you have to pull something that's going to be unexpected. But unfortunately here, maybe it's the lack of getting real reps into it to get the real value out of this proposition for SAD Esports. And it was well taken advantage of by Blue Water.
And Blue Otter will be now 3-2 in the standings. SAD Esports 2-3, one step closer to being relegated, one step closer to playoffs. Depends on if the glass is half full or not, but I do have an interviewee ready for me, and I get to talk to the one and only Zeldris from Blue Otter. Hello! Holy cow, what a series! What a win! How you holding up?
I'm doing good. I'm excited that we were able to bring it home today. You know, bounce back from yesterday, so it was nice.
Yeah, and I gotta applaud your resilience, not only from bouncing back yesterday, but also even after map 1. So what was said after map 1 to lock in after that?
It was just kind of like lock in. I mean, we made a bad play, I would say, like that sucked. You know, it was kind of like an unfortunate round. We didn't think that was gonna happen, and we just kind of like, just reset, literally just reset, full reset the whole game. And that's what happened. We just bounced back, played our own game.
Yeah, you just kind of had to forget the scoreline and just move forward. I like that. And the whole team fought for this win, but you especially, man, you went crazy on Haven. What's it been like integrating with this team?
It's been a bit different for sure. I took a bit of a break from competing for like a month or two, but now I'm back. It was nice. They slotted me in perfectly, filled me in on everything I needed to know, and it's been a little bumpy, but more so smooth, I would say, with the team.
Yeah, and what sort of impact have you had on the team in terms of how did they have to adjust to you, or you adjust to them, or was it just easy slot and you're just kind of already with them and it's fine?
I'd say I have quite of a aggressive play style, and I think from last year, kind of like I didn't play as aggressive as I could have, you know, and then this year, sorry, I'm like spacing out. I mean,
you're good.
I just like brained out. Just repeat the question, bro. I just brained out.
You're aggressive and no, yeah, you're good. So you were telling me you were playing. I was asking you about the impact and integrating with your team, and you said that you were.
Oh yeah.
Wanted to play more aggressive.
I'm just super aggressive. Yeah, I'm just super aggressive, and I think it's maybe adapting to that. The stat factor, pretty much. I'm just super aggressive, and I have a lot of comms.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys were so hyped after just evening out that series and how well you did on Haven in that Jet matchup. But being 3-2 now in the standings, you're one step closer to playoffs. What does this team need to do to iron out and clutch that spot?
I'd say just honestly reminding ourselves how good we are and playing with tons of confidence. I feel like obviously in the first map we kind of lacked it, but I think just keeping that mentality that we're, you know, a good team and we play off each other really well and just pushing forward with that, you know?
Yeah, and I'm sure once you lock in and you get confident, everyone else is going to be confident, and it's going to be smooth sailing from here on out. It was awesome watching you guys. Congratulations, and thank you for the interview.
All right, thank you. Have a good one.
Thanks. All right, that was Zeldris. Oh my god, me the same, because that map 3 was insane, fans, and just in good spirits, and for them to forget that map 1 even happened and move forward, like that takes a lot of maturity.
You could definitely tell that he was still zoned in that game, still trying to digest it because of that. Again, it was a thrashing that they received on that first map. So it took a lot, and especially coming in from the first map, and then you gain so much confidence starting on the defensive side on Haven, and then you're dropping bombs on a Jet being super aggressive. And he talked about that hyper aggression. We saw that from A, B to C from all 3 maps. And thankfully, it got a lot of fruition out of the last 2, thanks to also the great calling support out of Blue Otter.
And just to kind of go over our bracket once again, Ash, there wasn't too much on the line, you know, being 3-2, 2-3, but there were other matches going on off stream, and NBG falling short to SRB and other results like that. It's a long and tough road ahead to go to playoffs.
Yeah, it really is. And we still even have like the last match of today is still going on right now. That's Core and Trust and Plug currently 1-1 live on our off stream. And I'm sure some watch partiers like tuning into that there as well. And just seeing who again is going to get a little one bit closer to playoffs and who's going to have to fight a little bit harder to keep themselves from elimination. And when we look towards tomorrow's matches, it gets really exciting, right? Because we've got 2 qualification matches in TSM versus YFP and M80 versus Cuber. Both those matches will be on stream tomorrow, which I think is going to be just insane watches. Those are going to be ones that you definitely want to tune into. And then unfortunately, we are going to be saying goodbye to another team tomorrow as well in Burger Boys and Ambrosia.
Yeah, we had to say goodbye to Hakiki Mori today, which was so sad after just how great of an interview they gave us yesterday and just how excited they were for this opportunity. But other teams on the chopping block, as Ash said, Nightblood Gaming, Sad Esports, Winthrop, Ambrosia, Burger Boys are just one loss away from being out, but also a few teams on the cusp of qualifying. So, you know, glass half full. We got TSM, M80, YFP, Cube. There's a ton of teams at 3 wins, actually, and it's just going to be too long to list them off. But it's been so fun hanging out with everyone today, and we hope that you're going to drop a follow on all our socials, and because it's, you know, been just tons of shenanigans hanging out with Vance and Ash here.
What do you mean?
And
I was
all
so
of
serious.
you. I know you were totally there the whole time and not coughing, but we hope that he will be healed. We hope that everyone will be tuning in for our next matches coming up soon, because we're going to be promoting some to playoffs and some to relegation. Hope to see you all again soon, and have a good night.
Bye. Find Kaiser before these stars get all activated. Oh, no, here comes the swing. Infiltrator's got it. Never mind. Okay, so now you just have a 2-stack coming from Art that Mori still might not expect, but the whole gang's here on site. Ollie close quarters. He will force one. And Infiltrator the swing back from the steps. It all worked perfectly for Winthrop in the end. Ghost fighting for his life. Can't for much longer. There's the 4 that Infiltrator.
Here you see Hakikimori adapt and expect an A hit. They already used the stealth drone to re-clear it, but they're still so certain that Winthrop are going there. And it isn't until now that we're seeing this rotation. Moves might actually get caught out. Ghost just a little bit wiser. Somehow moves Winthrop.
The ultimate sewer rat. He's slippery too, until Gopra can finalize it. But the damage is
all the different angles. The sonic sensors are placed up. The B site is nice and insulated. This time, Sad not getting a little bit too rambunctious. Barrier mesh now going to be deployed here. Blue Water want to move in.
huge grab nade that Benji is forced to kind of skirt, and the salvos will continue to pressure him away. But Zerona, on the other side of that, is completely unfazed. It can now just spam into this grab that is thrown so beautifully. Ferbs is the one to fully complete, though, with a 3K on that showstopper, and he'll be the only...
herself, which actually works out perfectly for Ferbs to define just the rundown on the clock. Zeldris, though, takes out Benji. Going back for more here. It's already not looking good. Bob already on the back line somehow. Sad are on the point, but it doesn't matter. The Blue Waters are swarming and closing in fast.
Looks like they want to fight a little heavier to guarantee a worse post plant for him, and Zerona doing a good job of holding it down on site. Zeldris is reinvaded. With that operator, he is looking good as ever.
Goodness
you don't need to do that, dude. You have 4 players on your team right now. Again, tough to fight it. You've got to take it slow. Now comes the reaction on the angle. Early blind to stuff him out again. Blue Water can cycle this pretty well. There's that hero rifle from Dip, but immediately the Armageddon on top of the Link, and Shondex is able to hold down all those opening angles that they're forced into. Wow. From there, it's a full-blown fight. Kaiser.